Incoming transmission.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to day 2 here of the round of 8 in the GSL, the second to last day of our show for this season. It's been an amazing season so far. We've had some great games from the very start. We had a patch mid-season, which made some dramatic changes. We've been unpacking these games kind of as we go, seeing the meta shift in real time. And I think today should be a lot of fun with the players we've got lined up for us.
Yeah, it's been tumultuous and dynamic. I mean, Stats is coming back, giving his first really good showing since military service, and it doesn't even seem to be a fluke. He's doing well in online tournaments as well. He just qualified for Star Wars, an online tournament that's going to be happening, and a lot of players are stepping it up, man. It has been an exciting road here to the round of 8.
I'm especially interested in how Stats is going to perform here.
Yeah.
Stats, a long time ago, I would say maybe 5 or 6 years ago, was like a god tier world-class Protoss. He was one of the Protosses that was able to be, if you were to put play style on a pendulum, you'd have like SOS and partying all the way over here. You'd have Stats all the way on the other side, or Rain maybe as well. Conservative, drawn out, macro, reactive Protoss play. Hasn't had as much of a place in StarCraft 2. I'm not saying that he has to play exactly like that now, but I think we're going to see a lot of ideas like that here. And so when I watch today's group pan out, I want to see how does this style play out, especially with the new patch here.
Played really well for him in the round of 16. He actually emerged first out of his group, which is, I mean, really surprising for Stats of all people to advance out of Group B in such a fashion, beat Classic in pretty convincing way as well. I mean, heading into the round of 4. But coming into Group B, this is going to be a bit of a scary one for him. He's up against one of the best TVP players in the world in Cure. Should that go to the final match or the elimination match? He's got Shin, one of the best Zergs to play the game right now. Actually, the only Zerg in the round of 8, which is
that weird, man?
Pretty surprising.
It's crazy to say that. Obviously, GSL has been very Zerg and Terran dominant over the entirety of its history. That doesn't mean we haven't had Protosses win, but when we do have them win, it's a pretty big deal. And yeah, Shin, who's formerly known as Ragnarok, is the only Zerg that we've got right now.
Yeah, so he has to get through Shin, has to get through Cure, has to get through GuMiho. It's a pretty hectic pool of players. And guys, you just missed it on the bottom of the screen. We have the tickets going live tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, this is really important.
That was on me. I started this whole spiel about the group.
I actually didn't even notice it. But guys, tickets go on sale tomorrow, 5 p.m. Okay, I'm going to say this probably during at least 2 of the games that we're casting here live.
5:30.
5:30, thank you. Tickets go on sale at 5:30, so if you want to come down to our finals, you want to try to snipe that.
Yeah, the finals will sell out.
An average day at the studio is pretty tame. You can usually show up and get in, but when it comes to coming to an actual finals, you want to try to snipe that. So do that. I know we have people that book tickets to come out here, and then they end up missing the finals. And they're stuck outside the studio. Yeah, so also, we are reliant on viewer support. So whether it's on the Patreon or through Star Balloons, we appreciate it. This is how GSL continues to function and continue on into the future here.
Yeah, and 100% of that goes into the prize pool. Already $58,000, almost $59,000 since, I believe, the end of the previous season of GSL has been accumulated, which will be dispersed through GSL Season 1 and Season 2 this year. And in addition to supporting your favorite esports, supporting your favorite players, you also get access to a lot of cool behind-the-scene interviews. I know that the GSL staff interviewed Hero after he advanced from his group previously, and they were asking him how he feels about the patch because I believe that was the first group that played after we had, the change in patch, the change in maps here in the GSL. And he said he felt like the patch did 99% of the work, but he fought really hard for that last 1%.
So funny.
So if you want some cool things like that, support the players. I think it's like $5 or $10 on Patreon gets you that.
So here is our semifinals. We've got it half made up. We know that Hero and Maro are going to be battling it out for versus whoever gets second place in Group B and first in Group B. So, possible to have a PVT finals. I do want to point out if Shin is eliminated here, it completely changes the whole identity of the tournament because, for the season of the tournament, I should say, because there's no more Zergs, which means you have a whole matchup you don't have to practice, you don't have to try to understand or deal with, and that's pretty significant when we are post-patch, right into this. There's usually a lot of labbing that is going on in between every day of a GSL broadcast, but let's say that Shin falls here, it makes things really come down to your mirror matchup and then the matchup versus the other race.
Yeah, especially in this current GSL format where on finals day we do the semifinals and the finals. I mean, imagine having to prepare for all 3 matchups in case you play Shin in the finals or in case you play a PvP or a PvT in the finals. So we'll have to keep our eye on Shin. Of course, the last Zerg that was the only Zerg to make the round of 8, I believe, was Rogue many seasons ago. And he actually won that season, despite being the only Zerg player in the top 8. So we'll see if Shin can repeat that magic. But before we get to Shin's match, this guy right here trying to prove that the round of 16 was not a fluke. Beating Dark, beating Classic to advance in first place. He's going to go up against formerly known as Ragnarok, Shin Bohm, and this guy, only guy in the group that actually doesn't have the GSL trophy. He got second place tomorrow. I believe that was, God, the years are blending together now. I think it was 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it might have been a little bit later. I mean, closer to now, I think. I'm actually, now you're throwing me up. I'm not totally sure. I kind of put him in the same category as Creator. I think Creator's stories have always been a little bit more emotional, but we have a couple of these players who have consistently looked viable to take it and have been in the GSL pretty much the whole time. I mean, this is nearly a 13-year-old tournament. That's this show's legacy, but has not managed to go up there and raise the trophy.
See if he's going to be able to do it now. Oh, we're getting to see one of the new maps, too. Amphion going to be set #1. We actually haven't gotten a look at this so far here in the GSL, so excited to see how this one plays out. Of course, if you missed the previous round of 8, we're here on the live new patch. New updates. If you don't know the patch, go check it out online. A lot of cool updates and a new map pool as well. This tournament's really shaken up. Let's get ready to go into Stats versus Shin here on the new set Amphion, round of 8, Group B, match 1.
Okay, we have Stats here at the top, Shin at the bottom. On this map, both players share the left side.
And one of the more interesting ones, we already have Shin mining out the mineral patches here.
Before we could even get this, to even unpack some of the features on this map. So you can mine out the minerals in this area. If you both share the left side of the map, you might think, well, you're very close together, right? Well, not exactly, because they're these minerals that block this area off. But clearly, and by the way, whenever we have a brand new map, you usually see the craziest cheeses.
This is so cool.
Before they're relegated into like an area of everybody knows that. So Shin going for a pretty wild cheese right off the bat. I would imagine what's going to happen is he will have a few more drones come out there and just mine that open. I would assume it probably is going to come from the hatchery that is right by there. And I don't know how ready Stats is going to be for this. Keep in mind, Stats is a player that basically always stays back and kind of tries to get a read on how you're playing, and he tries to stay a little bit ahead, expand and grow on the map. Builds like this are a lot of times the ways that players like Stats end up getting killed off.
And Stats is playing no scout as well, Tasteless. He's being a little bit greedy. Doesn't have a single pro on the map. Just after throwing down that cybernetics core, he's going to move out. And you can see right there on the mini-map in the bottom left, those 3 little drones working their way up towards the proxy hatchery.
Now, this wall-in is intended to keep the Protoss safe, but, okay, you can see the 3 drones coming out now. When they open this up, you're going to have access to the main, you're going to have access to the natural, and Protoss never want to be defending 2 or 3 spots at once. And in this case, I think that we may have the shortest game of the entire day start out in game 1. I think this could just straight up kill Stats.
Stats is already scouted. There's no hatchery here in the natural expansion. The minerals are mined out. So this should set off alarm bells back at home, but the rush has already begun. Link speed is underway. 8 links on the map. 6 more reinforcing soon. Stats is throwing down a Stargate in the main base. So he's building an Adept as well, but Tasteless, there's a Baneling nest going down.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. He sees it. The Lings are going to come in right when the probe spots this. Now, the drones, obviously not an ideal unit with the rush, but it's probably better to use them here to try to close this out and snowball the damage. He's going to go for the pylon. The Adept is going to be pinned in this corner. It can reduce the surface area damage and shade away, but at the same time, cannot cover the battery. And so that battery is going to unpower the gateway here in the main, and that means that one Adept is the only Adept that Stats can have for the time being.
Yeah, no more gateway units are going to be coming out. So for Stats right now, it's all about defending the main base as well as possible. Oh, the Lings, they get us around on the Adept. It's able to skirt its way back to the shield battery. With some nice probe drilling, he's able to get rid of the surround on that Adept and keeps it alive. And that's critical here with Banelings soon to morph, 4 of them already morphing here in the main base of Stats. And Stats right now, he's so broke. He's not making anything out of the Stargate. He's going for Robotic Facility, only just now beginning the Void Ray. And he's just going to try and hold the main base. If he can hold the main, there's a chance that he wins this game.
Oh, the Bane is going to come forward here. It does connect on top of the Adept, and he actually gets the heal off. There's still a little bit of energy inside of that battery, but so many probes are going to fall at the same time.
Oh, the shield battery gets unpowered, too. So this is a critical moment right now. Oh, the Adept goes down. Worker's already down to 12 probes here for Stats. His Shin is going to be reinforcing. The Void Ray is not getting produced.
Yeah.
Both shield batteries unpowered. Keep in mind, no more gateway units are going to be coming out here for Stats. He has to rely on that Void Ray. It's still 10 or 15 seconds away. He's trying to chrono boost it out, but the next round of Banelings and Lings, they're going to be coming in just a moment.
And, you know, the Void Ray is not that good against Zerglings. Obviously, it kills it, but when you have a lot of targets, it takes the Void Ray a long time to do any damage. He's going to try to target down this Bane, and he will kill it in time. 2 more Banes are going to come up. He's going to have to try to juke this over to the right side. A probe with a body block here. That actually saves a little bit more time. I want to believe that Stats can live through this, but it's hard to imagine. By the way, drones are starting to be produced. We may see the end of the rush coming in here.
Stats is surviving at home, but only barely. 10 probes in total alive. He's even having to cut workers to get, excuse me, his Immortal production online. Whereas Shin is just in almost complete control. Now, he is going to get supply block, losing some Overlords like this, but...
I love going for the Cybernetics core here. This is just such a strong move because he can pull the Void Ray away, and then he can run up the ramp just like this. And I don't know how much is going to be here to block. The Immortal should come out at like the absolute perfect time. You do not want to have that Immortal attack into the...
oh, no.
Or sorry. Oh, my God. He needs to get... Okay, he doesn't get another Baneling connect on there. Now, these are Speedlings. They're going to be a lot better at killing off these probes. At the same time, 10 probes are still the number that's alive. That was what it was at before the attack. That's what it's going to be at after, too. The Nexus at the Natural also survived, which means he can produce from both the main Nexus and the Natural Nexus. It's easy to forget that when you see, you know, that Natural unpowered and the focus is really on the main and whether or not Zerg can get the killing blow off. If you leave that infrastructure there, it's pretty easy to start back up and kind of continue off where you left the game.
And every single probe back at home of Stats is basically on 1 HP, which is just insane. It shows, you know, what a thin line he's had to walk here on this defense, just barely surviving. But as you said, Tasteless, 2 Nexus both online, chrono boosting out probes, not making energy in case of overcharge, instead just fully focusing on the macro, because now is the lull in the game where Stats can finally work his way back in. And I think he might have just barely thread the needle in terms of defense, where he's going to be able to catch up and get his way into the mid game in a commanding fashion, because already he's eclipsed Shin in the worker count just as 3 more drones pop out of this
So
hatchery.
funny.
But, I mean, Shin still doesn't have the natural expansion up just yet.
Yeah, you know, the more I look at this, the more I'm worried for Shin. Having the Robo and the Stargate, this is really good tech to have available. He's got a natural expansion. That hatchery is killed. This is currently a 1 hatchery Zerg. There's a 2nd hatchery being made at the natural, but, you know, whenever you see dramatic cheese like this that hits really hard, and it looks almost too difficult to stop, you also have to face the fact that if they do hold it, the player who was the attacker is suddenly in a really awkward position.
Yes, Shin has no creep spread back at home, only dropping the first tumor with the natural expansion there now and spreading another one from the main into the Nat. And for him, it's kind of a scary proposition just droning blindly here, which is why he's setting these Lings in the main base, because he wants to know exactly what Stats is doing here back at home. Is he only chrono boosting out probes? Is he going to be trying to gear up for 3rd base? Is he going for an Oracle? Is he going for a Warp Prism? Because keep in mind, the Overlords also got denied there by that Void Ray. It wasn't just useful for defense, also was useful for denying scouting. And Shin, being in the low larva position that he is, only just now on 2 hatchery, taking a 3rd hatch, He has to be very careful because if he overmakes drones and Stats does decide to go for some kind of timing attack on 2 base, although that isn't really the way Stats generally likes to play this matchup, it could be devastating. So for Shin right now, scouting is absolutely critical.
Does he get that? Yeah, he'll kill that one adept. Just barely not enough.
But I'm liking Stats' position. He's pulling ahead on workers, still even there with Shin, and at some point Shin is going to have to start making military. He's already beginning a round of 12 lings. He needs to have some presence on the map, whether it be for scouting, whether it be for denying potential aggression coming out from Stats. Whereas, you know, as Protoss, you can make workers and army at the same time, just like Terran. So Shin is kind of in a really tricky position, trying to macro out of this, and oh, even the Queens being caught out of position leads to two drones falling in the main base.
And look, with Stats having more probes now, I mean, how much better can this get here? The Zerg is barely getting that third base up. The tech is pretty low. We've got a Forge coming along here for upgrades. Not surprising. Stats not really going for some kind of sharp timing attack, and instead trying to angle for a development game where he can just stay steadily ahead.
Torkoal is going to catch at least one more drone over here. Going to go into the natural and try and get one more as well. Oh, they can actually loop back to the third and get even more drones. Again, this is another problem with the opening that Shin went for. If you don't get the game-ending damage in, you don't have the production time on the hatcheries or the minerals to really get your queen count up as rapidly as you want. Only now at the 9-minute mark does he have 6 queens in total on the map, so these Oracles getting a lot of work done. Stats taking that third base, going for Blink, +1 ground weapons, and adding on 2 additional gateways. And Shin is just kind of bottlenecked right now on what he's able to do. It's just lings. He's only just now throwing down an Evolution Chamber and a Roach Warren, as well as getting his lair. And you see right there, I mean, Stats did lose those 18 probes, but in terms of total resources lost at this point, Stats is so far ahead of Shin.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out where in the game Shin can try to come back. I think if this is going to go on for several more minutes and Stats is going to eventually develop up and just wait for that time and attack. I don't think there's any world where Shin can try to have another opportunity to hit in. I don't think there's another kind of weird all-in, even something like a Nidus, like to try to surprise him in the back of his base. I don't think that works. Now, one thing about the way this map is shaped is you're both expanding to the right side. So you have Stats just continuing to pull across the top, and Shin going to drag across the bottom. So there's not a location that's obvious that the Zerg would take that you would be prompted to attack into. But you know, as I'm saying that, it seems like Stats feels like this is a good moment to try to come out and poke. Games like this, they're very unnatural because you never, you know, a normal game, you both are doing your builds perfectly. You maybe lose a worker here or there, and you're trying to just develop. In a game like this, it's a crazy all-in, so both players probably have a weird sense of where exactly the other player is.
And Shin right now is going Spire. He's planning on taking it a Mutas to deal with this, but this push coming in the natural expansion and the third, it doesn't get countered by Spire, so Shin's going to have to throw out as many roaches as he possibly can. Stats trying not to overextend here between the natural and the third. There is that reinforcing pylon getting built, as well as a gateway, I believe, here in the middle of the map. And Shin, try as he might to shut down that pylon with those lings that were harassing the third base, he's not able to get it. And this is the stage of the game where Stats' army here with Blink is so microable. He can finesse so much value out of these units. Let's see if Shin's able to take the fight that he needs. I feel like he almost needs Stats to miss micro here and get surrounded by lings, or get clumped up and get hit by Biles, but Stats' control has been so on point so far.
He does snipe the Immortal. If it wasn't an overextension, the Stalkers are going to blink in. Pretty nice Ravager hits. Now, there's a big wave of Stalkers coming in just above the screen here. It does seem like Shin has a decent arc. The question is going to be, how much more damage can these Stalkers eke out? They're a little bit more microable than the Queens and the Roaches and the Ravagers. If a big Ravager shot connects, it's going to be bad for the Protoss, but in theory, you could just continue to dodge those, warp in more, and as this damage continues to pile on, the Zerg could be broken.
And Shin on such a low larva count can't even really make lings here. It's just pure Roach Ravager, so Stats can easily micro all of these weakened Stalkers back. And just look at the damage that he's able to get done with this. I don't think Shin's gonna be able to hold this one. Stats is blinking forward. Oh man,
Whoa.
He takes game one here against Shin. The upset train continues here for Stats.
I mean, that is so sick. What a legendary comeback there from Stats.
He was so close to getting tapped out. He had, I think, 10 probes at one point, all on 1 HP, and that was his entire economy. He almost had to forfeit the natural expansion, but just by the skin of the teeth, he was able to hold on against that rush by Shin, which basically went unscouted. He scouted after the cybernetics core. With his probe moving cross map, that's when he found out the all-in was coming, and he was just barely able to hold on at home with enough economy that he would power up on 2 bases, take that third, macro into a sick +1 timing attack.
Pour one out for that adept that blocked the Banes coming in.
Got a lot of work done, man.
That's right.
What a win there by Stats, and that is Stats in his peak form, man. He is the shield of ire. He's the best defensive Protoss player we've perhaps ever had in the history of StarCraft 2, albeit maybe Rain could hold a candle to him, but nobody else.
I mean, it's wild, too, because the cheese worked. He opened up that position on the map. He got in, and Stats still held. Guys, we're going to go to Ghost River for map number 2. Okay, Stats in the top right, Shin in the top left here. Similar to our previous map, both players, sharing a side of the map, which makes it for a game where you're not expanding towards each other and not really expanding away from each other. You're both, in this case, going to be growing in a descending pattern on the map. I'm sorry, there's another drone coming out here.
Oh, I love these
Stat
drawings.
support from Sweden, welcome.
Yeah,
okay, wait. Is he gonna make another? He's gonna make a hatchery at the natural. Yeah, he is.
I was thinking that
we haven't
Shin
cast this scenario in a little while here.
Yeah, I was thinking that Shin was just gonna take his third base right there with that drone movement. I didn't catch it on the second monitor, but he's going for the hatch block, and Stats right now pulling a couple of probes down to the natural expansion. I'm assuming he's gonna chrono boost a Zealot out as well.
So this was trendy a couple of years ago, and it's kind of a weird like situation where you're both trying to trip each other up. Since the pylon has been planted and it's committed to the expansion, the Zerg commits his hatchery to where the Protoss' expansion is, and it's like nobody's able to expand. Both players are kind of awkwardly teching up. I think 4 is the correct number of probes to have attack the hatchery to where it should just be killed before it can really do anything.
I remember there was a thread on Team Liquid a many number of years ago that went into the mathematics for how many probes you should pull to deal with a hatch block, and it never made any sense to me. I tried 4, I tried 6, I tried more, I tried less.
Well, the problem is if you pull too many, then you're losing money. Because if they cancel this, which I think he's going to have to, so he does cancel, you lose some minerals because it's a canceled building. Yeah, he didn't kill it, so the drone can keep running around here, which is only going to be a further nuisance because you are going to be teching when you get gases like this. The thing is, you don't want them to see your tech. But yeah, clearly Stats has that mathed out where he can force you to cancel or it would be killed. It won't finish. There are some weird games I've seen where they finish it and they try something else cheesy. So it's already an unorthodox game on both sides.
Yeah, but I play on the same ladder as Stats and Tastes. I can tell you, I guarantee you've played a lot of games against hatcheries like this one, man. 100%. This is like half of my PVZs at least.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
dread
for a GSL, we don't normally cast it. My bad.
But so far, the response, as you said, is just absolutely perfect. And for a lesser player like me or probably a lot of the other people that are watching at home, you get hatch block like this, and it's exactly as you said. You know, the wrench has been thrown into your build order.
Yeah.
You've lost the feeling of when you should be throwing down your Stargate. You can no longer basically use the clock as your point of reference for when things should be made. And a player of Stats' caliber doesn't really need to worry about that. This guy can roll with the punches. So he's throwing down the Stargate. He's not skipping a beat. He's going back into what I assume is going to be Oracle. And yes, he does start that up. And as soon as that Oracle is out, I would be surprised to see Stats not take that third base because you blindfold yourself, you don't look at the clock, and you open the game up like this. And, I mean, I guess the creep spread at the third base is a bit of a tell, but this doesn't look too different from a typical game in the current point.
So, from here, the Zerg can get back onto normal development. You can see the Adepts are basically roaming to see if they can clear out any extra lings. There are enough lings here to deny a third base. There's a setup where you can use the Oracle plus the 2 Adepts. If you can wedge the Adepts between, like, a pylon and the Nexus, you're okay. But it looks like Stats is literally looking for that right now.
Oh, a little bit late on activating that Pulsar Beam on the Oracle, so these Adepts will get cleaned up. And whenever you lose Adepts like this, it's really quite painful because suddenly that Oracle can no longer go cross-map to scout. It can no longer go cross-map to try and pick off a handful of drones. It has to basically stay here at the third base to defend. And it always just feels so bad losing those Adepts early in PvZ because you lose so much map control. Stats is going to have to wait until Warp Gate is nearly done before he can actually move cross-map here with these Oracles. And now that it finally is complete, you still got to defend this pylon stat. So Shin getting some nice value out of these early Lings. That was a good equalizing play from him. I felt like he was a little bit behind after the hatch block of the natural, but anytime you kill those early Adepts as Zerg play, you got to be feeling good, especially with the number of Lings that Shin was able to get it done with.
Yeah, definitely getting those is going to be a nice position for Shin. I want to see how Shin is able to hang with Stats here in a game that's, I think, a little bit more like this. You know, the last game, look, you do that crazy cheese, and if the Protoss survives, it's going to be hell trying to recover. And I actually think Shin almost did recover. Stats had a really sharp timing attack and knew exactly how to tip the balance into his favor. But let's keep in mind, Stats basically made his name off of gradual development games like this one. This is really where he shines, is kind of staying back and producing. By the way, Stats is bleeding off a decent amount of Adepts here. He gets 2 inside the main. He needs to get several more drones than just these 2 for this to pay for itself. He's going to come through now with these 2 Oracles and maybe try to save this Adept. I think he'll barely knock it there in time. So that's going to roll switch into them trying to snipe drones. Overall, he gets 4 drones, not bad.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair trade for those 4 Adepts. Stats certainly was looking for more, but Shin's defense there in the main base was just on point. Stats can never find that extra opening with the Oracles to really make the Adept pressure worth it. And so instead, he's just going to be macroing safely back at home. The Twilight Council and the Forge are both done. +1 and Blink are being researched. Stalkers in production as well as additional gateways. And we'll see if Stats decides in a more normal game like this one, whether he's going to go again for a Blink Stalker +1 timing attack, or if instead he's going to go more to his textbook slow defensive macro play, because we were talking about this a little bit before we went on air today, but we kind of, at least for me, I think about Shin as more of a mid-game Zerg as opposed to a late-game Zerg. Against a player like Stats in the late game, I have to give Stats the edge. He's just so good at navigating the late game in every single matchup, it feels like. And so in a situation like this one with Shin versus Stats here, already down 1 game in a best of 3, I feel like Stats could just kind of play this defensively from here on out and expect Shin to attack into him. But we will see what the game plan is. Twilight Council, Templar Archives, excuse me, and Robotics Facility now in production, so it seems like it will not be a timing attack from Stats. We'll see if he takes that 4th base with this.
Now, I want to point out, I feel like the way that Stats plays the game is one of the hardest ways to play Protoss. And I don't want to say that to take away from the other styles, but just staying defensive the whole time, dragging the game out until it's finally your turn because you've gotten all your upgrades and all your tech and you can finally win with a timing push while defending. That's hard. And he's really one of the only guys that was ever able to make it work over and over again. I do wonder, like on a map like this, you're both expanding in a descending formation, one player on the left, the other on the right. Where exactly, when it's time for that push to come out from the Protoss, where do you hit?
You know, if Stats truly decides to play a split map late game, he actually doesn't have to push.
That's actually true too. He could just go into like, massing up tech and just staying back and letting the Zerg drain the resources. Kind of like we've seen a lot of these really good Terran players like Maru show everybody in the last couple years.
Exactly. I mean, we're a long way away from that because Shin is mounting this attack here with Roach, Hydra, Ravager, and a good number of +1 Lings. Or at least, are these +1 Lings? Oh, he's going for +1 range attack. Okay, so really leaning heavily on the Roaches and Hydras in this fight. He's pushing up to the natural expansion. That Siren X core is going to be an easy target right here for Shin. Immediately focus firing it down, but now actually Stats coming in for the bottom side, can no longer warp in Stalkers. I don't think there's charge. It's only Blink right now, so he has to rebuild that Siren X core really quickly.
He's got a well-placed Immortal up here. If he can keep microing this back, he could do some decent damage.
Storm is done.
Okay, Storm is done, and the Zerg is basically pushed deep into the natural expansion. Now, the problem is if Zerg doesn't make this work, Zerg also can't get out. But we're seeing the supplies drop right now pretty heavily here for Protoss.
Yeah, heavily. Yeah, Shin is already 3 times the army supply of Stats right now, as Stats can't warp in those high-value units, the Stalkers that he really wants to. I mean, the storms were good, but the reinforcements coming in here from Shin, especially with the natural expansion taking so much damage, 12 probes in total going down already. I feel like this attack might have just barely broken him. I mean, this might not be the end of the game right here, but for Shin, if he macros up a good counterattack, or a follow-up attack to this, I should say, it'll be really hard for Stats to hold right now. I mean, 15 probes in total going down. Shin is already starting to eye these other bases. If Stats can hold on defensively for a couple more minutes, I think he's in a good spot, but 84 army supply to 36 is really scary right now for Stats.
Now, Stats is not dead, but he's also maybe not going to be alive for a whole lot longer. You can easily refill these supply openings here with more Lings and Roaches and Ravagers.
Oh, that's a lot of Templars.
It's a lot of Templars, yes, and maybe with good storms you can make it work, but Shin is also just hitting a lot of different locations, and this can really pull the Protoss apart. Stalkers are fast, but they do struggle to protect multiple places at once. You know, Blink only goes so far before the cooldown has to kick back in. A dive comes in. The Templars haven't cast Storm yet.
Templars instead working their way back to the third base as the fourth continues to get attacked here. Finally, the Stasis Trap triggers, and the storms coming down here on the top are going to push Shin back for now. Stats is trying his best to stabilize 118 army supply to 48, so really up against the ropes here is Stats.
And, you know, we talked a lot about Stats and the fact that he's good at macroing and developing. I feel like Shin is maybe the best mid-game Zerg we've got in GSL.
Absolutely.
You know, he's able to get in there and kind of go for the knees, take out the player before they can really get to where they need to be. And we're going to try to see him attempt that again here. He's got a smaller decoy attack up above the screenshot, but the bigger attack here at the fourth is wiping out so many workers.
Yeah, 5 more workers going down. That's a good surround on all of the units right there in the third base. Shin, once these Archons morph in, will retreat, but that's a lot of damage getting done already. Still, Stats, he's been on top of his pro production. It's only 65 workers to 70, so just a small worker lead here for Shin. The question is, can Stats actually stabilize? Because, you know, in theory, if he can get an army supply up maybe 50 or 60 and have a good worker split, or army split, excuse me, he should be able to hold on, but Shin is just doing such a great job of basically pulling him apart. Small Roach counterattacks like this in the main base, and then counterattacking at the fourth, going into the third, trying to snipe Templars where I can. It's really tough for Stats to get his bearings at this stage, but you know, he's not doing a bad job. 4 Templars still on the map are gathering a ton of energy. The upgrades are heavily in favor of Protoss right now. Those Lings are going to do very little with +2 armor coming in a moment. +3 ground weapons in as well, but I mean, these Roaches still getting damaged on the main.
I mean, the number of workers they're getting killed is pretty crazy. Stats is remaking it as fast as he can, but because there are these small openings that he can get into, you know, Stats is a little bit too big picture defending the third and the fourth, and when he left that natural opening there and the Lings got in, the damage just goes up an insane amount. Even though there's a big army here that can defend versus Shin's push, if these small forces get in and keep killing off workers, this big army isn't going to stay big forever.
Some really good storms over down that fourth base as Shin now sets his eyes here on the natural expansion coming in. Stats going to try and chase down and take the good fight over here at the bottom. I like that move from him if he can hold here at the natural. And this bottleneck for the Roach is actually not that bad for Stats. He's still at 57 workers, so his economy behind this, it's still healthy. These upgrades are really paying dividends right now for Stats, but as the reinforcing Roaches come in, he's going to have to find some way to reinforce, or maybe not, man. Those upgrades are carrying so much weight. +3 attack and +2 armor about to finish here for the Protoss. I mean, these Stalkers are packing such a punch against these Roaches.
Now, Shin isn't growing more on the map. He's very much locked into these attacks. And the fact of the matter is Stats hasn't been killed off yet. He is in a constant state of trying to rebuild what he's lost. But the next attack is going to be huge here. Oh, excuse me, we do actually have another base being made. I was wondering when that was going to occur here. It's key that Stats protects both the fourth base, the third base, and this location we're looking at on screen here. He needs to basically seal that up. If he can seal that off and there's no way to attack in, then it just comes down to the army of Stats stopping the army of Shin. Otherwise, it's Shin trying to crack in a position, kill workers wherever Stats isn't defending. By the way, a War Prism started here. So there could be counter-harass or even a counter-push coming up here.
Shin expanding into the bottom left. Still sitting at only 70 drones, a relatively low economy game from him. And he is going to max out, but with the upgraded advantage Stats has at this moment, keep in mind, Shin has no melee attack upgrades at all here for the Lings. The first one is only about halfway done, so their effective damage against the HP of these units is nearly halved, if not exactly halved. It's really just the Roaches, Ravagers, and eventually Banelings are going to be packing the punch here for Shin. And for Stats right now, he might be expecting Shin to be going in for a big transition, but Shin's just been reinvesting all of his resources into Army. I'm interested in seeing if Stats actually decides to commit to this push.
Oh my God, a big set of Banes coming in here. Meanwhile, the push is going to come in from Stats. It's possible Stats totally misses this. The Banes are going to come in now, and he's just not looking, and there's going to be so many dead workers here. Literally every probe with that expansion killed.
Oh, and the Banelings are even going into the third base right now. Stats is going for a counterattack here at the third, and oh, centrifugal hooks, it completes. Even more workers going down at the third base. Stats is effectively all in right now, 36 workers in total. Now, the Banelings have been taking a ton of damage over here on Shin's side of the map, but Roaches, Ravagers, and Hydras, this is a formidable force. There aren't any more storms left. The War Prism goes down. Stats is blinking forward, but does he have enough?
I don't know if he's microing that well. A lot of these Immortals are taking direct hits from the Corrosive Biles. It looks like 2 more might connect as well.
But
the Stalkers are going to come in.
The upgrades are getting so much value. This +3 attack, these Stalkers are putting up such a good fight. Shin might have overextended with all those Banelings, man.
He does. That's going to be a GG.
Stats doesn't need those probes back
Dude,
at home.
That is crazy. Even with the Immortals being lost in the end, Stats just barely had enough. It's crazy because you see all those Banelings come out, it's like, well, that's it. You've lost economically. But it was so many Banelings, some of those could have been used to deal with Stalkers back at home.
And also, let's not forget that before those Banelings ran into the fourth base there of Stats, Stats got so many value storms on slow Banelings on Shin's side of the map, the ones that he had warped in defensively to stop the push. And as a result of that, Shin's army, I mean, he invested so many resources into Banelings. They never really contributed to anything except worker kills, but the game didn't drag out long enough for that to matter. Stats' standing army was just way too powerful. And again, just barely surviving attack after attack after attack was Stats, culminating in a timing push. And that carries him to a 2-0 win. Stats is back, baby. What a tremendous show. And guys, we're going to go to a break. When we get back, Cure versus GuMiho in a TVT.
You don't care what you're doing to me. I've been down in the ruins so deep. All the games that you played, all the love you forsaken, you let it slip away. Oh, 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 oh. what you're doing to me. Every setback, every mishap, every time you say you gon' change. Say you get it, you regret it, I forgive it, but you stay the same. You should cry an ocean for me, for the dumb shit and the damage you've done. Cause I've been crying oceans for weeks. Tried to fight it, but I'm drowning alone. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa. Shed a tear for me, baby, if you dare. Maybe then it would show me that you care. Cause your words never match what you do, how you act, so I can't just take you back. You fool me once, never fool me twice. If you love me, you'll react. You should cry an ocean for me, for the dumb shit and the damage you've done. Cause I've been crying oceans for weeks. Tried to fight it, but I'm drowning alone. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa. Every setback, every mishap, every time you say you gon' change. Say you get it, you regret it, I forgive it, but you stay the same. You should cry an ocean for me, for the dumb shit and the damage you've done. Cause I've been crying oceans for weeks. Tried to fight it, but I'm drowning alone. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa. Sister, save me now. Save me now. Whoa.
You give me tunnel vision. 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 You give me tunnel vision.
Thanks for waiting, everybody. We're back. It's going to be a TVT coming up next. Before we talk about that, man, what an inspirational series from Stats.
Game 1 and Game 2, I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Both times from the aggression that Shin was throwing at him, both times Stats is barely able to hold on defensively and then win with a counterattack. And it's just really impressive how much he has improved since even the last season of GSL. This is a guy that coming back from military service was struggling for so long.
Yeah.
And finally, it seems like it's actually clicked, and Stats is back. I mean, it's so exciting. I can't believe it.
It's crazy because in both those games, I was thinking, in each game separately, I was like, well, I've seen this before. This is going to end. Like, he's putting up his best fight, but Zerg has this. There's no way to stop Zerg. It's this far along in aggression and damage, and then he does it. He bounces back. In this matchup that we've got coming up next, it's going to be Cure versus GuMiho. These are two players that right now, if you're a student of Terran, you've got to be watching a lot of their games. They have very different approaches. They're the absolute best at what they do. I think Cure has really moved in to almost rival Maru at times. And, you know, he's been with us since forever, along with GuMiho as well. GuMiho has just a totally different take on Terran. It seems like he learns from other players but doesn't copy. Instead, he kind of labs out his own ideas, and It's one of the reasons why he's maybe the hardest player to prepare for in GSL. You can tell players to play like GuMiho, but they'll never play as well as GuMiho plays Terran the way he does.
Yeah, he has a very unique perspective on the way Terran should be played, and it's very unpredictable what kind of strategies he's going to bring out in any series, in any matchup. It's one of the reasons why so many Terran players are afraid of matching up against GuMiho in a TBT, because in a matchup with a lot of potentially dangerous openings, who knows what GuMiho is going to bring to the table in a 3-game set. So you're absolutely going to have his work cut out for him. I would be surprised if Kira didn't go for more of an aggressive approach here against GuMiho. Oftentimes, if you're up against a player that is hard to predict, aggression is often a good strategy for approaching them in any kind of series. If you're playing somebody on ladder, if you're playing somebody in a tournament setting, because through that aggression, you can kind of narrow the options of what your opponent can go for. Right? It reins them in a little bit, which is kind of the approach that we saw Byun go for in his opening series against GuMiho earlier on in the round of 16, which worked to great success. So we'll see if Kira decides to go for kind of a similar approach here against, what does GuMiho mean against, like Nine-Tailed Fox or something like that? I can't remember.
That's yeah, that's old.
I was gonna make something clever, but I forget what the name meant.
It was Nine-Tailed Raccoon? I can't remember.
It's like the latte world, like a little animation guy comes out here, little mascot.
All right, we are gonna get this. Actually, this game's already loading up, guys. Cure versus GuMiho in this best of 3. Remember, the winner goes on to face off against Stats, and the loser will face off against Shin. Let's get into this. Cure in the north, GuMiho in the south.
And I like these tasteless openings. I never know what I'm going to get. Is it going to be top? Is it going to be bottom?
Is it going to be cardinal directions?
Is it going to be a clock?
You do this long enough, you can do any kind of opening you want, State.
Up, down?
Yeah.
North, south?
So we've got the barracks is... sorry, was that gas before barracks? No. I think they're literally completely lined up. I'm sorry. And, TVT... It started out in StarCraft history as the longest matchup.
Oh, didn't know StarCraft 2 was this fun.
Now you know. Now you understand.
It's been here for 13 years, man. You've been missing out. Got a lot of VODs to rewatch.
So, historically, it was the longest matchup, and that was all the way in the pre-StarCraft Brood War to Brood War, and then it seemed like it was getting longer and longer. And it's funny, when StarCraft 2 came out, it was also the longest matchup because everybody that was good played StarCraft 1. And so kind of copied that style. And I feel like with every passing year, TVT is getting shorter. People are really getting good at killing each other. There's I think it's got maybe the most complex mid-game.
It does feel that way.
Where there's so many viable units and combinations, and then positional setups or traps you can create in a positional defense that I just find it a really fun matchup to cast, honestly.
I think Interference Matrix on the Raven has made it a really interesting matchup, too. I'm sure for a lot of people that play it, that don't make a lot of Ravens, they probably hate that with a burning passion. But for me as an observer coming in, just the complexity that adds to Siege Tank defense and Siege Tank pushes is so much fun to watch, especially with a lot of these very highly technical Siege Tank-centered all-ins that we will see on 2 bases in TBT, even on maps like Site Delta, for instance, or Oceanborn. It's really a big pleasure. And Cure is going to get really close. Oh, the grenade actually scoots a bit closer. But, I mean, Reapers are so fast.
Yeah. You don't think as fast as a Reaper is another Reaper. Oh, and it actually gets hooked on that ledge and slowed down slightly.
Yeah, he went to the F1 racing line and wasn't quite able to catch it.
He tried to make it drift like it's Mario Kart. So that Reaper's going to get away and heal up. But mirrored setups on both sides, at least for now.
Oh,
he's going to try to run around, and I think GuMiho's going to get the intercept.
Wow, Cure with lightning fast reactions, by the way. That is insane. If he was like a couple game ticks slower than that, that Reaper's probably dead. My goodness. GuMiho moving out forward with that first Reaper, and might have kind of been a mind game to try and bait this Reaper out onto his side of the map to go fishing for the other one, and then try and catch it with 2. So for Kira to react like that, it's really solid. And now GuMiho going to come in here, try and get any damage done he can. Of course, before medevacs are done, any damage on these bio units is going to be permanent. So nice to see GuMiho just peek up that ramp, get one shot off, retreat back, continue scouting back at home. As we have both players building up quite quickly. Keep in mind, GuMiho went for a double gas expand back on his side of the map, and he's taken the third gas really quickly too at the natural expansion. He's playing a very high, or a very gas-intensive strategy right now compared to his opponent, Cure.
Okay, so it's been quiet so far, but we should start to see some activity here. We've got that Raven coming out. Now, this has been happening a little bit more and more lately in GSL, but we've had it where both players go past each other like two ships in the night through the middle of the map. It doesn't seem like Cure is ready to move out just yet, so he will be on the receiving end. And so what GuMiho wants to do is he probably wants to try to draw attention into the main and then try to shove up where the natural is.
Well, it's actually a siege tank drop coming in here in the main base too.
Okay. Well, I think that actually Cure's add-ons are all far away enough they can't be hit. But we see this especially when the player is on the left side of the map. You can target add-ons and try to kill it. There is one upgrade being made for the Ravens. I don't think he has enough time to get a kill there. So, look, I don't know how much GuMiho's going to find here. It seems like, in some ways, Cure countered this by just being aware that this could happen and tucking all of his buildings to the left, parallel with his ramp.
Yeah, it's a nice defensive setup back at home, which means that Cure with these Ravens is going to have a nice advantage coming into the mid-game. GuMiho's instead just been opting for double medevac, Cyclones, Reapers, and healthier number of siege tanks compared to Cure. But once you get to the mid-game, especially if these Ravens reach max energy, that's when Interference Matrix can be a really scary thing to come in with. And oh man, Cure, the clutch scan too, sees that GuMiho is already throwing down the third command center, so he has complete information. But this double drop coming back into the main base, Cure actually caught a little bit out of position for this. It's 3 siege tanks with almost no support, but let's not forget there is Interference Matrix available here for Cure and 2 Ravens already.
Okay, so Cure's going to pull everything. He disables 2 of the 3 tanks. There is no tank on the low ground, and that means that all 3 tanks are going to get completely shut down. And I don't know if that could have gone worse there for GuMiho. I feel like I'm a little bit surprised in that he saw the Ravens coming. He saw the upgrade for them as well. Oh, that was pretty crazy.
Suddenly going a little bit better for GuMiho.
Kind of funny.
Gets a Raven and a
Viking. We're
Viking.
seeing landed Vikings kill a Cyclone. This is some funny interactions. But yeah, I mean, to lose that many tanks means you don't have as strong of a push. GuMiho's third command center is going to finish. Cure is outbound right now. He is leaving his base. This is going to get spotted. Cure with higher tank numbers can always push into a lower tank count.
No interference matrix for GuMiho just yet. Gonna retreat back to his side of the map. Cure right now prioritizing air superiority as he's pumping out those Vikings. Already 3 of them in total on the field, whereas GuMiho actually going really heavy into the bio. 4 more barracks going down as well as double engineering bay upgrades. So GuMiho going to be trying to play a little bit more of a mobile style here, trying to catch Cure out of position. Whereas actually Cure is the one that's a bit slower on the upgrades, a bit more invested in the high-tech units. And wait, GuMiho doesn't have stim yet with all this. For some reason, I actually just thought that he had it, but he doesn't even have a single barracks with a tech lab yet.
Oh, that's so funny.
one of these 4 additional barracks is going to have to build a tech lab for him to get stim and combat shields.
Yeah, and you know, without stim, that is one of the clearest advantage to disadvantages, is just not having that upgrade because of the damage output, you know, what happens with it. Well, Cure's going to go ahead and grow out here into this third base. He's been doing a pretty good job defending, but with everything that's already happened, the worker count's pretty even. Army supply a little bit better here, but you know, in TVT, sometimes you just get a better angle. You can come in and maybe siege at a certain point or stim in at a certain point and catch up in damage. GuMiho's actually getting close to attacking, and I feel like GuMiho, if he does attack in anywhere, it would cost him. His stim has only just started.
Yeah, I think he's just posturing a little bit. If Cure finds himself woefully out of position, then maybe GuMiho can pounce on it, but up until that time, he's really just trying to keep Cure in check, expanding back at home, getting his upgrades, getting stim, because GuMiho, excuse me, is going to have that upgrade advantage for, you know, at least 15, 20 seconds, and that sounds like a small window, but if you can initiate a fight right when those upgrades finish, you can fully capitalize on the upgrade differential. So look to see GuMiho try to find something that lines up either with 1-1 in Stim or 2-2 later on in the game, as he does have, as I said, that little tiny window he can play with, especially with 5 barracks pumping a ton of Marines out right now against the more heavy siege tank style of Cure. Wait, I say that now. Actually, we haven't gotten many shots of Cure's base back at home, but he's also just been pumping the Marines.
Yeah,
34.
They're both powering up. We had that skirmish early on, and it seems like things have quieted down. Cure might be looking for the opportunity to come in and try to hit the main with a drop. There's only, what, I just missed the unit counter. I saw the Viking down there, but there's actually not a high number of Vikings, right?
No, just a handful.
So, you know, when you have enough Stim Marines, you can actually kill the Vikings off, pick up, and run out. So this spotter depot, I'm surprised we don't see this more often in general. This is, like, such a great way to not get completely surprised by a big drop. And now, instead of Cure doing massive damage in the main, it's going to come down to just one lost depot, which you would always take over, you know, having your infrastructure and SCVs killed off. A scan here. He's just trying to look for any damage anywhere. But I don't know that he's going to find it. Okay, hold up. He is going to go for it, even though, you know, it's kind of an obvious play.
Got no missile turret here on the left side. But, oh, interference matrix actually on the medevacs. They cannot
Oh my God, he's got him cornered.
Heal. Oh, this was almost a trap set here by GuMiho, as these Marines are just going to get absolutely cleaned up in the main base. Now Cure is going to try and capitalize this at least somewhat by pushing forward with this, but GuMiho does have the time to react, and now pretty much all the infantry supporting these siege tanks is gone. GuMiho is effectively double the Marine count right now. These 3 Marines are getting damage done in the main base.
Yeah, he's already up to nearly 10 kills now. Meanwhile, this command center is forced to go back. He could try to disable these 3 tanks. He does manage to at least disable 2 of them in the back. It's only tanks up here, and the Marine spread's pretty good. The counter disable's working out really nicely as GuMiho's going to wrap around this.
Yeah, 5 siege tanks get disabled there by GuMiho, as he's able to whittle down the siege tank count of Cure quite substantially there, but still, it wasn't the best of trades, and losing those 15 SCVs also hurts a ton. Those Marines got a lot of damage done in the main base there of GuMiho, and Cure, despite not having the best trades he was looking for, still up ahead in workers by 13. He has a faster 4th base planted in mining, even taking double gas there already. I'm liking Cure's position a lot right now. Now, for a moment, I thought those 3 medevacs going into the main base getting caught and disabled like that was, you know, one of these pivotal moments in the game where GuMiho is finally going to be able to take a lead and hold it. But Cure capitalizing quite well despite getting caught with his pants down right there with that drop. We still have a pretty even game here. 3-3 getting started here for GuMiho. Cure's just a step behind.
So there's action on both sides here. I don't think that GuMiho can get in and do that much. I'm surprised at how well GuMiho is holding every attack here from Cure, by the way. He seems to really know how to deal with every nuanced situation. Both sides continuing to grow and develop. It looks like Cure's going to try to pick up again. Are the Ravens here to disable once more? Looks like there are the 2.
Ravens and Marines in the main base.
But I think the whole thing could have been a fake. So much of TVT is trying to get their army to go in one direction, and then you're going to hit somewhere else.
Oh, there's still no sensor tower here at the 4th base. It's only just now about to complete, but the attack's already arrived. So GuMiho again caught out of position here at the 4th. That's a planetary. It cannot lift. Raven's going to come in on the left side. Only gets to disable 1 siege tank, and they get picked out, now zoned away.
Oh, the Marines are a little bit out of position here, so the tanks are going to take a lot of damage. GuMiho's going to just thrash his way through the top. And now we've got the Vikings. They're going to have to retreat. Funnily enough, Vikings in the air are never as fast as Stim Marines on the ground. So they can catch up and do more damage. Another drop in over here. You know what's crazy about this is we're seeing these huge exchanges, but every time I go back and glance at the supply, everything is almost the same. There is a slight worker lead here for Cure, which is not too shocking since, you know, GuMiho is the one being attacked. Whenever that happens, usually a couple workers are picked off, but GuMiho still has decent sustain.
And GuMiho still with a good number of Ravens alive and well, too. And actually, Cure coming in here, just going to drop on top of this siege tank and try and get some more damage done. You can see he's prioritizing the economy of his opponent as opposed to the army. Even getting a medevac right there, I think.
Yeah, gets a kill with a full medevac.
The starport units here for GuMiho are pretty much non-existent. It's just the 3 Ravens and 2 medevacs on the field, whereas Cure is working with 3 starport right now. He might even be making a 4th one. but he's able to invest a lot of resources into the air. 10 Vikings already, despite losing all these other Vikings earlier on in the match.
There are so many stimmed Marines here. I mean, they're not even being healed right now. I think there's a medevac trailing, but that's not enough energy, and that medevac and a couple more like it to heal this all back up. A scan comes down. Now, whenever you see a scan in a TVT, you have to note that can telegraph, that you're going to try to attack in there. So a counter scan sees this. GuMiho decides to commit, and at least with a siege, not with a push from the Marines.
Yeah, just wants to keep Kira from taking this 4th base.
I was about to say, this is what's really important. We need to see this attack down here. We've got a small number of Marines and tanks moving in. There should be another streamline of Marines that can cover that. This is at least keeping Kira boxed in on 4 bases.
What a nice catch here by Kira, though. Gets another starport unit, siege tanks as well. As GuMiho's just been so set back in terms of composition. It's basically just 10 tanks and what, like 64 Marines we have on screen right now. It's almost the entire army here for GuMiho. There's very little air support beyond these Ravens. He is making 2 more Ravens, but as you said, Tasteless, the medevacs can't even really keep up with his stims.
This is so funny. It's just like 1 tank unsieged doing damage. The rest of the infantry is going to come up here. There's never a moment you'd want to siege that tank alone, but as the rest of this push comes in, this can be pretty handy. Now again, GuMiho is ahead on bases. So as impressive as the defense has been here for Cure, I think when GuMiho comes in and wipes this base, if the SCVs can't repair it in time, then it's going to be Cure on 3 bases because there's a new one that's just started up at the top, but it's not really gathering resources yet.
Yeah, GuMiho was able to catch Kira out of position and gets the expansion killed.
Look at these tanks and everything over here. There's no medevacs that can pick this up. So the army's kind of stuck in this position. I think he's going to try to kind of slowly inch his way out of there. He's going to try to come back down to that bottom base. He's leaving the Ravens up there. A counter push here from Cure.
Yeah, Cure needs to find some kind of counter damage, but the scan coming in as well as the sensor towers keys GuMiho off. He's able to get back into position, and Kira really with no answer yet to that attack at the 4th base. Now he did expand back to the 12 o'clock position, so he's not too far behind economically, but GuMiho mining from 5 full bases just needs to defend right now, or potentially catch Kira in an unfortunate position as he's building a pretty substantial bank on max, 2,000 minerals in total. And he is keenly aware of where Kira is maneuvering.
Yeah, I even like the sacrificial tank. Just set one up to try to bait out, the disable. Now, here is where we might see Kira actually pounce in. So GuMiho is constantly having to sacrifice tanks and inch his way back to slow the push down here from Kira. Meanwhile, another attack over here at 12. Now, look at this. If you watch the map, you can appreciate how much more GuMiho actually has. But Kure may have this kind of sledgehammer attack that could wipe everything out. Not too different than what we saw from Stats versus Shin.
Yeah, GuMiho just needs to defend right now. He's going to lift up this base, pulling the SCVs too. Just needs to try and find some damage. 4 disables coming in on the siege tanks. Even a 5th one getting disabled, but this is still going to be a big win here for Kure. Keep in mind, though, GuMiho does have a really substantial bank back at home, 2,000 minerals in total. So if he can remax out an army that can defeat this thing here from Kure, then he can hold on. Kure did lose that 3rd base, so he's not quite in an all-in position, but economically he's really struggling back at home. He needs to get some more damage done.
Yeah, a lot of Raven energy was spent back there. Hold on, there's going to be almost a 180-degree attack here. The tanks are going to end siege as GuMiho dive back in. More barracks are being made. It is still 3 bases for Kure here. Kure is just going to be relying on that new base. It looks like the 2 command centers that were being remade don't have SCVs at them. So, it's a little bit easier for GuMiho to make things happen with these floating command centers and get creative.
And GuMiho is basically going for a base trade right now with this counterattack. He recognizes he cannot deal with the death ball of army in front of him. Armor shredding missile coming down, but with the siege tanks, he can't really capitalize on it.
Yeah, he's going to try to stay back here. We've got more medevacs coming in here to help heal up. Kure is now forced GuMiho onto 3 bases. I'm a bit surprised by the extra barracks at that currently at the 3rd base here for GuMiho.
Yeah, it is surprising.
I don't feel like what the rationale was. It almost seemed like kind of a weird, impulsive thing to make because he's very low on income now, and I can't imagine he's going to be able to take advantage of those. The tanks are going to come out here from Kure. They're going to try to hit from the outside.
I mean, this army here for Kure, lodged in between the natural and the 3rd base of GuMiho, is just going to be so difficult to get out of here. The Ravens, Medevacs, and Vikings are lending so much support to these siege tanks.
You know, Cure might actually have this. He might actually be able to do this with these tanks coming up here. Now, the fact that he's cut off things coming out of the main from the base above this is huge. Hold up, here we go.
Big surround coming in from all sides as GuMiho's trying to mitigate the splash damage of these siege tanks. He needs a really big win here if he wants to come back in this game. And I mean, that's a big pickoff, getting all those tanks, but the remax from Cure is just absolutely massive moving cross map right now.
Okay, so he's going to pick up and try to drop this base that was just scanned over there. That's going to cause Cure to pull back with the rest of his army. He doesn't want to be overexposed on the map. It's a very odd 4-base setup here for Cure versus the 3-base that GuMiho still has, although I think he's going to be floating the command center in a little bit.
If GuMiho can isolate and kill all of these air units, that's going to be a massive win for him. This could equalize the army supplies right now. GuMiho once again pushing into this 9 o'clock position, going to try and get some damage done. Disable's coming on the siege tanks. Is Cure going to fully push in on this one? I think he will. Able to pick off the 2 siege tanks there in the front and then retreat back. The orbital is not going down. Ravens still have energy, actually just walking into destruction. You can tell how hectic this game is. Cure's going for another counterattack here in the 3rd base. Marines are coming in to reinforce.
Yeah, there is no medevac here. Oh man, he got a little bit too close to that planetary and he completely wiped out that little squad of Marines.
I can't believe how close this game has gotten again.
It seems like Cure, he doesn't seem to have the army, but if he can just barely stabilize.
Oh, he's getting caught out of position again. GuMiho coming in, taking a pretty favorable engagement right here. That siege tank is getting so much work done with +3 on those Marines, so much splash damage coming in. And this is a position that Cure has to defend. Now, armor shredding missile is coming out. Only gets a small number of those Marines. More medevac support here for GuMiho. He's going to take this fight. Retreating back, 55 army supply to 53. Almost completely deadlocked. Cure is taking a 5th base, so overall the mining is advantageous here for Cure. He does have 11 more SCBs as well.
So Cure right now has GuMiho on the run. He's got more bases. There may have been a couple moments where GuMiho slightly overextended. You know, it's funny, when you get games that are this crazy, the planetaries start to disappear and everything is just an orbital. And when it's orbitals in these pretty exposed locations, if you're not guarding it, the Marines will come in and kill all the workers, and then they'll kill the orbital too. It's like just like this position down here. So you got to be really, really attentive to that. It's a map where neither side has a lot of info. They are going to be spending a decent amount on scans here, but neither side has that many workers, so it's tempting to drop mules as well. Another scan comes down. They're basically trying to scan and see where the army is if you're defending. There's even little fake out scans you can do, you know, to try to trick them into thinking you're attacking a spot that you're not.
Cure still with 14 more workers in total than GuMiho. He's slowly macroing up a bigger army than his opponent. Those army supplies that were deadlocked a moment ago, now 16 in advantage of Cure, and it's a pretty refined army too. He has 5 Ravens in total, accumulating energy all of this time. So I think just the 3 or 4 siege tanks here of GuMiho. So should Cure decide to engage in on a position, he should be able to get disables off on at least the majority of the siege tanks if he finds the right angle. Which means that GuMiho has to be really careful.
You know, this game may just normalize. It seems like neither side wants to go too deep in here. One of the craziest TVTs, by the way. This has been just wild to see.
Yeah, it has swung back and forth.
They've been so close to killing each other off so many times. Cure's position remaining pretty liquid here on the map.
And you can see Cure is just trying to play the map control game right now to gather information, pick up a couple more SCVs here and there, just sending small groups of Marines. And even if they don't trade out well, the intelligence is worth it. And it's cheaper than a scan in this kind of low economy situation too. And finally, he's able to isolate GuMiho's army here in the middle, and he chooses his target. And look at how many Ravens. We have 7 Ravens right now for Cure in total. Disable's coming in. Armor shredding missile actually catches almost all of the Marines there of GuMiho. Cure, I'm surprised he doesn't engage off of this. Ton of Ravens on both sides. Another armor shredding missile actually catches every single Marine that Cure has. And GuMiho's like, okay, that's my call. It's time to go in. Disables on every single siege tank. Cure actually just getting mopped up right now. He loses every siege tank on the ground. The army supplies have equalized. He's on the run.
Yeah, and it looks like he'll be able to take out yet another tank over here, meaning that Cure only has 3 tanks to his name, 2 of them just north of this screenshot over here. That means the push from GuMiho from the south could come in here, and the Marines from Cure can't possibly hold on with those disables. Maybe they can.
Yeah, now it's Cure's turn to disable all of the siege tanks. GuMiho with a line siege tank formation. Thought he might be able to hold on, but Cure with the disables just barely has enough to dismiss the army from his front door. A couple more disables, and these siege tanks also here on the front line are just going to get cleaned up easily. Even siege tanks getting pulled in to try and repair, get any value he can, but at this point, Cure is pulled too far ahead. I think finally he's been able to break GuMiho's back. I mean, what a crazy game.
Yeah, I think Cure wins now. It's crazy because it seemed like just, 10 seconds ago, maybe GuMiho was going to come in there and slam it. But I guess what Cure understood is that he just needs to pocket the disables to the moment where the Marines are going to be deep in enough that he can then have his counterplay in. And from here, he slid down through the bottom and wiped that out. Not that this is a high resource space we're looking at here now, but now this space is being driven away.
Yeah, Cure just continuing to push forward, doubling the army supply of GuMiho. Vikings might even be able to take down this planetary, or this orbital. It doesn't have a spot to land. SCVs repairing on the low ground. GuMiho needs a win and a half to try and come back in this game against Cure's army. Cure has 3 times the amount of medevacs, a ton of Vikings, a ton of Ravens. Even the siege tank count is way healthier here for Cure. In a crazy game like this for GuMiho, I understand him staying in because it's hard to have the exact read, but
dude,
wow, what a game.
I don't know if you can ask for a better TVT than that. And that's just game 1.
I mean, that was back and forth and back and forth.
There was so many moments where it felt like one player was literally just a few moments away from killing the other, and it still continued back and forth on and on. Even at that last moment, I mean, Cure just seems to have a deeper understanding of engagements in Terran and when to, lean in and when to step back or sidestep entirely.
I mean, it's insane to me that halfway through that game, we completely equalized an army supply after all the engagements.
And it kind of slowed down. I'm like, well, this just might go on for, another 20 minutes.
I mean, Cure had that 1 extra command center and maybe a dozen more SCVs, and that was what really pulled him up by his bootstraps, as he was able to macro his way out of that situation, whereas GuMiho couldn't. But that was a game that either player could have won, I think. Just 1 or 2 more things go their way, and that's going to be a victory. So really exciting match number 1 right there on site Delta. Oceanborn is going to be map number 2. Cure only 1 game win away from going to the winner's match to face off against Stats of all people. GuMiho, should he lose this map, will fall to the elimination match against Shin. So started this a little bit too early. The countdown is still going on. Bear with me.
Dude, I cannot wait to go into this next one, man. It's going to be so fun. Cure GuMiho, crazy TVT. Let's get this thing going to game 2. Okay, Cure in the top left, GuMiho in the bottom right. Such an interesting TVT that we had back there. I felt like maybe GuMiho's weakest moment, honestly, was in that push he tried to have that came out. I wanted to talk about it a little bit more, but I'm talking about the first push in the game, by the way. I wanted to talk about it more, but then there were so many things picking up, so much action happening that I kind of never got to mention it, but yeah, when Terran spawns on the left side of the map, because all their add-ons poke out to the right side, there's a lot of techniques that work better for hitting their add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
And so a couple of years ago, this was like really commonplace. And it was like there were so many games where you'd come in there and just like snipe the reactor or the tech lab that was making stim. And I just got to say, I sing the praise here of Cure, who just literally puts his buildings in the perfect spot where GuMiho comes out and nothing can happen because of it. There's no way to get those because he's already preempted that. So much about StarCraft is preemption. It's about having studied enough that you know, okay, this could happen, but if I just organize my structures a little bit better, I'm safe from it and I don't have to worry about it. I mean, the beginning of that for everybody who plays the game is knowing how to do this wall in that we're going to see finished in a second, right? People kind of forget about that. They take it for granted. But as you get better and better at the game, there's more and more moments where you're like, actually, you want to put this building over here. Or, we all remember when, it was very common to hide a widow mine like above a refinery just because now they have the red line that comes out because of the patch. But same idea, right? So much of that is just kind of knowing things ahead of time. And we saw Kier just not have to deal with any of it because of that.
GuMiho with that siege tank push really couldn't get anything done. And you're right, if it was 1 or 2 more tiles to the right, the buildings, then suddenly that tech lab add-on researching interference matrix maybe gets shut down and the entire game looks different. On a map with a big main base like Site Delta, Kier just able to SimCity exactly properly. And it was an interesting clash of styles too in that game. GuMiho, despite opening with 2 gas as opposed to the 1 gas of Kier and then a really fast 3rd gas at the natural expansion, he didn't really lean heavily into high-tech units. It felt like he was... I mean, of course, both players made a ton of Ravens. Also, 2 Reapers coming in here getting an SCV. Nice catch there for GuMiho.
Nice catch by our observer. We're going to follow that all the way up to the top.
Follow that into the next map, maybe. But Kier just playing a really almost Sky Terran style army. Of course, he did have a substantial force on the ground, but he was investing into things that GuMiho wasn't. He was making a lot of Vikings. He always, it felt like, had a couple more Ravens than GuMiho did, which, I mean, anyone having more Ravens than GuMiho is kind of insane to me. GuMiho loves that unit so much.
Oh, pretty big catch to take this out. The Reaper, the Reaper is like
the Wilhelm Scream or
least,
something.
Yeah, Wilhelm Scream is maybe the least valuable unit long term, but you don't want to lose it like that, especially with some of these 2-base attacks that can come in. Speaking of 2-base attacks, we have Cyclones continuing to be made. It's funny because, like, while you were talking back there, I saw the Cyclones, and I just wanted to double-check who's making the Cyclones, and I'm like, of course it's GuMiho. I don't have to look at that.
Yeah, no bio units.
He's going to show at least 2.
Is GuMiho going to go mech this game? He's building a 3rd command center. He's making a Raven.
I think he's trying to make it look like he's going mech, and he's just macroing. He might go mech later on, but, when you see more than 1 Cyclone, and it's, again, GuMiho is a player that, sort of has this level of infamy in using these weird comps, especially with Cyclones, but and kind of playing games that are just hard for the other player to deal with because GuMiho has practiced his version of the game more than the other guy could ever have because GuMiho's playing kind of an off-brand Terran style. But I think there's some trickery afoot here. He got a couple Cyclones, which, in TVT you might be a little bit concerned there's some kind of weird rush coming. It also keeps you safe from attacks. I think he's going to get up to 5 now. I think there's a 5th one popping out.
2nd factory goes down, Tasteless.
Okay, so he's going to go for mech, but he did sneak a little command center in before he started the factories.
Yeah, so this is an interesting opening. Oh, and the scan comes in at the perfect timing, too.
Yeah.
Sees 2 additional factories. Kira's scan timing has been so on point this series.
He's really gotten so good at everything. Like, it's crazy how much he's improved. I do feel like oftentimes he's just nipping at Maru's heels here.
He feels like the more, I mean, this is a bold statement, but it almost feels like Kira is a little bit more well-rounded than Maru.
He might not be the TL GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. Is that your take now?
I don't want to get into that.
All right, guys, add him on Twitter.
No, but really, I feel like Kira is just a very quality all-around player, whereas Maru especially excels in the late game and some early game shenanigans. But, I mean, just, yeah, it feels like if he was a character in, like, a sports game, he would just be, like, 4 out of 5 stars in every single possible stat. That is Cure, I think, is now GuMiho coming across the map. That is a healthy number of Cyclones. I don't believe they have, God, I don't know what they call it anymore. It's not Hurricane Thrusters anymore. It's some kind of Cyclone Speed. I don't think they have Cyclone Speed just yet. But that is 9 Cyclones out on the map already.
It's 3 Ravens. Like, could he just kind of go for a couple disables and try to shove here?
I think he could. There's only 4 siege tanks out, so if he has interference matrix, I mean, 9 Cyclones beat 12 Marines, especially before they have stim. It's a nice line, a nice arc of siege tanks that Kier has, but can he actually hold on if GuMiho comes in? I think it'd be pretty close. It's a little bit hard to read given that, you know, we are in the new patch. The Cyclone has been reworked slightly in the way that it engages in fights. But GuMiho deciding not to push in, instead just posturing outside of the natural expansion, perhaps deciding it's not worth trying to work his way in. And especially as a mech player, you kind of play, you have to kind of approach the game like a Protoss would. You don't want to lose your key units.
No, if you lose a couple of units, they can't be replenished quickly or easily. I mean, one thing that's nice for Terran is, you can remake medevacs and Marines and even Marauders pretty easily, right? But the mech units take so long to make. Now, because there are Vikings here, I feel like it's harder to make anything happen with the Ravens. GuMiho might want to back up. GuMiho, by the way, also taking a 4th base. It's not very often you see one player going mech and also expanding quicker than the other. Usually it's the reverse role. It's the guy who's got bio and he's sort of much more mobile and able to make it work versus the mech player that's sort of defending and reaching out. But again, the Cyclone style, it kind of changes the way that we understand and look at mech because they are such quick units.
Yeah, Battle Mech really does change the dynamic of mech TVT, and even in TVP and TVZ, although it's not quite as common given the changes coming in. And here, once again, kind of mirroring the way that he developed in the previous game, throwing down 2 additional starports. So he will be making more Vikings, more Ravens. And that's a little bit scary here for GuMiho, because GuMiho isn't really committing heavily into the air, but he still is making Vikings. If GuMiho continues to invest his resources into Vikings count, but he's making them 2 at a time, and Akira's making them 4, maybe even 5 or 6 at a time, then suddenly that investment is not going to pay off. Yeah. Unless you're able to somehow mix in Thors or something, which is some super late game mech stuff. You're not going to really be able to get a good window there as GuMiho if Cure has complete air superiority. So we'll see exactly how this one develops. GuMiho did scan. He did see the additional Stargates in the main base there of Cure. Cure is now throwing down Armory. He's getting, ballistics right now on Liberator range. And the Fusion Core is done. Another additional command center coming down here for GuMiho. So Cure is basically going very heavily into Sky Terran here against the meching GuMiho. And Thors are going to be the answer, so that is the adjustment coming through.
It's funny what a slower game this is. We're almost at 10 minutes. We barely had either side touch each other. But again, when you're going mech, it requires caution on both sides. The Terran, if they overextend, they're going to get obliterated by splash damage. And of course, if the, and that's the Bio Terran. If the Mech Terran comes out too early, they're going to lose too many mech units and they're never going to catch up, and the Bio player takes the whole map.
Yeah, and current mech isn't like mech was in Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm. I mean, with Cyclones, their mobility, if you throw away your complete army here as Cure, then suddenly you're in a big trouble, because those Cyclones can move cross maps so quickly and get so much damage done. We just have both players kind of playing a little bit timidly here, and that's why Cure is going into effectively Sky Terran. He's building a ton of Liberators right now with range. He's investing into their upgrades because he knows that just pure bio isn't going to beat the army that GuMiho is beating on the ground. Actually, Liberators 6 at a time right now, Tasteless. So many libs coming out. Another starport lands on a reactor. And I haven't actually casted a game quite like this with Thors against what is eventually going to be Mass Liberator. And I'm not really sure how it's going to shape up.
So we've got some movement here. Note that both players, are maxed out. So we're going to have some roaming.
8 Liberators in production.
This is going to be pretty scary when the Liberators come into play, because that's going to give Cure a way to come in and do cause a lot of problems over here for Cure. I like the Hellions. I wish you would actually right-click these within range of more of the SCVs of the minerals, but I guess it's kind of a set and forget.
At this stage of the game, I think you just kind of try to cause a headache and then move on to the next thing.
Right. Put a tiny fire there and just try to wait for them to put it out. I mean, both sides are continuing to expand out. The only available expansions that haven't been taken are the top right 2 corners and the bottom left 2 corners.
Yeah, GuMiho right now building 5 more command centers. So coming down the line here in a couple of minutes, he should be able to throw away some of these SCVs and build a much more efficient army, much more supply intensive. But now the Liberator is coming through. So many liberated ranges right there at that 3rd and 4th. And this is the kind of junction in the map that is going to be incredibly difficult for GuMiho to breach. And also these siege tanks, I mean, they're going to have such a hard time getting out of positions like this one. Just getting decimated right there in the front line. There are so many Liberators right now for Cure. And only 3 Cyclones, or not Cyclones, excuse me, Thors here on the front line for GuMiho. I don't know, as GuMiho, how you actually breach this position against more than a dozen libs. I mean, they don't have the same range that they did in the previous patch. It's been reduced, but still, it's enough to cause so many headaches. I mean, the Viking count is substantial here, too. Our armor shredding missile coming in right now. Those Thors going to see if they can get some salvos fired. Of course, with armor shredding missile and some of their attacks, they can get a lot of damage done, but the Liberators just pack such a big punch.
Yeah, and the thing about the mech armies, it's not that fast, right? It's not a thing you could stim and run away from. And with this many Liberators, I mean, if you get, a bit of a log jam going where you can't quite get out of a spot, you get stuck on each other trying to move away, you get just beaten down.
GuMiho is not making any more siege tanks, by the way. I think he's happy just to kind of trade these units out for whatever value he can and remax on Thors and Cyclones, because that's really going to be his answer to the army in the sky. But I don't know if that's really going to play. I mean, I guess with the difference in range right now on the Liberators, the Thors can take trades like this if they don't go too far forward. One of them does get picked off. But a lot of Liberators do go down.
Yeah, not bad by GuMiho.
Maybe this interaction now in the new patch is favorable for the Thor player. I don't think I've actually seen it play out like this quite before.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm not used to seeing these types of interactions here. But he's starting to edge in. He might be able to take out 12 o'clock.
And disrupting the mining down there is painful. GuMiho losing a couple SCVs, but with how many command centers he has, I think GuMiho might even be happy to have that worker count go down a little bit lower, so that he can build an army that is going to do better here on the front line. But maybe a little bit of an overextension right now. Liberators sieging up, and every single Thor, or all but one of the Thors, just get absolutely obliterated right there. And this is
really good handling there by Cure. Yeah, he came in there, he wiped that. Now, that it can be remade. The supplies are not that far away. In fact, he already picks up another 15 supply in production. But that was interesting to see. Cure finally got a handle on how to deal with that. Behind this, there is just so much of the map being taken. And here's what's weird about this game for me, Cassidy. I'm so used to talking about mech and a lack of mobility, but that's normally because we just have so many tanks. If there aren't any tanks, we have this kind of slow-moving, not stimmed army. Like Marines not stimmed. Obviously, there aren't any Marines in the army, but I mean it about that movement speed. But that also means that Terran can lash out on the map like this and not really have to worry about the presence of tanks obliterating any small ground force that gets there. And so suddenly, Cure's able to get in this spot where the Vikings can kill off the command center. The Liberators can ice out anybody from coming in without eating a lot of damage. And look, in some ways, GuMiho has answers for what Cure has, but Cure, I think, has a little bit more mobility on his side. He's able to do damage in certain spots, get in, get out, and then continue on in a way that it doesn't seem like GuMiho can.
Yeah, GuMiho is basically navigating his army composition into Thor Viking. He's making a couple of Hellions here and there just to spend his minerals effectively and try and get some harassment done, because you don't want all the pressure to be on you here as the meching player. But this base, I feel like, is going to go down. These Liberators coming in. Now the Thors are able to catch a lot of them here, overextending on the left side. Paired up with the armor shredding missile and the Vikings. This could be a really good win here for GuMiho. Man, I thought this base was down for sure, but Cure got a little bit greedy right there with the siege on the libs. 10 more Liberators in production right now for Cure. But GuMiho, as you said, Tasteless, this army, it's more mobile than a siege tank army would be. It's Thors, and yeah, they do move slow, but they don't have to siege up to fire. So already, GuMiho is knocking on the front door of Cure's base. There's a lot of production here in the front line. There's a starport, a couple of barracks, extra command centers as well, and those reinforcing Liberators aren't here yet.
These Marines and Marauders can come up here. I guess the bottleneck is just enough that it's not really easy to come through there and actually do the damage. The few Vikings can drive back the Liberators. But remember, if the Thors are killed off, they remake extremely slowly. So GuMiho has a real threat here, but he has to also make sure he can keep this alive. And he's finally getting tanks back in. I was wondering if there was going to be a moment where he'd start to reincorporate this.
I think he's identifying that Cure being on only 5 bases for such a substantial amount of time, he's going to have to start making lower cost units to try and manage GuMiho's army. He can't be cost efficient enough, and he hasn't been able to expand rapidly enough because of the pressure that GuMiho has been putting on. So the siege tank's a wonderful addition right here. Just going to cause another problem for Cure to try and deal with. And with the siege tank count, or the Thor count as high as it is, those Liberators are also going to have a hard time actually dislodging those siege tanks from whatever position GuMiho is going to be able to put them in. And At this point, every map, or every base on the map has been taken. And GuMiho has the majority of it by far. And this position over here at 1 o'clock is the only real mining base of Cure, but another armor shredding missile comes in, catches every single Liberator. The Thors are just shredding them in the sky.
Okay, he takes out a decent number of Thors, though. I gotta say, I was about to remark a second ago that GuMiho was at 4K minerals. So he just spent a lot there, but he also has momentum. He's coming through here. He's going to hit this planetary. He's going to be able to execute all the SCVs that are back in this spot. He's got to push. Supplies have evened out.
But GuMiho still just having so much more mining on his side of the map. Kira's just trying to throw a couple of units every which way to cause problems. Even scanning to see that GuMiho's taken this base all the way down to the 7 or 8 o'clock position. And now the full-fledged mining base here for Cure, the only one on the map that has a full mineral saturation, has gotten taken out. And Cure has maybe one more army in the bank. And that's it. And the way these last few fights have been going, I don't think he's going to be able to take care of more than a dozen Thors.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, at this point in time, GuMiho has reach into both corners of his side of the map. He's basically taken all of his expansions, if you cut the map in half diagonally. And I think that Cure has just suffered such damage, I don't know that he can recover. Look right now, there's over 3K minerals, over 1.5K gas for GuMiho. Cure isn't even maxed out, and he's barely scraping by.
Even armor shredding missile coming in on this bio. The Hellions and the Thor alone here on the left side are such an issue. Look at these armor shreds.
Yeah, we're going to be going into game 3, I think, 100%.
What a crazy game
41
from
Liberators
GuMiho.
Lost.
I think he was making them, what, 8, 10 at a time?
Yeah. Well, it seemed like a good idea, but he might have gone a little bit too hard into it.
I think this might just be something that's a little bit different with a -1 range now in the new patch.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we didn't really ever see this interaction happen, at least at the GSL, between Thors and Liberators, but it feels like the balance of these two sets of units engaging into each other, it favors the Thors at this stage, but Cure actually taking some really good fights.
Yeah, Cure's taking a good fight both in the north and in the south. Hold on a second. Hold on. Like, we have to pause the game. I'm like, everybody stop. Everybody stop. What's going on here? Okay. Supplies are fairly even. Actually, GuMiho's down, but he has a lot of minerals. He has no gas.
He has 2 Thors, 2 tanks, and 2 Ravens in total on the map.
So, but he has the map. GuMiho has the map, so he can drink up those resources pretty quickly. Can Cure have a counterpunch that is good enough that he can wipe out, let's say, the top or maybe the bottom center? I say maybe.
He might be able to do that if he doesn't go for the space, if he just goes for the production right now, and I think that's what Cure is doing. He's sieging up.
Oh, you think he should just go right into the heart? I think you're right, State.
All right, Cure's coming in right now. The Thors are kind of bottleneck coming in from the ramp. They don't really have an area they can move back into. Oh my goodness, GuMiho might have thrown this game away.
Oh my God.
GuMiho overextending on 2 sides.
And there's no tanks here.
No
the Thors
way.
can't get back. Dude.
I can't believe it. GuMiho had this game in the bag.
So he just has to get on top of these factories and everything that comes out dies.
It's over. There's no way GuMiho can get an army that can deal with this. He's on all of the production.
Oh my God, Cure is a god. I can't even believe it. I've never quite seen a game like this. That is crazy.
Oh no.
Yeah, because he has no other way to make what he needs. It doesn't matter how many bases you have if you can't produce anything.
GuMiho's trying to rebuild, but the thing is he doesn't have the resources to make a ton more factories.
Yeah.
And he lost basically the Remax right there in the natural expansion. This is done.
Now we've got Liberators hunting Vikings in a sick role reversal.
I can't believe it. I mean, GuMiho, if he just kept his Thors together, I don't think this happens, but I think he could feel that the win was in the bag, and he got a little bit overeager.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit too ready to end this game and move on. I think what he needed to do was buckle down and be even more conservative.
I mean, we were singing his praises because it felt like he had the game won, but the thing about a mech army, even a Thor army, is you split it up into 2, and if Cure is able to take a favorable fight, then suddenly everything falls apart. And yeah, you had that huge bank there as GuMiho, but no, you actually can't remax that fast. Tasta's been saying that all cast, GuMiho. Haven't you been listening, my man?
I can't believe this game is happening. There's just barely enough resources. Factories and barracks are lifted off. There are somehow enough workers here for GuMiho to collect more resources. Although I don't know that they're in all the right spots. I see a lot of workers that are being killed off down here. By the way, I think that there's a chance that GuMiho could get supply blocked when he loses the rest of the... Well, no, maybe he'll just barely not be supply blocked. Now, GuMiho does have some counterplay. He's hitting the command center that's fleeing this location. Remember that Cure doesn't really have an income right now, or barely does. The problem is that medevacs can heal up infantry and give them a lot more sustainability in fights, where a fragile mech army that isn't perfectly covered can't. Not to mention the fact that with the Liberators in the game, they kind of function a little bit like siege tanks, that they let you encroach on a position you'd otherwise have to trade on in a fight.
So GuMiho right now is sitting at 36 army supply to the 120 of Cure. And GuMiho basically just needs to try and hold on at this one base. He's scrambling to get as many siege tanks out as he can. With the Vikings and missile turrets, he's trying to keep the Liberators away, because if he has a solid enough defense on the ground, maybe there's a world where Cure can't attack into this, and he's able to hold on. Cure's only mining from about 2 half bases. GuMiho doesn't really have the work counts, but okay, the stim is coming in. Cure's going for the fight right now. He focuses down the first siege tanks on the front line. There's only one left here for GuMiho. 25 army supply. This bio is so low on HP, but there's nothing to finish the job.
I can't believe it. He's trying to hang on, but the Liberators can now just perch over this command center, which means eventually the SCVs are going to be picked off. GG, Cure wins 2 of the craziest TVTs.
You see GuMiho shaking his head.
That was just... I mean, man.
What did we just watch?
That was insane.
I think GuMiho, all he needed to do was keep his army together.
Yeah. He was basically trying to close it out, like as if it's a ladder game where he's like, well, I guess I have to kill your buildings now.
Yeah.
I guess you've already alt-tabbed out and are browsing the internet and not playing the game, where I think he needed to even get more conservative in how he was handling it, because organically, Cure was positioned to lose. But I think that GuMiho got a little bit too fluid. And, I mean, you can see the frustration. Both these guys, by the way, just giving an amazing series. The only regret I have is that it didn't go to a Game 3, which I thought we were going to get. But we will have our next series coming up, guys, and then that's one to be excited for. Cure versus Stats. We will be right back.
You can make me feel right. Let it out and let it in. Feel the heat come over me. This is where we all begin.
Go ahead and take all your winnings, but one thing that you've got to know, this is only the beginning. You never know where you may go, so hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around. Comes back around, comes back around, back around. Comes back around, comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around. Comes back around, comes back around, back around. Comes back around, comes back around. I need to find a way out, a way out. I just can't find the words to say now. To say now. Still holding my breath, still counting the steps it takes to get to you. Yeah. Counting the times I crossed the line and felt judged by you. I'm not bulletproof. Yeah. Banging on your door till you finally come through. Heart is so dark, can't say what I want to. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to feeling like I'm heading in the right direction? Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? I spend my time in the shadows looking for proof, but I can't open the blinds no matter what I do. I'm climbing the walls, but I fall and blame it all on you. And blame it all on you. Banging on your door till you finally come through. Heart is so tight, can't say what I want to. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to feeling like I'm heading in the right direction? Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh. Yeah. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? Finally come through. Heart is tongue tied, can't say what I want to. Cause I feel like I'm heading in the wrong direction. Always find myself coming back to the question. Ooh. What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you? What's a man gotta do? What's a man gotta do to get close to you?
It's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't? Long time coming, black on the bottom of my feet from running. Cataracts under my eyes from hustling. Going from buying to selling to customers. Run up the business, God is my witness. Sun up to sun up from Monday to Sunday. We maxing our limits. My mind running like Tom Cruise on an action movie. Moving the mission, they say that I'm tripping. I've been told I need a vacation. I'm finessing a visit. First class, my feet up high in the air on business. Yeah. Woo. Travel the city, your city ain't working, it's all for nothing. She told me don't let up, it's on us to make it, it's on us to crush it. Now it's gonna take some just to make some, so put that in your budget. Yeah, can't keep moving your dreams for cheap when you ain't even budging. What got you bugging? Make you a play, don't be scared of religion. You made it from nothing, then figure out your clutching. Everything you want in front of you, ain't no discussion. Look, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play.
It's been a long time coming. Track star, long time running. I exterminate foes, they bugging. I'm joker, I want my nuggets gold. Platinum chain, call him Johnny Dang, dog. With my brains, I go off like hurricanes until my diamonds look like rain. My verses, gas, I'm on it, spaz. The business, cash, no money, pass. Can I say I need a verse Alice said, give me like 30, I did it in 15 for real. I've been on fire, they want me to chill. I've been on fire, they want me to.
Look, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 who don't, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to go to the winners match here in Group B of the round of 8. We've had some amazing series so far. I mean, we just had Stats have the craziest last-second comeback, and then Cure also have the craziest last-second comeback.
Yeah, both these series were 2-0s, but they felt really close. I feel like anyone could have won any of the games played today. And it's been some really exciting matches. And also, honestly, hard matches to analyze. I don't know the last time, or if I've ever seen effectively Masked Thor against Masked Liberator, especially in the new patch, and watching that interaction take place.
It's been kind of insane, man. I really want to see what a game with these two looks like. Stats has been, a pretty steady, gradual growth player. He doesn't have to do that, of course. Cure has looked top-notch, specifically in this matchup. Yeah. I feel like we never see him lose in TVP. Of course, Cure has been with us every last GSL in the last couple of years. Stats is kind of new and back, so let's see where they size up. And remember, the winner goes on to that next match, round of 4. Okay, we've got Stats in the bottom right, Cure in the top left.
Notably, I think, the cutoff for GSL qualifying to DreamHack Dallas is top 6. And I believe because this is the winners match, I think Cure and Stats are locked in. Hey, Stats from Sweden. Welcome. Oh, that's a happy kid. I wish I got to see the GSL when I was a little kid, too.
I would have loved to have seen an esports match live when I was that age. That's so cool. We got a lot of Stat support here.
The Faroe Islands and Buchan. Wow.
Good to have all you guys down here. So, we're going to have Gateway into Nexus. Did I see that right? Yeah, Gateway into Nexus.
Yeah, Nexus before Cybernetic Core is an interesting take. Before the simulator, actually. This kind of reminds me of an older PVT style.
I almost had to do a double take on the build order. I thought, like, wait a minute. Because this was like, this is actually what people are doing in ASL right now. So I was like, wait, which tournament am I casting here?
That's just like watching ASL. It's like, okay, write that down, write that down. That's how I'm going to make it to the top 4.
It is weird that the two leagues for StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, GSL and ASL, it feels like occasionally influence each other. And so, yeah, we'll see. This is clearly going to be, in a very stats-esque fashion, enough to hold off, I think, almost anything, but still get the Nexus out faster than any other way you'd go.
Well, one of the more annoying things you would have to deal with in this situation is the Reaper. If there was a Reaper coming cross-map here as stats. But he kind of lucked out because Cure opened with a Marine into a Reactor, so there's no Reaper coming this way. In fact, it's a 3 Command Center opening here.
Oh my god, these are just 2 disgusting, greedy players. Look at this. Now, there's no way for stats to know right now that it's 3 Command Center. So it's one of these games where I look at stats and I'm kind of nodding my head and going, all right, I really like this. But you know, who's to say that Cure doesn't still come out ahead?
Yeah, now Stats is going to be able to get a little bit of information here with aggression in the front. There are 2 Adepts on the map. The first one is already the front line here, and Stats is watching so it doesn't get caught by these 3 Marines. Not really able to gather that much information just yet, and it's going to be an early robotics facility here for Stats. 5 Marines out in total. Oh, Stats not watching right now. He's going to take some hull damage on that 1 Adept.
Yeah, good little push there from Cure.
Oh, and he actually shades one through.
Yeah, he shades one through. He should be able to shade this out without losing it as well. The Marines are pretty slow when they're going to try to chase this. But again, good movement here from Stats. It's really exciting to see Stats playing as well as he is. Like, he just looks very on point. Is that... Sorry, how many gates is that? That's 2 gates, plus the gate he's already got and a robo. Now, this reminds me of the cast we had before. If he goes up to 4 gate, wouldn't it be great against what he's doing?
It would be.
And he's getting a Warp Prism, so he's going to do the rush. Now, here's what's so crazy. We were saying that Hero was going to do this every time we casted his game, and he kind of didn't do it.
But this time it's a little bit different. This is just going to be gateway or Warp Prism harassment off of 3 gateways with a 3rd base because double gas is coming in. Robotics Bay is going down. It's not going to be a kind of blink opening. So I wonder what kind of Warp Prism attack this is going to take, what form it's going to take,
Well, it might look like it's that build I was talking about, right? If you see Stalkers and a Warp Prism out on the outside of your, your base, it might make you turtle up and stay back. He's actually going to put the 2 Adepts in here, too. This is just a very different approach from Stats. This is so cool to see.
Yeah, I wonder if this is Stats metagaming Cure just a little bit. Now, he does fly in with the Warp Prism, immediately sees the 3rd Command Center, so no surprises there, and should have a very good read on what he's up against at this point. And with some nice Warp Prism micro, able to get 1 more Marine shaved off right there, just fighting any damage he possibly can. Yeah, the first Colossus production starts back at home.
Okay, so the Colossus is coming out now. And this seems like, it sets up for a little bit of harass and keeps the Terran back. But you're going to be accumulating these Colossi with Thermal Lance. The 3rd Command Center hasn't been landed or even picked up for that matter. I think he will probably have to recall this. I think this is not a map where you can easily get this out. If the Terran wants to lock you in here forever, he can.
Yeah, you would have to recall this one if you want to get it home, but... Cure with his 3 CC into, barracks opening like this one, his starport is only just now completing. So that Warp Prism can stay there and be a nuisance for really the foreseeable future. It's maybe 1 minute until the Viking comes out, if Cure wants to even go for a Viking, because at this stage of the game, frankly, as Terran, you really need your medevacs. So that Warp Prism, not in any rush. Let's get out of that corner of the map and back at Stas' side of the map. He's getting charged, getting +1, adding in some additional gateways. 2nd Colossus is in production. And he did warp in 2 sentries pretty much immediately after the first Colossus was begun. So he's accumulating a lot of energy on those 2 sentries. I was curious if he was going to continue to add additional sentries on top of that and potentially lean in towards, some kind of timing push, but that's not Stat style. Instead, he's just booming up back at home. 5 more gateways in production, a Dark Shrine.
So he could have a pretty scary push here. He can set up for a 4th base, but I mean, Stats is kind of bringing this game to a pretty cool spot with the way he's going to set this up. The medevacs are going to pick up and move out on the map. It looks like they're going to be actually making a beeline over here to the 3rd base. There's really not that much to defend, but as I say that, I see some movement coming up. So he can basically meet that and drive that away. All the gates are finishing. We're getting that Warp Prism speed upgrade, 4th base.
Warp Prism did get recalled back to home.
I think Terran might actually just try to push in. I don't know how well this is going to work. Okay, he's going to try to drop one spot. Oh,
I can't
my
believe he caught
God,
this.
He's going to lose the medevac with everything inside.
That's 10 army supply down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and it almost felt like it went in slow motion there. Like I thought Kira would have been a little bit quicker to react. Kira's going to insta-push up, and it's met again by Stats. It almost like a game of Pong. It bounces right off that army.
Stats' army movement is so good right now. Oh man, if he's not careful, Kira's going to lose a lot of bio. Luckily, Stats was not paying attention. Some force fields there where the Stalker's focus firing down those medevacs on the front line could have been a ton more damage. And Stats, he is taking a 4th base, but I kind of feel like he's gearing up for an attack after these small wins in the middle of the map. Kira's army isn't very high tech. It's, what, 3 or 5 medevacs. A couple of Vikings are soon to be entering the field.
Okay,
but
he's going to move in. This is a crazy arc. I think Stats has to back up. Really good force fields. Completely shuts that down. An overextension now from Cure. Stats with a big unload here. DT's inside the main.
Yeah, Cure the good read actually has a lot of scans banked up right now in that main base. So seems like he had an idea that something like this would be coming.
Okay, he's going to try to come in here with these shots. Gosh, it feels like Cure has so much. It's going to come down to angling here. He's using the Marauders to tank in the front.
Oh no, there's nothing in the main base actually to clean this up, even with detection. Cure needs to win this fight in the front line. Oh, the micro on the Colossus is perfect. It barely scoots back.
Dude, Stats is playing so well. One Colossus goes down, but the position is so fractured right now. There's barely any meat here to cover for these Colossi, but they are going to start to do some work on these SCVs. We've already had 24 killed off, mostly in the main GG. Dude, Stats. What? I mean, in a game that looks like it was from a different generation of StarCraft, a Protoss push with the Warp Prism hitting in the main.
Stats is playing out of his
third
mind.
base. The Terran's third base, by the way.
His army movement was so good. He catches the medevac. You know, with a 3 command center into many barracks opening that Cure was going for right there, I mean, you're kind of banking on having a ton of just meat on the ground. You have Marauders, Marines, and medevacs, and a lot of it. That's where your strength comes from. And so to lose a 7th of his army just to the army movement of Stats right there, and then have Stats with the perfect follow-up. Warp Prism speed, beelining into the main base with DTs and Charge Zealots, and 3 Colossus in the front hitting right before the first Vikings pop out. I mean, that was a masterclass in terms of positioning, in terms of just kind of reading the game and going for the throat in a moment where, I mean, again, Stats, maybe a year ago, fresh out of military service, he doesn't go for the attack right then. He still tries to play the defensive game, but he's really developing, man. This is a breakout season for him, regaining his old form, as Stats is now 1 map win away from going to the round of 4. Let's see if he can do it here on Oceanborn.
Okay, Cure in the bottom right, Stats in the top left. I got to say, you know, we've had some really different games here for PvT, and of course, every player, they bring their own unique flavor to the matchup. Stats is looking so perfect in how he's approaching everything. He had that insane cheese game.
StarCraft never dies.
That's right. 10 crazy cheese. Triple Forge, not yet. Turtle Sky Tosco Burr.
Good chance here, actually.
So I thought we were going to have Turtle Sky Tosco Burr first in your list of ticked boxes.
With Stats, yeah.
Yeah, because he's kind of known for that. But like the way that he handled that game was such a masterclass in the matchup. I can't believe he was able to push in with that little.
It was pretty remarkable.
Have you seen a Protoss do that much with... I've seen Protosses with way more on the ground and still lose the fight. So the fact that he was able to do that, he also did a great job of kind of oscillating between warping in and dropping DTs and Zealots in the main. We were mostly watching the push, but I think it put a lot of difficulties in. Like as an example, he only dropped 1 DT. He didn't do the mass warp in. So he's kind of banking on you maybe baiting out enough scans, and then later on the damage snowballs and you don't have that scan. Okay, citizens arrest.
Stats is washed.
It's over,
Pro
man.
goes down, it's over.
I'm very disappointed.
No, but Stats is playing this really well. I mean, the way he was able to navigate the army positioning, I think it really does all come back to the medevac, because at that point, there's basically no fog of war anymore as stats. You kill the medevac, you see where Terran is retreating into. You're no longer afraid of, say, a double medevac drop coming into the main base because you caught the drop ships that were going to go for that. You know there's no counterattack. You can commit every unit, every resource to aggression. And you're doing it on the back of killing 10 army supply in a pivotal moment in the game, which is Terran right before they get the Vikings out against your Colossus composition. And I mean, Stats just played that so well. The fact that he was able to read the situation and move in with incomplete information was so impressive, because, again, we think of Stats, even nowadays, as this slow macro player that is not afraid to play the exhaust game. I was watching Stats play in the Star Wars qualifiers. There was a game he played against Cure.
It's Stars War, right?
Is it Stars War? I don't know, actually.
It's Stars War. I played it in Stars War the first year they did it. Me and Idred.
That's how we find out I'm dyslexic.
No, because me and Artosis and Idred,
Stars War.
We represented America versus Korea and China.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot less cool than Star Wars, though.
Yeah. It also sounds a lot less cool, and it was the three of us down there as well. But yeah, no, I remember.
Okay.
Because every time I was telling people about the event, they'd be like, Star Wars? And I'm like, no, Stars War.
I actually had I never know. Man, I really should work on my reading comprehension. I never noticed. I was trying to find the games on YouTube, and I was like, man, I wish they didn't call it Star Wars, because I'm just getting all these highlights of the trilogy,
it's too bad,
like, the prequels. And
Disney's going to close this tournament any second.
But
if Bob Iger finds out about this,
there was a game that Stats played against Cure, which went to such an extreme late game. Stats had 185 army supply of carriers with one mothership and one warp prism with Storm. That is insane.
Yeah.
That is check off the little list you got there of Turtle and a Sky Toss.
Yeah, that was missing on that guy's sign.
That is the kind of stats I was expecting to see today, especially given the way the round of 16 games went for Stats, where he won a bunch of PVZs basically playing that kind of style in a different matchup. But the range that he's showing here in the round of 8, I mean, he is looking like a new and improved player. He's looking like the Stats of old, even. Risen from the grave, and he has just been playing out of his mind.
He's clearly put the hours in. He's clearly modernized his play style while still keeping, that Stats touch that makes him so solid. We have a Widowmine drop. And Stats is going to be able to catch this in a way where I don't think it can drop. Gosh, I thought he was going to at least get 3 volleys on it. It kind of barely misses that.
Yeah, just enough dead airspace.
This is where Terran finds out he doesn't have recall. He's like, no, Protoss OP, Reddit's right.
Well, Robotics Bay going down, as well as I think that was Blink getting research there in the production tab. Check again. Oh, no.
All right, not bad.
I mean, losing a Stalker is always really painful, but luckily at least the Widow Mines will get taken out as the Warp, or not the Warp Prism, the Medevac raced out of there as fast as it could.
So a Forge is coming down now. So there's no indication that Stats wants to attack out. I don't think he should, by the way.
Is Kure going to drop this one Hellion? I think he is.
It's like there's one probe in there with no HP.
Oh, this is so funny. I thought for sure Kure was going to be bringing this medevac.
He might want to use it later to scout or something, if he can save a scan.
I know, it's just such a cute tactic. Make one Hellion out of one factory to send across map for this. So Stats is taking that third base. Colossus Tech again here for Stats. That medevac just testing the waters a little bit, and now there's a big push coming out the front. Now Stats does have Blink, just finished researching, so those Stalkers are not going to be left for dead there in the middle of the map, but this is a scary push coming in from Cure. He's been able to amass a pretty substantial amount of bio on the ground, and this time Stats might get caught with only one Colossus, because Cure is going for a much later third command center this time. It only just now is getting planted down at the third base. It's a much more aggressive opening coming out from Cure, and that's why you see Stats right now throwing down additional shield batteries. He's focusing a lot on warping in units to deal with this, as opposed to filling out his tech tree a little bit more. But the army positioning for Stats here, again, is really on point. He has the Stalkers in the main base covering the medevac that's going to come in with a Hellion in a moment.
So what Cure's about to do, he's so good at. He's going to hit 3 different places at once. So he's going to probably show that medevac with the Hellion first. Oh, never mind. What?
Link's done. 5 Stalkers able to two-shot these medevacs. Now the units were all able to drop in, but Gateway units should be able to clean this up with the Zealots coming through.
This is
but
so weird.
Stats is getting pulled a little bit out of position right now. He brought all those units from the third base into the natural expansion. Now the medevac's going to rejoin up here with this Hellion and the medevac near the main base.
It's so weird. I thought he was for sure going to show the one medevac somewhere else and then drop over here, but instead he's like just taking turns dropping to different spots of the map. So round 2 is going to be over here. Well, the Stalkers are now leaving. I'm a little bit more caught off guard with the way that Kira's playing. It looked like he was ready to have 3 different things happen and 3 different screens worth of stuff happening.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So it seemed kind of like an obvious setup, but instead he's going to wait for another moment to hit 2 spots at once. It's going to be happening while Stats is leaving.
Stats moving forward does spot this double medevac drop here in front of his base, but 3 medevacs are in position above the main base, and this might be the moment you were expecting before.
Yeah.
Oh, recall gets forced too, so this really limits the options here for Stats in terms of repositioning his army. He saw those 3 medevacs and it spooked him.
So when you see that they've used the recall, then you know that positionally they're going to be weaker because they can't, instant react to something. They're going to have to wait. So he's going to drop here. Now this is not bad. He's going to force a cancel. He can try to pick up. I think he probably should just leave, but he's going to go into the main instead. Now, what's back in the main? There are Stalkers here, so this isn't going to really do anything.
Yeah, if Kira really wanted to force the issue, he might be able to. Oh, those medevacs got to be careful.
Stats is everywhere, man. It's kind of crazy.
He is really quick with the reactions.
It's one thing to have enough units there that you can take a fight wherever they're going to drop. The fact that he's so fast that he's getting every medevac to half health before it leaves or killing them off is pretty wild.
Medevac's going to come back down here. Now, this is the only spot in Stats' army where he actually can't deal with the medevacs. Oh, Colossus might get picked off right here. There is no shield battery. Oh, the force fields are
God,
perfect!
He's so good. He's so good.
Oh, my goodness.
So good. I can't believe he did that.
He's not picking up. He's losing so much bio on the ground right now, too. War Prism now coming into the natural expansion. Now flies into the worst place possible. There's 4 Marines, 4 Vikings, and a missile turret.
Yeah.
It's like the start of a bad choke.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, a really big win right there for Stats. Cure got greedy going for the Colossus, and even Stats catching these 2 medevacs in the middle of the map. He's kind of pushing Cure back into a corner again. Now, I don't know if he's going to commit like the way he did in the previous map because he just lost the Warp Prism, but this is kind of a scary situation here for Cure. Keep in mind that he didn't go for a fast third command center. He went for really fast medevacs with a ton of bio early on into that low ground third CC, so he doesn't have the same macro that he did in the previous game. And the fact that he hasn't really been able to get too much damage done, besides, I guess, canceling the 4th base and delaying it by about a minute, 2 minutes, it's not really a lot to show for. Even the, oh my goodness, he dodges the Widowmine shot here with the Zella on the left side, too.
That was so sick. So, we're almost to the point where, in a classic Stats game, it's going to be his turn.
Yeah.
He's not going to just sit back and defend forever. Now, if he starts to make a bunch of Stargates, then I'll take it back. He will stay back and defend forever. But it looks to me like this is just going to be a push.
Disruptors are getting mixed in now. At the same time, Cure is adding in Ghost to his army composition. Now, the Viking count is pretty healthy here for Cure. They're going to take another Warp Prism down right away. So here for Stats, I'm wondering if you actually do just go into Stargates in this position, because it feels like he had a couple of times that might have been a window for him to push in, but both times the Warp Prism got sniped. The first one was in the natural expansion, and now when he was moving forward, again, he got caught. And that's the first Stargate going down. So, oh, Cure overextending a little bit. At least 1 Ghost goes down. Stats really aggressive on that forward blink. Uses a disruption ball to shoo the Terran army away. A favorable trade. Actually, 2 Ghosts go down right there.
Okay, the Disruptor's a little bit exposed. So he's not able to, well, hold on. Is Terran just going to try to shove in here?
He might.
Again, if the Vikings can basically take out the Colossus, then they've done their job. There's too many Vikings, so they can't, the Colossus can't be salvaged. But is it an overextension here from Cure? Most of the Vikings are picked off. He's switched into Disruptors. And this is a situation where it becomes extremely difficult for Terran to advance in and kind of lock in on damage. You kind of have to try to move in and move out. It also lets the Protoss push. There are so many Zealots here, the Disruptors almost can't even get close enough to the Marines to hit him.
Pretty good hit there on the ground. Gonna get these two Widow Mines on the right
Dude,
side
he's
as
just
well.
so on point with his control. It is so incredible to me.
Yeah, there is already one Stargate in the main base. We'll see if Stats is going to throw down more of them and go for the transition, or if he just wants to try and stabilize. And yep, Fleet Beacon already going down. +1 air weapons has begun, as well as a second Cybernetics core. So the Stargate transition is coming in. Now, unfortunately for Stats, his army composition doesn't mesh incredibly well. It's a lot of charge cells with disruptors, which, I mean, one of them you kind of want to sit back in a ball and just shoot the Terran army away. The other one wants to chase down the Terran. It's not the best composition, but defensively, I think it should manage you for Stats, especially if he wants to start splintering off some sections of Zealots to go for counterattacks. But actually, we'll see right now. Kira is over on the left side with a big chunk of bio, so there is potential for an arc.
Yeah, he could try to do some sort of a flank. So what we were talking about where he might just stay back and turtle forever, I think he's going to do that. So he wants to go into mass carriers here.
And he wants to trade out some of these Zealots too. That's why he's being so aggressive, because he needs to free up supply for the carriers, and also these Zealots, they are not going to scale very well here in the late game, especially with the composition he's running with.
Now, if Kira's really on point, he's going to see these Zealots come through and go, what are you doing? Why are you trying to get rid of Zealots? Obviously, that means you want to free this up for carriers.
Well, Kira's trying to set up right now for a surround, looking for 100 degrees, but Stats is going to evacuate from that position. Kira instead going to split his army into two groups, one of them going for the fourth base, one of them trying to meet Stats in the middle of the map. These Zealots might get caught going into the natural expansion. Stats is pretty quick retreating with them. Scan comes through. Looks like Stats might commit to an attack right here. Dodges another Widowmine shot. Cure not going for the counterattack, instead going to come and try and meet in. He really wants to set up a full surround on this Protoss army. He's going for it. And if you can get a big surround on these disruptors, especially if a couple of them share their shots. Oh, but Stats actually isolating this army on the left side. Disruptor shot on the right is really good. He's able to isolate just one of these armies. This is a better trade for Stats than he could have hoped for, really.
Yeah.
Especially in this choke point again.
It doesn't seem like he has enough disruptor shots. He might have moved through them a little bit too quickly. Now Kira's going to come in to pounce. The cooldown ends, and so a lot more disruptor shots can come back out. Stats refills his supply. Remember that we can watch these two armies dance all day back and forth, but the important thing that's happening is that Stats is accumulating carriers.
Yeah, and you might be looking at that fight, seeing Stats lose a lot of gateway units and think that is bad for him because it wasn't the most cost-efficient trade, but those gateway units aren't super critical right now. It's really the disruptor count. As long as he's able to retain this, even losing this Nexus doesn't matter that much. Stats at this point just kind of wants to max and then play his game. He only has 2 carriers. He needs to wait until the next round pops, and then he can be active on the map.
So, I think Kira's got a setup where it's going to be hard for Stats to really get any bigger here. He basically can keep one small group of infantry down here and the other one at the top center of the map. He is bringing the carriers in here. I don't think this is a huge reveal. It's not abnormal to go for carriers in late game in this matchup, but just showing the first 2 does give your opponent an idea of where you're at. Another dive in. Oh!
Oh, the focus fire is so good there by Cure. Every single disruptor shot gets thwarted by the focus fire. Cure now pouncing on this third base. Stats, maybe you should have lent a little bit more units or static defense here to defend this Nexus. Instead, this entire mineral line is wiped. And yes, you do have 6 carriers on the map, but at what cost? Because Cure is absolutely pulling him apart.
Yeah, as you were saying, State, it's so much more important to have the oh my god, and now the carriers are going to fall here because he's just going to be able to run right underneath it. I think he's, oh my god, yeah, the Viking gets that final shot off. I think that Cure just won.
Yeah.
Basically, Stats was just hanging on and looking perfect, but when we saw the stim dive in that killed all the disruptors, then you don't have any way to control the ground, plus he dropped 2 carriers. Another game where it looks like anybody could take it, and then suddenly one guy wins.
I mean, Stats was getting himself into a pretty good position, but just spreading himself too thin right there. I mean, it was only disruptors on the right side, and Cure was so good about dodging and also defusing those shots that eventually the bio just gets on top of the disruptors. Those units are intended to have support with them, right? I mean, they just got absolutely eviscerated there. So Stats going to try and push forward here with the carriers. There isn't that much anti-air here for Cure, but it is reinforcing. We'll see how much Stats is able to get done.
Yeah, now the carriers could be a real threat. They can start to really dish out quite a bit of damage. I mean, one of the reasons why you're trying to build up to this number of carriers at all is because it becomes a nightmare to try to deal with. But it's a 3-base Terran to, sorry, 3-base Protoss to what is soon to be a 4-base Terran. So he takes that out.
Let's hold on, though.
Let's see if he can push it again.
Kure tried to defend that base with a little bit too little anti-air, and he ended up bleeding pretty much all of his Marines and all of his Vikings, so his anti-air count got effectively reset, and that means that Stats might have a window where he's able to get something done with these carriers. There still isn't really an answer for them. Now, finally, we have 12 Vikings on the field, but still only 9 Marines, 5 Ghosts.
Yeah, this is a moment where he needs a Corsair, man. Kill those Vikings off. He's going to go for Archons, which is a smart move. If he can get those Archons under the clumped Vikings, maybe. I still think Cure's okay. But, again, it's going to come down to how you handle the Protoss Death Ball.
Let's see if those sentries get EMP'd. Yep, they do immediately right there. Clutch micro coming in from Kure. Micro's forward. Focus is firing down. One of the carriers here with the Vikings immediately takes it out.
The Archons are kind of lagging behind, but the carriers are still being shown the respect. He's going to stay back. The Vikings are getting picked off. It's just some Marines and some Marauders, but I think enough to kill the carriers. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, finally the carrier is getting dealt with. I really thought Stats might have had a better chance right there at this opening push.
And
I mean, so much anti-air felt for Kure when he was trying to defend that 5th base all the way down there on the left side. And still 2 carriers do survive. 51 probes right now to 54 SCVs. Does Stats have any carriers back at home? No, it's only the 2 on the map right now. We're not sure how many are in production at just this moment. Stats is re-expanding.
Yeah, he's growing out right now. The thing is, the army supply for Stats is lower, but carriers are just like, they're better units, right? They're able to pick off things and avoid being killed off if protected correctly. I like the DT add in here.
Kure is
what?
Back on.
Oh my God.
It's like Clem Widow might just keeps retargeting. Yeah. All right, well, Kure is going to push forward again. I think he set his eyes on this base as a target, but I don't know, man. If Stats is able to defend, I know his army supply is very low, but he's just focusing on making Stalkers right now. If he's able to defend that base, he's on 5 bases to the 4 currently of Kure. His economy is pretty much on par with the Terran. Kure is a little bit ahead right now because he has some mules that are landing, but overall, Stats does have the better saturation. You see all those mules right there in the 4th base. There are no more carriers in production right now for Stats. It's just the 2 you have on the screen. One of them finally starts up. There is, he cancels it, goes for Disruptors. I like that choice. Stats just needs to try and survive. I mean, there is a world where Kure overextends, and once again, things kind of equalize.
Right.
But that is a very scary force that Kure has assembled. 98 army supply in total.
I love the Zealots coming down here. These little moments of harassment. He's going to have a big warp at his Zealots here.
Means he has to take this fight, too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hey, I think this is not bad, honestly. He's going to blink in. He's gonna lose some of these Zealots, but the carriers are going to come in here just in time. He's going to micro this 1 carrier back. The Vikings are going to be forced to dive. The Stalkers, in a kind of weird moment, blink back themselves. And usually when it's just Stalkers, it's a bad sign, but he's going to keep trying to fight. 2 more Zealots come in, buying them a little bit more time.
The Disruptor is coming out here. Might be able to get some Vikings of all things. Gets 3 of them in total. Second Disruptor shot comes in.
Oh, the reinforcements, I think, are going to be too much.
What a hot pickup on the medevac, too. Maybe if Stats had that engagement with the 2 carriers attacking the entire time.
I like the Zealots coming in here to hit the reinforcements.
I mean, the counterattack from Stats was really good, but the standing army here for Kure is so massive. I'm not sure Stats will be able to remax and deal with it. I mean, it is insane that Stats, after losing so much, fumbling the Disruptors over at the 4th base, is still able to throw some haymakers like this. I mean, he has gotten so much better. This has been such a fun game.
Yeah, Kure has that timing exactly on when you can kill the Disruptor or not. GG, we're going to game 3, and I have no idea who's going to take this.
Oh, it's been a really fun series. Every single series so far today has just been loaded with action. It has been an incredible day here at the GSL, and I mean, we're like, what, halfway through it? It's a lot of fun.
It's been wild, man. You know, I like what I saw from Stats there. Kure has that killer instinct. Like the fact that he dove into 9 Disruptors, State. 9 Disruptors. If you have just 2 of those Disruptor shots finish, the entire army is chunked out. But he pulls it off.
I mean, Kure just had the soul read on him right there, and Stats was Not able to commit enough resources to the defense. And that was really the critical moment there for Cure. If he wasn't able to find that window, maybe Stats is able to get to that maxed carrier army that he's been so good with recently. Guys, we're about to go into game number 3 here in the winners match. The winner of this map is going on to the round of 4.
Cure in the top right, Stats in the bottom left. What a treat these games have been, honestly. Stats did go into that Stats style of just trying to defend. You know, I feel like we see it only with him, really, and I guess with Rain back in the day. It's just hard to pull off. You have to hold off so many attacks perfectly over and over to even get to the point where it's your turn. But again, if you're that good at it, I don't see how you lose.
The way that I see Stats play PVT and a lot of other matchups, it kind of reminds me of the way that we see Maru. By the way, double gas opening in here from Cure, so some cheeky antics might be in the cards. But Stats has just demonstrated, not just in the GSL, but in other tournaments he's played recently, that he's not afraid to go for these game-winning plays in the mid-game. But when he identifies that he doesn't have a window to close it out and kill you, he's just happy to turtle down and play the exhaust game. The same way that, you know, a player of Maru's caliber might play a TVZ, where
Right.
if he's able to get some kind of edge, if he knows that he can kill the Zerg or has a good chance of killing the Zerg, he will go for the push. But if that window closes, you know, we throw down 3 more command centers, we build some planetaries, we amass the ghosts, and we play the late game. And that's kind of the way that Stats has been approaching PvZ. We saw it against Dark. It's the way he's been approaching PvT. We've seen it against Cure so far today. And it's really been paying off for him. But I think the part of Stats' play that I have been the most impressed with so far in this GSL is, you know, Stats, he's been back from military service for a while. He's been playing good but not great since then. Certainly not to the expectations that fans have of him. And his weakness up until this point hasn't necessarily been strategy, but really it feels like he's slower. You know, he's older, his reaction times, they haven't been as good. His micro hasn't been as crisp. But in this GSL particularly, his control and his reactions have been so fast. I mean, how many Widowmine shots did we see him dodge with, you know, War Prisms picking up 1 Zealot? Or Stalkers blinking out when there's other action happening elsewhere on the map? Or how quickly he's able to react to a medevac barely entering his field of view on the minimap. It's kind of like Stats in his prime, where it was kind of like he would be the all-seeing eye. He would just know everything that's going on. If it's in his field of view, he's aware of it. He's dealing with it, and that's been an aspect of his gameplay that he has really been lacking ever since he returned from military service, but it feels like somehow it's come back to him.
Well, you know, it's funny. When players do their mandatory military service, it seems to go one of 2 ways, right? Either they come back and they are just not the same person. They're not whether motivated or they can't keep up with the meta. You know, there's something to be said about the fact that when you leave the game, you know, you've lost all this time of practicing and kind of being up to date. It's like you got to really kind of cram and put a lot of work in to get your footing and then figure out, okay, how am I going to play this amongst all these other great players? But, you know, the truth is we do see players that come back from the military and they play extremely well. And they look really good. And I feel like we're seeing that now. And sometimes it's because once you're done with the military, you're allowed to do whatever you want with the rest of your life as a guy out here in Korea. You know, you do that military service, now you're free, you're done. You want to go to school, do you want to get a job full time, do you want to keep trying to be a pro gamer, what's it going to be? And clearly he's put the hours in, he looks like he's in great shape.
It's been paying off too. His play has looked spectacular over the past couple of weeks. Stats going for a 3-gate robo build, double gas in the natural expansion getting taken now right around the 4-minute mark, and Kira is about to throw him a bit of a curveball here with a Widowmine drop coming into the main base. Not paired with any other aggression though, and it seems like Kira's instead kind of gearing up for 2-base timing with Siege Tank, so we'll see what he's able to get done with these first few medevacs, or Widowmines, excuse me, but the medevac instantly just gets deflected right there, and even this probe that was throwing down spotter pylons catches the other Widowmine outside the natural expansion, so Stats just keenly aware of everything again. He has been so good at dealing with this early game harass.
So we're going to have a 2-base push coming out here pretty soon. The idea is that the Widow Mines are going to get in and do enough damage and maybe get the Protoss limping into the later part of the game. And behind that, you're going to pack a real punch here as Terran. Now, a Raven's going to be sent out as well. This is another moment to do like a screen draw away. Send the auto turrets in there, and as they're dealing with that, you drop the Widow Mines in. Try to find any opportunities anywhere you can.
There are 4 or 5 stalkers roaming around the middle of the map right now, and they just saw the Raven fly over that spotter pylon. So Stats is already aware of what is happening here. That's why you see Cure actually to stop in his tracks outside that 3rd base. Does not want that Raven to get picked off before the push is able to commence. Same with this medevac, only on half HP. Down by the 7 o'clock position. Now Cure is continuing to macro up. Still no 3rd command center. He is heavily invested in this push. Stim and +1 only just now underway. Medevac's now getting reactored out. Finally, the Raven's going to come in, but I mean, Stats just, again, so quick with the reaction times. He blinks in, Raven takes half damage, has to go out.
Okay, so here comes the push. Now, pushes like this, you have to make them work. They're not as easy to recover from as the Terran if they don't work, unless you really trade it out well. Now, that being said, the Protoss has to make sure they hold this. If they don't hold this, they lose the game.
And Stats saw the move out as soon as it was happening, so he knows exactly what is going on. He's still aware of the medevac down in the bottom. He knows about the Raven all the way over there on the left side.
I think he's actually going to have the Raven merge up with the army. I think he sent the Raven there to make it look like it's a harass play, because usually you do that when you're taking 3 bases.
Nice reaction speed there by Stats as well. Pulls just 1 probe for each Widow Mine. Even with a force field, able to get the other. Some nice play, and now Cure is going to start gunning for that natural expansion. He scans forward. This should telegraph to Stats exactly where the push is going to be coming from. 5 more gateways and charge in production right now for Stats. This is a moment in the game where he doesn't have Thermal Lance, he doesn't have charge, he doesn't have +1. He's a little bit weak, so he wants to buy some time, but oh, there's a lot of critical infrastructure actually here, the natural expansion. That is very exposed.
Looks like Thermal Lance is going to finish just in the nick of time. That can allow him to engage with this group of units on the low ground a little bit more easily.
That Forge is probably going to go down before +1 is done.
I think so.
No battery over there to overcharge it.
Oh, another Widow Mine comes in. I think that's just out of range of the cannon. Yes, it is.
All the Stalkers from the high ground going to be able to defuse it.
Takes out the medevac there. Now, losing the +1 attack upgrade, he cancels it before it even can be wiped. He's also making in a Warp Prism, probably for a counter push in a little bit. Terran's taking their 3rd. Going to edge it now and try to hit that Robo support bay.
Warp Prism with Warp Prism speed. 2 Forges in production here for Stats. Oh, he's going to Guardian Shield and try and get some damage done. Actually, Stalkers focusing down the Raven are able to take it out. Going for the Siege Tanks too. Those Siege Tanks now target firing the Stalkers. This is such a hard angle for the Stalkers to get good damage in.
Yeah, he is going to clean up that last tank. It really makes you appreciate how long it takes a Colossus to shoot down a tank. A blink into the main here and a warp in, but is there enough for the Protoss to actually take on this fight? It seems like Cure may just barely have enough.
Yeah, that is not very good for Stats. Losing all of those Stalkers after losing the Stalkers in the natural expansion. Those are expensive units that are hard to replace. You kind of want to make, 8 or 10 of them and then just not build any more oftentimes. Instead, Stats going to have to reinvest a lot of gas into Stalkers, and they're getting some good damage done, but not really the knockout punch I think he was going for with this build. But behind it, does have the 3rd command center planted on the base. He is mining.
He's got workers over there. He's continuing to produce. We do have that Warp Prism out. Is there counterplay right now? Does, in fact, Cure want to just try to stay super active with those medevacs and try to keep dropping and keep Stats back home?
I feel like if you're Stats right now, you kind of want to be on the aggression. Oh, even spots the double medevacs over here.
High five.
Would love to see him section off just a couple Stalkers to go down and try and catch these dropships.
He fakes out the Warp Prism going in. He waits till he's moved past it, then goes and back through the blind spot. Terran's going to try to unload over here and try to push in. Now, he is going to be met with these Stalkers. I think Stats is hoping for a win that's not a trade at all, but just like a massacre. Ooh. And that's what he's going to get over here. If he blinks in, he can kill that medevac. He's going to be able to get at least 1, almost 2, and that was really nice. Now there's another move in over here. He's going to get the recall. That's going to be denied. And do we have a counterpunch right now? He's going to send the Warp Prism back out. We could see a big push come back in here from Stats. He wants to try to find his own damage. Cure wants to try to do anything to buy time. So Kira's going to try to loop around. Meanwhile, we have a drop coming in here. Just one Zealot in that worker line. Stats is actually... Oh! Okay. Doesn't overextend into that. Big warp in here. A lot of Zealots out. Kira basically being hunted right now on the map.
Yeah, 1-1 about to finish here for Protoss too, and Stats has almost complete map control. He's getting to pin Kira back with this drop in the main base and the natural that still hasn't been cleaned up. And behind it, he's been able to push Terran all the way back into their corner with the exception of this small drop with just 2 Marauders and 1 medevac. And now Stats back at home. He's not going into Stargates just yet. Instead, he threw down a second robotics facility. Oh, he's even going to clean this up. Man, Stats is so on point.
It's like the best defense Protoss has ever had. I think a lot of other Protoss players would have tried to beeline over to the third base and start to do damage.
Hero certainly would have.
Yeah, yeah. But Stats just kind of keeps wiping out everything Terran has. And look at how much smaller Terran is than Protoss right now.
Yeah, this is a rare moment where you see Protoss almost 30 army supply ahead of Terran. And he's building disruptors 2 at a time. His army on the ground is going to be really powerful. And Kira actually bring these Vikings back. He went fishing for that Warp Prism, didn't quite catch it, but now finally does. Still, that Warp Prism having speed means that it can retreat away. And Stats pretty soon is going to be getting close to max. He's only a couple of Warp-In rounds away from having a maxed army with 2-2 almost complete as well. It's about halfway done. And this might be the kind of moment where Stats starts to get a little bit aggressive because he's had all these small wins against the Terran army. Even picking off a Ghost like this, I mean, there's just all these little tiny paper cuts that he's putting in onto Cure that are chipping away at him. Meanwhile, Stats, his defense has been impenetrable basically since the opening salvo of this game, and now he's finally going to get aggressive. He's pushing into the third base with a really powerful force.
You know, he kind of wasted those Zealots. I think he might have wanted to wait to send those in there because that just got completely wiped. I don't think they did a single 1 digit of damage there. And I think smartly so, Stats backs off. He realizes, okay. Look at the red blips on the map. There's basically spotters everywhere. You're not going to be surprised with medevacs. You're going to see them coming. So you backed off a little bit, probably expecting a big pickup and a move out there once the Zealots were killed off, but nothing happens. Now, 2-2 is going to finish, which is another reason why I think Stats is kind of biding his time and not committing to any one location on the map.
3-3 actually hasn't started yet for Kira. I'm surprised about that, especially in the current patch. It's a little bit cheaper than it was in previous patches. I wonder if perhaps he forgot. I mean, hopefully maybe when he gets ship upgrades level 2, he will remember, but Stats right now is starting to add in some Stargates, so the carrier transition is beginning back at home. I think once again he's identified that his window is closing, and so he has to go for the end game, but still, the army that he has on the ground is really impressive.
Stats here trying to right the wrong from game 2.
3-3 finally starting up here for Cure, splitting his army into 2 groups, one smaller group on the right side, larger group defending here on the north. And both players just kind of building up. Love the double sensor tower coming in from Cure. That's going to be able to reveal a pretty significant portion of the map.
Now, the last time when Stats lost, it was because these disruptors were killed in quick succession. All the disruptors were wiped in a matter of seconds. It's important that Stats never gets in a situation where that can even happen. The reason why they were all killed off last time is because they were all by themselves.
This time his ground force is a lot stronger than it was previously. He still has his 3 Colossus. He's been able to remake his Stalker count all the way up to 14. And with a full energy Sentry, unless Cure somehow gets the jump on him with some insane arc, I don't think Stats is really going to lose any straight up head-on engagement. It's going to take Cure trying to pull him apart a little bit if he wants to get some big damage done. But actually, it's Stats who's catching Cure a little bit out of position right now. One straight medevac and a bunch of bio getting evaporated by those lasers. Meanwhile, I mean, Stats is happy to lose any supply right now because he's freeing it for 4 Stargate carriers back at home. Already +1 air weapons is complete. Cure licking his wounds a little bit, repositioning his army to the right side, but Stats is still here, knocking at his front door. Cure might go for something like a pseudo base trade. You see him sectioning off a small group of units down here to the bottom, but Stats is having to trade out of base and then recall, I think.
Yeah, I think he wants to try to pick this off and then maybe send this back home. Or maybe he gives this up. Does he just want to try to keep pushing into the main here?
Oh, he just recalled the Disruptors.
Okay, now this is that moment.
Oh, no, it's only the Disruptors.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Now, last time he sent out too many shots. Look at this. He's just going to completely ignore them, come across the map, and try to kill this off as quick as he can.
Yeah, the Disruptors can't really chase this down. They are going to get some volleys off on the bio, but 21 probes in total going down. It's so weird to see the Terran bio army run away from Disruptors like this. But the Stalkers are coming, and Kieran knows it. And actually, not enough medevacs to lift everything up right there, so that's a pretty big win there for Stats. Yes, he did lose these 2 bases, but he was able to take down one of the Terran bases. Meanwhile, he expanded over here to the 9 o'clock position, and he got, what, 3 ghosts and a bunch of bio for his trouble.
Yeah.
And he freed up supply. Notice he's not remaking the probes that quickly. He made 1 round of probes. Now he's stopping that production because he's making more carriers.
It's more important that he eventually gets this carrier death ball that Terran can't deal with. And you just continue to parry those attacks. You know, Terran have a hard time getting more bases than what you mostly see over here.
Oh, these picks are so good for Stats, too. And Stats is not afraid of going to a really low worker count if the situation calls for it. In a series against Kira recently, as I mentioned, in game 1 today, he went down to 15 probes, 185 army supply of carriers, Storm, and a mothership. And that is recent memory for both of these players right now. Still, we're a couple steps away from that stage in this game as Stats continue to find damage on the right side with these Stalkers. The pylon spread in terms of vision is just massive here for Stats, even controlling the watchtower in the center up until this moment. We have 8 carriers, 8 Disruptors, a handful of Colossus, and now Storm coming in here for Stats, who's still fighting damage with these Stalkers. Now finally, Kira is able to clean a lot of them up. Skin comes in over here in the 9 o'clock position as Kira is trying to pull Stats' army out, and you see that second scan there in the center of the map. He knows that Stats is maneuvering around, and he wants to get a really good read on what the composition is, where the units are, where they're heading, so he can try and find a window.
God, there's so many Vikings and Liberators now. Kira, I think, has finally decided it's time to push. The carrier count is really high. I almost wonder if this is, you know, a moment where, like, have you let them get too much? We've got the Liberators now advancing forward here. This basically makes the ground army, giving them no way to actually engage with this. The carriers are going to come out. The Vikings have to try to kite this. A lot of them are just getting picked off as they retreat.
I mean, the carrier count is just too high. 9 carriers to 15 Vikings, and these carriers already have +2. I don't even know if there's any mechanical armor here for Kira at all. And Sennington to send this bio back down to the bottom. Take out these 2 bases again, or at least try to, as the reinforcements are coming in. Warp Prism back out here for Stats, so he can get on the offensive. Still only sitting at 55 workers to the 70 here of Kira, which means that the standing army here for Stats, it's really strong. And basically every unit is a high-value unit. It's just Disruptors, Carriers, Colossi, and Storm with a handful of Stalkers to support. Soon to be +3 air attack.
Yeah.
For Stats. The Vikings have no armor. They have no armor. They're going to get eviscerated from these carriers in a head-on engagement.
It seems like Stats may have finally brought this game to where he wanted it to go. He's now going to sweep up here and start to hit this base. He's going to be able to take out the gold base over here, probably no problem, although I think we're going to see Kira debate contesting it. And look at how quickly everything is getting wiped out. He's going to very gradually move up. He's going to, by the way, he's banking a lot of minerals and a lot of gas over time as he does this. The thing about the carriers is that they don't really have to trade. Okay. The Vikings come in. The Vikings are getting to one-shot these carriers.
A lot of the Stalkers actually targeting the Planetary right now. The carriers, I think they're barely edging out the Vikings. Oh, the Storm is massive. Every single air unit
oh my God,
gets caught in the Storm. Now, there aren't that many interceptors left, so the carriers do have to retreat, but that's what the Disruptors are for. They're going to buy space here for the carriers.
Yeah, and here we go. These shots come out.
Oh, the shots are really good. Only a handful of Marines left on the ground. We still have 2 more Storms, or at least 1. Archon gets morphed here in the front. Kira is still hanging on. The reinforcing Viking is able to take down another carrier. Stats now with a Warp Prism reinforcing right on the front line. But look at the money.
It's wild. There's only 4 more carriers, though. We have more carriers, I think, being produced. Or no, maybe we don't, actually. He's actually stopped.
Hey, he's warping in more Stalkers. I'm actually surprised that Stats isn't committing to the attack right now. I guess he needs time for +3 air weapons to complete. He needs time for these carriers to replenish their interceptors, but
yeah, I think so.
I believe the reason he's not making carriers is because right now he knows he has a window.
Oh, wait, there's... oh, no, that was 8 units lost. Excuse me. I was like, wait, there's 8 carriers. That's crazy. Yeah,
he's
this makes sense.
in.
I think you just go with a kind of basic ground army. With Terran's this low, especially when you have this many Vikings, like what are Vikings going to do versus your ground army? Did you kill all the carriers? Okay, who cares? I've got Stalker Disruptor. How are your Vikings going to fight that?
Yeah, the Stalker Disruptor are going to do a lot of heavy lifting in these engagements. Still 7 Disruptors alive.
He wants to try to go for the army here.
Go for the army and get on top of the production.
He's going to just stay out of range here.
Oh, got to be careful with those Vikings, though. They can
Yeah.
one-shot that weakened carrier. Stalker's now coming in to reinforce.
Archon's underneath.
Splash damage is really big. This is a key moment.
Another big warping round of Stalkers. Carriers are still alive in the back. The Vikings can't really find a position to hit. Does he take the free kill over here on the right? I think he does.
I think you got to go for it. Kira's going to try and prevent that from being a free kill. Okay, blink forward. Repair's going to come through, though. You won't be able to snipe that down. Actually, the Disruptor's caught out of position on the left side. They all get focused down.
my
There's
God.
no good hits.
Dude, he just threw.
Oh,
That's insane.
no. Stats bit off a little bit more than he could chew right there, going for the planetary, and the Disruptor is out of position, means that Kira is going to run over this
GG.
army and book his ticket to the round of 4. But what a series.
Dude, that was wild. You know, sometimes just the fact that the planetary draws a little bit of damage, well, in this case, like probably a third of all the attacks are going to the planetary, that's a waste because the SCVs can repair that. That's like almost in a weird way, if you think about it, like a giant shield battery for the Terran army, and that it's just soaking up so much extra damage. Kira's going to move on now. He's going to be the 3rd player in the Final 4, leaving us 3 more players to duke it out for that last spot. Stats, I got to say, he lost, and he lost due to a big mistake there at the end, and it looked like he pretty much had the game in the bag. But I can't emphasize enough how impressed I am with his performance.
He's playing out of his mind, I think. Has a really good chance of still emerging from this group in the 2nd place. And, you know, maybe that'll favor him heading into the finals. So we now have an interview here with Cure. So, Cure, after 2 seasons, you have made it to the semifinals. How are you feeling? Well, after the patch, I felt like I didn't really have a lot of time to catch myself up to new styles, new meta. But I'm happy to make it to the semifinals regardless of this, and I'm going to try my best to make it all the way to the finals. So against GuMiho on Oceanborn, when GuMiho went mech, you had so many Liberators. Did you think that Skytoss was the answer to mech? And Kira says, I'm not really sure if that is the answer or the way that game played out, but in practice I had a pretty good win rate playing that composition against mech, so I was comfortable with it. Now in the match against Stats, that was a really back and forth series. It felt like anybody could have won. When you finally realized you were going to win there in game number 3, what were you thinking? So whenever my opponents try to kill a planetary, I feel like it's my opportunity to win. So I was really happy in that final moment. So overall, looking at your performance today, did you meet your expectations, or how are you feeling about your performance? Well, since the patch is still really fresh, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare specifically for these opponents and these matchups. So I just try to focus on my opponent's innate styles. And so, Kira, you did make it to DreamHack Dallas, and you also qualified for GSL Season 2 automatically by getting top 4. So, how are you feeling? And Kira says, well, after I had an injury, I thought it was going to take me a really long time to recover, but actually my recovery's been faster than I've expected. I'm playing well, so I'm really happy with my results overall. So in the semifinals, your first opponent is going to be Maru. How do you feel?
이기겠다는
Well, Maru is always a scary opponent.
실수 안 하고 준비한 거 열심히 준비 열심히 해가지고 실수 안 하고.
But this time, I'm not gonna try to beat Maru specifically. I'm gonna try to just play well. I'm gonna focus instead on myself and playing well instead of fixating on my opponent being Maru. So, you know, the finals day is both the semifinals and the finals all in one day. Is there anything you want to say before the semifinal match? Kira says, yeah, Maru, please go easy on me. Any words for your fans? Well, you know, I've been working hard to show a good performance for my fans, so you know, cheer for me. I hope to show good games, yada, yada,
Fans
yada.
and my scans. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. Shin vs. GuMiho coming up next. What's up, everybody? We're back, and we're ready for the losers match. So one of these two players is going to be eliminated. The winner will go on to fight stats. Whoever wins there will get that final 4th spot in the round of 4.
Yeah, and this is an important match for both these guys, of course, as no one really wants to have to qualify for the internationals, but top 6 here, I believe it gets you to DreamHack Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot on the line, both for Shin and for GuMiho, and of course a top 4 will also be really nice. Going to top 4 means that you don't need to qualify for the next season at GSL, and GSL, as small as it is, round of 16 tournament, it's still really hard to qualify for. We have a lot of upsets, a lot of top players, even SOS trying to come back and qualify, hasn't been able to do it the past couple of seasons, so both these players would love to advance from this match with so much on the line, and we're going to get a little bit of a tour of some of the new maps, which we haven't seen just yet here in GSL, both Post Youth and Crimson Court. I think their first showing here.
Yeah, let's get an idea of these maps here. You know, we already had Shin when he was on one of the newer maps do something pretty crazy. Will he have anything planned on these first 2? We're going to find out. Our game is loading up, guys. Again, the loser is out of the GSL. The winner goes on to that final best of 3. Okay, so Shin at the top, GuMiho in the bottom here. We immediately have an SCV coming out on the map, but it looks like it's 1 SCV and not 2.
Yeah, we'll see if another one gets pulled. The very early SCV certainly is going to be a proxy, but how much
does he want to make it in
pressure?
the net? Oh, it's going to be right there.
Yeah, there are a lot of Reaper jump spots on this map, so.
Yeah, well, makes sense. Makes sense to go for this. So, you are seeing this right, by the way. There are gold minerals and blue minerals. It's like you ever seen somebody with a gold tooth? That's what I always feel like when I look at this.
The space is a gold tooth. Yeah, that's right. And it's basically in the main base, too. This is almost the first time I saw this map and played on it, I was like, man, that feels like this is like a map from the 2v2 pool, you know?
Right, yeah.
With a really interesting main base setup. You have this one ramp on the right side with a mineral wall that you can mine out, and then there's the opening on the left side.
But I think this is great. You know, the advantage of RTS is we have a bunch of different maps, and I think over the past several years, I think we got a little bit too formulaic. I think they relied a little bit too much on pro feedback.
Tasteless. I think that Overlord's going to spot this barracks right when it completes.
Doop. Yep, he sees it. But I think the fact that we have maps that are kind of going into uncharted territory in competitive 1 versus 1 is good. It will cause some maps that make for weird or maybe bad games, but it will also create maps that make good and improved games.
Yeah, maps like this can be a lot of fun, too, especially in a map pool with 9 maps in total, so you have some extra vetoes. I appreciate map makers getting a little bit more creative. I'm trying to remember what map it was many, many years ago where there was a gold base in the center, and we had, I think, a player, maybe even in the GSL, lift their command center at the very start of the game and plant it on that gold base, which is so much fun. First Reaper now coming in. Their links aren't out just yet, but some nice micro here are the drones dropping down the Sport Crawler. Ooh, that one drone barely surviving. You know, getting a lot of drones into the red, but no kills with this first Reaper.
Not able to get in there. These links pursuing that Reaper.
And it's just the one Reaper, too. The barracks is already going back home, and we have a factory in production back at the Natural.
Yeah, you know, with GuMiho, keep in mind this is also a scout to confirm, you know, what the Zerg is doing here, and you know, Ragnarok, or sorry, Shin is a little bit more cheesy in some ways than these other players. And behind this is going to be triple command center. So we've had a lot of games where it's like light harass scout into 3 bases. Zerg doesn't have any way to figure this out just yet. It's hard to get over to the double CC that's there. Ooh, nice body block. That was sick. Ooh, we did it again.
GuMiho is really testing the limits here with this Reaper.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy he's being that aggro to try to get in there. If you lose that, you don't know what's going on. So,
Overlord going to come back here into the main base. Now, I don't think he's actually checking for the 3rd command center, and he might not get an idea unless he moves that Overlord over here to the right side. But with the factory nearly done with a reactor, we'll see if he fully commits, because those Cyclones, if they do come out, they will be able to clean this up. Instead, it will be Hellions. And a Roach Warren here for Shin, now taking that third hatchery. So the Overlord Scout is going to be able to get all the way over here into the corner of the base, but I still think Shin does not know this is the 3cc opening. I mean, he might have an idea because he sees only one gas there in the main base as he flies over, but GuMiho very easily could have 2 gases at the natural expansion right now if he wanted to. I'm curious also how aggressive Shin is going to be with this Roach Warren because, of course, with gold bases going back to the introduction of gold bases in StarCraft 2, being able to afford a more mineral-heavy economy, mineral-rich economy on a low drone count has often led to some really aggressive plays with Roaches that have been very effective.
But I mean, I would feel like you could also just get Marauders as easily, right? I mean, it's like high mineral, lower gas. I mean, the thing is, when we see Zergs go for gold bases on other maps, the gold bases are in places like this on the map, right? They're out there. This is where you both just have it. And so you're right. I mean, it's probably very tempting to go for Roaches because that kind of maths out nicely. But at the same time, it also, the Terran gets that too. So, you know, this is going to be a tough cast, I think, in general, because it's like we've never really casted on a map like this, right?
Yeah, it's hard really to get a feel for exactly what the economies are going to be. I mean, the worker counts are a little bit disingenuous in a situation like this one because naturally you're going to have less workers. There's 2 less patches, I think, in the natural expansion. It's just half of them are gold.
It could just ramp up in action a little bit more quickly. We've got the double eBay, by the way. And so, you know, I think GuMiho already has a pretty... I'm looking at the way GuMiho is developing and playing this out. I really like it so far.
Yeah, it's working really well. Take this third base all the way down here. Banshee's coming out for map control as well as Hellion. So really playing a map control heavy game with these units. Meanwhile, macroing up a Storm back at home, getting that third command center up so early and now going into double engineering bay with, what, 4 more barracks in production? Yeah, I like his game plan so far. This is looking pretty solid.
So the next gold base, the true gold base for Zerg is being taken. And Zerg will always get that if they're expanding in a normal fashion before the Terran. Zerg always expand faster than the Terran. So if I'm looking at this game correctly, I feel like we're going to see Terran push this gold base probably as it finishes or a little bit after it finishes.
Maybe, but at the same time, I'm not sure exactly how much GuMiho is going to have on the board once that hatchery is done. 1-1 is about halfway complete.
True.
These Banshee's going to try and find some damage. Should be able to get at least 1 queen. So nice pick right there for GuMiho. Just take whatever you can get with these units that are serving their primary role in terms of, you know, just a safety net here that allow you to take that third command center so early on the low ground. Occasionally comes in, does see the siege tank and the Marines, but that's not too much of a tell at this stage in the game here for Shin. And Zerg is really just kind of powering up. Spire is nearly done. Bailing Nest is getting started as well as an Infestation Pit. We have Ravagers in production. We have all sorts of upgrades coming through. Roach speed, Ling speed, 1-1 as well in the Evolution Chambers. Shin has basically fleshed out his economy, especially with this final round of, I think, 10 drones. We're on 4 bases with, I think, what, 9 mineral patches in total.
That's so funny.
Turn on Flyer Helper if you haven't yet, Shin, so that doesn't happen again.
He actually whips that shot that he should have gotten. That's so funny.
But yeah, Shin is pretty much fully online right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just put pedal to the metal and just pumped units from here on out up until he hits high, because his saturation isn't going to get much better with any more drones. He really can just pump units out.
I feel like we're watching 2 armies just go in the middle of the map and fight each other. It's like one of you is wrong.
Yeah.
You can't both be right in this moment. He's going to pick up. Oh, no, never mind. Then they both back off. Again, one of you is wrong.
Well, both players are building some pretty powerful armies. I mean, GuMiho only just now throwing down that 4th command center on the low ground, so he does need to play the map control game just to make sure that safely does get up. Because he is taking a little bit of a risk building that on the low ground as opposed to floating it in for the main base. But really, both economies are just developing into these very strong armies that haven't clashed at all in this game just yet. And Shin's creep spread, it's looking fantastic. Already reaching the halfway point here in the map. Beelining it towards GuMiho's base. He's setting up for a 5th hatchery over here at this blue mineral base. GuMiho's just getting closer and closer to 2-2.
Okay, he's going to come in there and try to chase those Ravagers down. The Ling's going to come in here. I don't know if they intended to catch these Marines here, but they did spot him. The Ultra Scavenger's coming down.
And 2 Vipers as well.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Shin is already very close to max, so I think he wants at least one good fight in, build up a bank.
Yeah, I think you're totally right, because what you want to do is you want to trade out your army and then have so much money and so much larva that you immediately dump back into that.
And so this fourth base is naturally going to be a big target here for Shin, but GuMiho seems well prepared to defend this. He's got Hellbats on the ground. 2-2 is nearly complete. Vehicle level 1s is completing at this moment. Marauder's getting mixed in as well as he's starting to identify, you know, the Baneling count is rising. There are a good number of Roaches as well. A little bit more meat in this army, and nice spread there too from GuMiho. This is a scary push. This is so close also from the 4th Terran Command Center to this gold base.
Yeah, this is going to be the target. It did come a little bit later, and that makes me a little bit more concerned. Not that I think he could have pushed it earlier, but he's at this point in time, Shin's already soaked up so much of the minerals from the gold base. He's going to back up, and it looks like he's just going to abandon it.
The thing is, GuMiho's only on 64 workers. He's playing on a really high army supply.
Right.
And Shin's army, it's expensive. He's not really building that much of a bank in terms of gas. It's mostly just minerals that he's banking up because he's morphing so many Banelings. He's morphing, it's going to be like 45 plus Banelings on the map.
It's a pretty, it's a lot of narrow areas you're fighting on, which means splash damage gets optimized a little bit more as the Banelings hug each other, turning corners. So basically GuMiho comes in, sledgehammers down that gold base, and leaves. I mean, he kind of went in there uncontested.
Lead up these Roaches. Shin bring up a little bit of supply. He does have 2 very high energy Vipers on the map right now. In fact, full of energy. So Blinding Clouds are on the table here. Those siege tanks can get disabled should Shin decide to attack into this off creep. And in fact, he will. Not going to give GuMiho the time he needs to reinforce those units on the left side of the map. But this is a pretty good trade looking for GuMiho. Not even all of the siege tanks went down. And that was expensive for Shin too.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't feel like Shin can really find an out. And GuMiho is just going to continue to kind of roam and look for openers. We've got nukes coming here, which I guess you get far enough along in a game like this that it only makes sense, right? You know, this is such a maze-like map in the middle. It feels like you can set up tanks and Marines and Marauders and kind of evenly spread them out and then just use nukes to hit them from afar. And Zerg's not going to have a whole lot of places to go. You know, a lot of these expansions on the map are kind of lining the middle.
Yeah, and this high ground just kind of sections off the entire middle. It's a great staging ground for GuMiho to push off of, and it's really hard for Shin to actually maintain creep on that area. Oh, finally he's going to get that Viking.
All right.
He's got practice now.
That was revenge from before, for the one that got away.
He opened his settings and turned on Fire Helper so he can actually shoot it.
But this allows GuMiho to try to run up. Good pickups here. Seems like that was everything that was supposed to be attending those tanks earlier.
Yeah, a lot of these tanks do go down. Ghosts are on the field. Baneling's also coming in, but GuMiho's actually setting up a really good surround, and this is a big choke point to come in here for Shin. I mean, the Banelings are finding good connections, but the Ultras and the Roaches really can't find any angle to attack into this, so Shin is now going to remax. And Shin is basically just trying to run GuMiho dry. He doesn't want to let him take a 5th base. He wants to keep attacking into GuMiho's army.
And look at the amount of minerals that Shin is banking here. Yeah. I think we're starting to see the impact of just being given gold minerals early on.
Oh, this base is potentially going down right now. Even army supplies, and Shin has not had the time to remax on the Banelings. Oh, EMP gets every single Viper there on the left side.
That was pretty sick.
Shin just lost all of his spell casting, and GuMiho's army here in the front line is so powerful. The Banelings get some pretty good connections there on the left side. The Ghosts get picked up, so they will survive. But the reinforcements even coming in. I mean, Shin, he doesn't have any gas. He can basically only make Lings and a handful of Ultras right now. Infestation Pit is going to go down. With armor, Shin should be able to push forward off this position with these Ultralisks, especially with Transfuse here on the back end. I mean, off creep, there's no support for them. I think Shin's even lacking Larva right now because the remax of Lings isn't coming in. He just doesn't have enough hatcheries. He's on, what, 4 hatch?
And we're just now seeing Terran really suck up all these gold minerals over here, or will soon. He's going to attack it again, and it seems like, yeah, with those gold minerals you get early, you get a lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders. It kind of sets up really nicely to have the stuff that fights Zerg, where there's an excess. And I know this is like map 1, but at least this is my read on it so far.
That's a pretty good read so far because GuMiho's in really good control of this game. Shin with one last Hail Mary right here coming into this gold base. Now that's a good connection right there where the Banelings get both the SCVs, the Siege Tank, and the Marauders. So those lifting up to the medevac. Meanwhile, GuMiho on the other side of the map is going for this counterattack, trying to micro against an Ultralisk with all these Marines is not really a winning fight.
Yeah.
Surprising he's
How
not
long
lifting them
can
up.
they keep
Those
running?
all
Why
could
don't you
die to
pick
this
these up?
Ultra.
Like, what is going
My
to happen?
God. I mean, GuMiho, there's so much happening on the map right now. He's trying to defend against this push here in the center. Bile's now raining down. Are going to connect with some of the Marauders. I can't believe we almost saw one Ultra kill like 50 Marines.
It's like, you know this unit interaction.
That was the win that Shin needed, by the way. If he didn't hit in at that time before the planetary was done, he might be out of this game. But instead, he reset the bio count. He killed a lot of SCVs. He was able to stop the 5th base from getting up there for GuMiho. And he got a good chunk of bio as well. Marines and Marauders both went down to those huge Baneling connections in the mineral line. And maybe he has a chance in this one, but still, GuMiho, he's retaking that 5th base. He's got command centers to spare. It's really just the Ultras doing the heavy lifting right now for Shin, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, Tasteless.
Yeah, you know, the problem is that I think these Ultras are going to get close to getting in, and then they're going to...
I didn't even see those
connection,
Banes.
I never saw it either. I don't know where that came from. But even with that happening, what I was going to say is even if those Ultras get in, they're going to have to eventually run out. In fact, that one even gets shot down, which means Terran sets up shop at the gold base again. Now, the one thing that Shin has going for him is he's in the top left. And that's not a spot you can push easily. Oh, wow, there's going to be a lot of minerals coming in now.
I'm watching that right now. It's at 2K minerals per minute. I want to see after like 2 rounds of trips.
Yeah.
What that number gets up to. All right, GuMiho dropping here on the left side. Oh, no, the mules, not the mules. They did like 1 trip and then have to evacuate. Shin is playing this really well, man. This is a scrappy game.
Yeah, this is a very different feel for a TVZ here. There's actually another push coming up here, kind of hitting in between everything else.
It's almost pure Ravagers and 1 low HP Ultra that just instantly gets sniped, but GuMiho has to retreat, doesn't
like
have enough on the ground.
Every medevac in the game is in the middle of like a drop that just has 1 medevac.
This Orbital's on like 100 HP. These SCVs, I hope, are coming down to repair and not to mine. Yep, indeed coming down to repair. This is not MMA. This bio over here on the right side is doing a good job of preventing Shin from retaking the gold base, retaking that blue base.
Dude, every time these mules are not mining,
God.
it is huge.
I think those are different mules. They're full on.
No, that's another drop of mules, yeah.
That's crazy. That's like 10 mules completely negated right now by Shin. And this is really, you know, the macro here for Terran. GuMiho's throwing down additional orbital commands so that he can drop down these mules, so that he can have this mineral bank. And now this expansion again getting denied. Shin is just everywhere, man. He doesn't even have the creep spread, but he is just so aware of what is going on. He knows which angles to find. I mean, he's playing this map like he's played it 100,000 times over, you know?
Yeah.
This is crazy the way he's navigating it.
Well, you need more than that to try to protect that base. The tank is going to fall here.
The problem I'm worried about here for Shin is that GuMiho is still building a massive army, 123 supply on the ground.
Well, and the issue as well is like, okay, so I think Shin learned his lesson mid-game and that he can't keep expanding down. He has to expand towards the other top side of the map. But those bases are going to run out too. Terran always grows slower. Man, I want to get some kind of stat for how much damage that command center has taken this game. Because it's been the same command center the whole time.
It's just been burning down this entire, past 5 minutes. That poor CC.
Yeah, it's been on fire the entire game.
We've also had that nuke just baking
It's
in
like
the oven.
the Olympic torch, like it can't go out until GuMiho's won with a final push.
It's even burning. All right, Liberator now coming in. Going to try and stop mining over there on that left base, but Shin has his eyes set again on this gold command center. Oh no, the Lib! It's barely out of position. I feel like this command center is net negative minerals in terms of like the repair that's been going in on it. All right, GuMiho getting a really nice surround on this Ultra. Actually able to pick that off, and Shin knows if he turns around with these Banelings, he will not be able to find the big hits he needs.
And we're going to see GuMiho try to push up into this upper right corner. There's always been a little bit of counterplay here from Shin where he comes in and tries to smash the gold base. But the reality is that GuMiho is also mining from the bottom right and will probably grow into the other bases over there as well. I think we're about to see that poke again here.
GuMiho continuing to move through the center now. His standing army is a lot better than Shin's on the ground. GuMiho has mustered a very big force, and all these Banelings morphing in. This is a bad time.
Yeah, he should really stim in and try to kill that.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he isn't. I was just
kind
waiting.
of a lost opportunity there. Okay, he's going to force the cancels. Always got to be careful where you can make the Banelings on the map.
Keep in mind, GuMiho still has his nuke still sitting around. Waiting to see him use that thing. It's been in there all game. Okay, Fungles actually come in, gets 4 goes. Those Banelings will connect. This is a big win right now for Shin in the center, as even the siege tanks are getting taken out. More Banelings coming in. The bio has to micro away. GuMiho got caught woefully out of position. Now Snipes coming in here on the left side. But another Fungal plus Blinding Cloud on the bio.
Yeah, and that gets cleaned up, and now we see a lot of damage being dealt down here in the bottom right. We see that GuMiho's trying to muster up a little bit more. You know, in some ways, the bottom right position is going to be more important for Terran to control than that gold base. You're always going to be able to re-land a command center there and suck up some minerals, almost like it's Dune, you know, where they like land somewhere and then they got to pull out because the sandworms are going to come. That's sort of what this game is. But yeah, you know, it's really more important that GuMiho actually sucks up all the minerals at the bottom right.
Yeah, and almost this base here on the gold is good at keeping Shin's attention away from that bottom right side of the map because, yeah, you aren't mining this gold base. I'm sure you would love to here as GuMiho. Ooh, nice snipe right there on the Viper. Hopefully these, ooh, the ghosts, they almost got caught by the Fungal. Man, Shin has been really sneaky with these Fungals so far.
Yeah, he's been pretty crafty. Another big move here from GuMiho. Such an interesting game, by the way. This is just such a different TVZ.
Yeah, this is a chaotic one.
It's a weird one.
Again, the creep spread here for Shin is not good, and I think the biggest issue for Zerg is he can't take another base. It's really hard for him to take 9 o'clock. Okay, Shin actually coming in again. Oh, the Banelings, there's no micro on the right side there by GuMiho. Banelings getting really good connection of all the Marines and the Marauders. Lings and Banes both now trickling in. Another Fungal on the front line means more good connections here for Shin, but there's so many reinforcements here for GuMiho. Snipes coming in on those Ultras. I mean, Shin has broken this position, but there's still so much bio left on the ground. I mean, it feels like that was a massive win for Shin, but the standing army for GuMiho is still bigger somehow.
Yeah, it seems like GuMiho always manages to find a way. And then we see Shin run back.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Lots of SCVs not mining over
Quiet quitting, even in the GSL. Unbelievable.
GG. GuMiho takes game 1. And I got to say, you know, new map, new ideas. Hard game for Shin, it looked like.
Yeah, I think, you know, when I first saw this map, I thought it would be good for Zerg because of the gold bases, but the way the architecture is laid out with that high ground in the center, where Terran can just kind of stage every attack from, and Zerg is really hard for them to maintain creep. I don't know what Shin does to try and expand to 9 o'clock or retake the gold in 3 o'clock position, because GuMiho almost played an exhaust game that didn't get to full exhaust. He just contained Shin on the top line of the map, and Shin did everything in his power to throw all these curveballs GuMiho's way. He was throwing, you know, Ling and Baneling attacks. He was dropping bios on the gold command center. He was picking off SCVs. He was winning fights with cheeky Fungals, but he never really got the momentum that he needed. It felt like he was basically drowning for 15 minutes, and eventually GuMiho snapped his neck.
Yeah. GuMiho able to basically kind of sink back into his position, let the Ultralisks and everything else feed in, and then go right back at it. Guys, game 2 starting now. Let's do this. Okay, Shin in the bottom left, GuMiho in the top right. Different looking TVZ, obviously the same units, the same pieces on the board, so to speak, but the patterns of growth were different. The pacing of what units showed up were different because of the gold minerals. So, you know, another new map here. Let's see if there are also new ideas at play for our players. This is GuMiho playing a little bit differently. He's going to be doing, if he makes a second barracks, that double racks Reaper expand. We see sometimes 3 Reapers made total, and then you expo. Beyond popularized it, but it seems like everybody's just sort of taken this and incorporated it into their play style.
Yeah, it's just another build that you can mix in a best of 3, best of 5, best of 7.
It's good. It's a good opener.
GuMiho doesn't play this style
almost ever. Yeah, that's correct.
It's pretty rare for him, but he is busting it out here against Shin. I think it's because, if I'm not mistaken, Crimson Court actually has 3 different Reaper spots to get into the main base.
Yeah.
It's one of the best maps for Reapers that we've had in a while, I think. And there's also a lot of rocks and mineral walls kind of scattered around the map, so the mobility of the Reapers here is very good. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw GuMiho actually go up to maybe 4 or 5 Reapers as opposed to just 3. We'll see how heavily he's going to lean into this. The SCV moves over to the natural expansion.
Is he only going to make 2?
Third
Okay,
one
no,
does
he's
get
going to
queued
get a
up.
3rd one. We've also seen, this is a little bit older, but like people make more than 3. I do feel like 3 feels right. Some of you guys might be asking, like, would you really want to make 2 barracks and only get 3? It's not like, it's the fact that 3 is the number where you get to really control the map.
Starts the 4th
And so he
one.
starts the 4th. Okay, I'm glad I brought it up then, because we've seen games where people like kept making them. Now, when you keep making Reapers, it should go without saying, but I'll say it anyways, you're not making Marines, right? Marines are just better units later on, but if you're making more and more Reapers, then you need to figure out, okay, what do I want to get done with this? So did he stop at 4?
I think so. I saw an add-on go for one of the barracks, I believe a tech lab, so yep, that is just coming in. I think it's only going to be these 4 Reapers here for GuMiho, beginning Marine production, but this is good. There's a lot of Reaper spots, again, jumping on the main base here. It's hard for Shin to really get the creep spread to cover all of them.
Yeah,
and this
there's
is
that 4th Reaper now. So he's just going to keep trying to move around here. And the thing is, you know, Queens beat Reapers, but Reapers have mobility, and you can really abuse them with the grenades and kind of play keep away.
Oh, Shin is going for a fast lair.
Yeah, this is kind of cool.
2-hatch lair. I mean, it is hard for him to go for a 3rd base here, and it's a Roach Swarm. Are we going to potentially see a Nidus?
We could. Maybe he wants to do some kind of a Roach attack. Or
and maybe with a Queen drop.
A push up here.
Huh.
And I mean, this could have also been prompted because he sees 4 Reapers. He's like, all right, that's a lot. He's getting 2 more gases. Now, he only has 1 gas at his main. So it's always a little bit confusing when you see 2 gases taken there.
3rd hatchery is going down at the 9 o'clock position here for Shin. Oh, these Queens got to be careful. Very low on HP. I'd be surprised if Shin dropped a transfuse on one of those at least. And the tech here a little bit delayed for GuMiho. He's going 3 barracks into a factory. Of course, going for 4 Reapers before factory means that you're investing all of this gas. It's going to be delayed. And Shin already has his lair tech done, so we'll see exactly how he's going to use it. Right now, just getting Roach speed, adding in an additional gas, so going up to 4 gas on these 2 hatches before the 3rd is even done. And it might just be a Roach-heavy style. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Shin can do with this necessarily. Overseer is going to come in. I mean, it pops and just immediately gets dumpstered by these Marines. Really good move out there from GuMiho. Luckily, Shin was able to scout it, but...
So when you move out with Marines like this, it is high risk, high reward because there's no medevac accompanying them. There's no way to pick them up. So there's no way to get out once the damage starts. But it's also a weird moment to come in, right? He's trying to hide the Roaches, by the way. I think the Reaper should have seen the Roaches. I do, by the way, think GuMiho should just turn around.
Yeah, he's going to see these Roaches and probably have to make a run for it. Oh, no. It's like a horror movie.
Yeah. No matter which way they go, some of the Marines are going in the inconvenient direction.
And Ravagers are getting morphed in. So it's going to be a Roach Ravager opening here for Shin.
Look at this. I want to say a high-speed chase, but it's really a slow-speed chase.
8 seconds till Roach speed is done. Okay, he's going to stem forward and try and take this fight right now. This is a pretty good engagement, actually, for GuMiho. And with grenades, he can almost stun some of these Roaches.
He's going to run back.
With 1 more stim, because Roach speed is done, he has to stim away or at least fight.
Yeah, he's going to commit down to this and then just see what damage he can get away with and keep on running.
Oh, can he actually hold on the natural expansion, though? I don't know if he has any siege tanks. One of them is in production. No siege tanks out on the field at all.
No, he has to win this like as a fight, but he's going to have to use his infrastructure as the wall.
Combat shields already getting targeted down there by Shin.
Oh, he can repair that. Oh, he's actually going to finish it. 2-1-0.
Yeah, with a medevac. He's able to push it away.
Is he going to repair it?
I think it's going to finish regardless.
All right, he saves
there
it.
We go.
So that is pretty bad for Shin. The micro that was displayed there by GuMiho was just good enough that it basically shut down the super aggressive attack, and Shin got nothing of value done. And You know, there's already tanks out. There's medevacs. Yes, Marines were lost, but you can keep producing this. I think there's going to be opportunities for pushing to come out here. I do worry if GuMiho attacks too soon, it could be bad, and we see him kind of coming across the map now. I think if he's going to be on the map, he wants to be doing harass style and not push style.
Drop coming over here at the 9 o'clock position, able to get 6 drones immediately, even going for an Overlord. We'll get that and then lift off. Scan drops, gets this creep tumor as well, so nice little map control play here by GuMiho. Getting a little bit of counter damage done, and you know, I like this opening from Shin because this is a pretty hard map for Zerg, especially in the early game, because there are 3 spots Reapers can come up into your main base. So Reaper openings can be really powerful, but behind the speed Roaches, he droned all the way up to 70 on 3 bases, has a really healthy economy, traded out the Roaches for the bulk of the Marines, which is a good way of resetting the bio count there. And he's positioned his way in a pretty solid spot here. He really wants to get this high yield Vespian gas base in the center. But he's already getting his hive tech. He's got a good number of Ravagers, of Lings. Failing us coming in. 1-1 upgrades also soon to complete here for Shin. I'm liking his build order selection a lot here on this map. Oh, GuMiho actually gets the kill on that hatch.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big shutdown. Think about how many games are ended with a push that kills the 4th hatch. That one wasn't even one where it was canceled. It was just killed. It was almost anticlimactic. And GuMiho knows to immediately break away from that position. Instead of trying to entrench himself, he's going to start to roam. He wants to look for the next 4th base and get that one forced, canceled, or killed.
GuMiho repositioning with 2 armies now. This group of 2 medevac Marines going to go on the left side, try and pick off these Roaches and then work their way up to the drones, but reinforcements come in, shoot them away.
It's another one. That was not, well, I can't tell if that was canceled or not.
I think it was.
Okay.
So Shin does get the cancel over there on the 4th base, but he's still only mining on 3 bases, and GuMiho's been slowly macroing up back at home to this 3rd command center. And if Zerg is on equal bases with the Terran, they are usually not very happy, and oh my goodness, GuMiho. I was afraid he was going to siege up here in the main for a second. Instead, going to be able to retreat away. Fully mining minerals from all 3 of these bases, playing a relatively low gas style.
So Shin, and these E-bases are fairly late, by the way. That's one of the reasons why GuMiho was able to be out on the map and do damage, is he gave up on upgrades to have more momentum with his push. Shin is almost maxed out. Shin is going to need to have a big counter swing.
I feel like he's getting himself in position for it. He's getting melee attack now, +2 Carapace is coming in, Adrenal Glands are getting upgraded, as well as Banelings. We have 2 very high energy Vipers that should be max energy when the next battle commences on the map. And Shin is also playing with a low drone count, only 69 drones. And part of that is because GuMiho has been relentless in shutting down these 4th hatcheries. But as a result of it, the standing army here for Shin is really formidable. He's even throwing down an Ultralisk Cavern. He's getting a ton of Banelings. This is him kind of playing the same mid to late game as he did in game 1, but looking a lot more solid here in game 2 in terms of how strong his army is relative to GuMiho's.
Yeah, I love the Liberator down here just to clear out even Overlords. Be a bit of a nuisance there. We see another pickup over here. And I got to say, I think GuMiho's going to be out of position. He has almost all of his supply in those medevacs that are out on the map. What is actually back here to defend? I'm seeing like 1, 2, 3 tanks and 3 Marauders. State, this is bad.
Yeah, GuMiho is really badly out of position. Now, he is going to try to go for a counterattack almost in a pseudo-base trade, but that's an army that is pretty good against yours, GuMiho. All those Banelings. I think Shin might have actually expected there'd be more back at home. Okay, these Marines going to come in, try and focus power down some drones. Oh, and this drop over here is massive at the 4th base. So GuMiho...
He's killed off 18 drones, 19 drones. You know, it's funny, though. There's a time to harass and a time to stay back and defend.
Oh, my goodness. This is an insane catch for GuMiho. The medevacs come through. They get the 2 Vipers. Shin reset back to 0 spellcasters, but the standing army on the ground is still really powerful. And keep in mind, GuMiho, he's far away from getting maxed. Shin is knocking on the door. 59 drones, 130 army supply, a lot of Banelings. Mixed in here at Ultralisk as well. And Shin is committing in on the attack. Banelings come through. Pretty nice connections right there in the front. Concussive shell slowing them down a little bit, but there isn't that much bio.
Yeah, you can see there's a bit of a log jam here at the entrance with the Roaches blocking off the damage that could have been done if they could just slip through.
Oh, and you can feel the pain of GuMiho losing those siege tanks just minutes ago. If he had 5 more siege tanks in this fight, it's an easy hole, but instead, Shin is just barreling down this natural expansion, working his way on top of the production.
Yeah, that's going to be a GG. Shin manages to win a game. He felt like he was losing a lot of that. But, you know, again, GuMiho, he needs to know when it's time to pump the brakes, when it's time to defend. I think there was a moment where it's like, okay, all your supply is on the map. He's going Ro.8. He has to do a supply dump and attack into you and get to the next phase of the game, which means you need to stay back, enjoy the harassment and the denies you got, and then get the game into a place where now you're going to be able to brace for impact, fend off his attacks, and continue to stay ahead.
Man, Shin's played a couple of really good, really scrappy games. Game number 2, barely able to take a 4th hatchery, gets canceled and killed 2, maybe even 3 times. 3rd hatchery about as late as you possibly see it. That was 2 hatch layer into speed roaches just to get map control and drone behind it. I mean, Shin absolutely rolling with the punches, but GuMiho going a little bit out of the box too. Trying that Reaper opening, which we almost never see him do. Mixing things up, and now we're going to a map both these players know they've practiced on countless numbers of time. It's Site Delta for the final map of the elimination match. Shin versus GuMiho. The winner will go on to the final match. The loser is out of the GSL.
Okay, Shin in the bottom right, GuMiho in the top left. On a map these players are both definitely a lot more comfortable and practiced on. What kind of game are we going to get? You know, it's interesting that GuMiho went for like a normal common build, but just not normal and common for him on that last map. By the way, he was making it work. It does seem like he's not quite as clean at playing out the decision-making as he's ahead. He seems to get like very mechanical. He's like, now I'm going to harass here, now I'm going to hit here. And it's like, no. You denied his 4th base twice. You can actually go back home now.
Oh, GuMiho gas first with the barracks on the low ground again. No supply depot with the wall in either.
Well, wait, no. So it. Oh yeah, what? Okay, I was for a second. I'm like, my God, State, he never made a depot. This is crazy.
He's hacked into the game.
He's doing a no depot opener. Okay.
Yeah, another mix-up. This time it's only 1 barracks. It's not 2 barracks, but it's a bit of an unusual opening, although I guess considering this is GuMiho, that's kind of par for the course, right? I mean, he is a fan of these kind of unique out-of-the-box styles of play, and it's just going to be a really fast factory with a command center follow-up. Factory going to be on the high ground, barracks on the low ground. Perhaps this is to try and catch an Overlord that is a little bit too ambitious with the scout, because it is a Marine opening, not a Reaper one. But, yeah. Interesting setup.
Yeah, this is cool. GuMiho, we're going to see when that command center is going to come down. He's getting close to having enough minerals to do it. But he's going to send the Marine out like this. Is he going to try to catch the Overlord?
Yeah, I think he was hoping the first Overlord path was going all the way down there to the 9 o'clock position. And if it's not going there, maybe it's going to my 3rd. But no, Shin is smart. He's playing this one really safe. That first Overlord just went straight into the middle, checked for proxy barracks, and then parked itself on a pillar.
So he's actually going to be coming across the map with these Marines.
And 1 SCV. He's feigning like he's going 3 racks or something, isn't he?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is,
what are you doing, GuMiho?
I'm not even going to try to pretend to
what are you cooking?
know what this is.
Is this to deny the 3rd? What are you cooking?
What am I seeing?
I feel like I'm watching a Wings Liberty game that I just don't
I was
understand.
like,
this is like GSL Season 1. I'm like, nobody knows how these units work
well,
yet.
Before Brood War came out in StarCraft 1, this did actually work. So can this possibly work?
The bunker's already a 3rd done.
Can the Queens not just kill the SCV? Isn't that just like an obvious Achilles heel here?
If he brought 2 SCVs, he could repair it, but Hellions now coming in.
Whoa,
SCV did go down. Hellions are going to kill pretty much
watching?
all of the
What
lings.
is this strategy?
It's the Gooey build. I haven't seen this before. I love it,
I've never seen this before.
Bunker finally gets canceled.
More Hellions are coming down. And, you know, you make a lot of lings when you see this, but I guess the Hellions beat the lings.
Third command center going on behind this. I like this opening here from GuMiho, actually.
Well, I
you know
mean,
what this did is it forced Shin onto the map. Shin loses a queen. He loses a ton of Zerglings. He has to remake more, so the drone count is low.
What? That was horrible.
What am I watching? Banshee, Cloak Banshee is the follow-up.
The Lings went by the Hellion like a school of fish. That's so funny.
Now the Hellions are going to join up. They're going to come into the natural expansion. One of them is very low HP. Oh, can he get this around? He was able to work his way behind the mineral line. Oh, he's trying to juke and jive. I don't think he can do it, though, Tasteless. Too many Lings.
What is this game?
GuMiho's actually kind of lucky here that Shin is pumping the brakes on the
We're
Lings.
going to find out GuMiho today is some kind of weird clone time traveler from the past in Wings of Liberty. He's trying to make it work, but it's like, no, listen, here's the thing. GuMiho, it's going to be 2 expansions later, and you have to get to the round of 4.
I kind of liked the way it was looking at the very beginning to force the queens out to kill them and pick off the Lings, but the follow-up from here has just been so painful with these Ling counterattacks.
It's so funny to see this, like, the bait. It was like, well, now you're the other Hellion you can't hit it. He's like, I don't care. I'm still going to kill this Hellion.
Yeah.
I'm on 3 base. You have a non-functional 2 base.
Crazy openings.
I mean, I've never seen anything quite like that. But as it was happening, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Like, I see the Hellions come out and fight the Lings. The thing is, you're always going to get Ling speed with that, right? So
maybe if there's a wall up at the natural by the time the Lings get cross-map, but if you're going to do that, shouldn't the barracks be down there?
Maybe the bunker would have finished in another game, and you would have been able to have the Hellions run behind the bunker,
If the bunker finishes, it changes everything, I think.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Because we're kind of talking about the strategy as if the bunker's supposed to die, which clearly it's not. Although I think it would have been better to send a second SCV with it. I think he would have actually finished the bunker if he had a second SCV.
Oh, yeah, repair is busted, man. That SCV would not have gone down to a queen.
Now he's going to go mech because it's GuMiho. Double armory.
This game is playing out like a choose-your-own-adventure kind of thing.
This is playing out very, very strangely. So he's going, first of all, double armory on 2 base.
He does have a third command center in the main.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, they got the two armories really fast. That's like the time you get like 2 E-bays when you're going for the third command center inside your main.
GuMiho, I think, has done this in the past, though, where if he's not in the best of ways, okay, that engineering bay barely blocking that in, he will just go really greedy on the upgrades. That's him throwing down double armory before adding on the additional factories. He's basically just banking that he can make these Hellions keep Shin on his side of the map. Unfortunately for Shin, he wasn't actually able to get the full surround on these Hellions. Should be able to pick off at least a couple of them.
He might be able to pin him over here on this side.
Oh, that's a nice surround.
He's going to get one.
Goes through slippery.
And it looks like this Shin decides to back off. Now, Shin's also going on 4 bases. He's going to come in here with these 2 Banshees. He's got a Raven as well. Everything about this game feels weird.
2 more factories coming down, going up to 5.
It should be a giveaway that it's mech play because he's still making Hellions.
Yeah.
So,
also it's GuMiho.
Yeah.
You haven't seen any Marines. Hurricane engine upgrade coming in, so it's going to be battle mech here with Banshees and 1 Raven. A lot of Hellions. Not enough service area for the Lings to actually get the full surround. Shin is going to kind of commit, though. Oh, doesn't get up the natural expansion. I thought he might.
Wait a minute. Are there enough Lings to just kill this?
There might be. I really thought there were going to be the SCVs pull coming in. Oh, Hellbat's morphing in. That's right, his armories.
Yeah.
Wait, why didn't we do this earlier?
No, I was thinking that when I was watching. So now what? I mean, he doesn't have the Hellbats that he was going to tech into.
Now we have Cyclones versus Mutas coming in just a moment. Some missile turrets are getting thrown down, but not enough to tell me that GuMiho knows this is what's coming. He's still making Banshees even, which are not going to fare well here against the 11 Mutas about to pop.
He's getting the air attack upgrade here too. Roach Warrant's coming along. And it seems like he just wants to go Ling Muta. And I actually think that Shin might just be able to kill him. I only say that because all the Hellions were killed. I would love it if GuMiho stays alive longer. We just got to see if that's even possible.
He doesn't have cloak, does he? He does.
Take that, State. I do, State. So he can fly and basically ignore. Oh, this is pretty crazy.
It's a new icon. I think that's the Hurricane
Yeah,
engine.
Hurricane
Yeah, it
engine's
is.
going to be taken out.
That is so annoying because the Cyclones are really your catch-all solution to the Mutas right now, and now they don't have speed. Now you have slow Cyclones trying to catch up to all of these Mutalisks running around the map.
And remember, I mean, there's a lot more Lings being made. The Cyclones can drive the Mutas away, but
Shin is on 103 drones, Tasteless.
oh, I didn't even realize that.
103 drones.
That's pretty disgusting.
Can 5 bases even support 103 drones? Like, man, that's crazy.
It's a lot of workers.
That is so many workers. This economy's just through the roof. More hatcheries going to get thrown down now. 6th base getting taken here by Shin as he has complete map control. Only 9 mutas, but a ton of Lings, getting his hive tech. Basically filling out his tech tree. All of the upgrades are coming in. I think that's Groove Spines, Overlord Speed, +2 melee, +1 range here for Shin, among other upgrades. Still triple-digit workers. You know how sometimes we watch exhaust games where the Terran is struggling to get the 5th base to get Vespene Geyser number 9 and 10 and just hunker
Right.
down and defend and play the
course.
game, and then Zerg just tries to have enough economy that they can attack enough times to break the Terran before they actually get that 5th base. This is going to be the ideal Zerg version of that, I think, where Shin is going to have been mining with 100 workers for minutes upon minutes upon minutes. I mean, GuMiho is at 150. Shin is almost maxed with a 3K bank. It's 1.5K,
Oh
1K
my
in the
God.
bank. The Hellions go down too.
So it's going to be showtime here. He's going to be trying to come in and take this fight. Again, it's kind of a scrappy Terran defense. But where's the Overseers here with the Mutas? I just assumed they were going to kind of materialize next to these Ravagers. There they are. So now Corruptors are coming up. I thought he was going to try to do some kind of a push in there and hit that.
I think he has to wait for all these upgrades to come online first.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But really, he doesn't even need to attack into these 4 bases. He might, but he doesn't need to. As long as Terran doesn't take the 5th, I mean, Shin, with such a high economy, he's got to be feeling really good about this position. Now, it is a maxed mech army, so the attacks can't be that inefficient. We do have Vipers getting mixed in. Greater Spire is underway. 2 more hatcheries, so Shin shouldn't have an issue with Larva in terms of remaxing. Those 92 drones can finally actually get some... Well, I guess they probably already have very good resource distribution, but adding in an additional 2 bases certainly is going to make sure that persists. So we have static defense morphing in. Both adding some security to these expansions and also freeing up some more supply for Shin to warp in these high-value units.
Shin is getting to the point where he has enough map that it's almost an emergency here for GuMiho. The Banshees are going to see this push come in, and it's going to be against that battle mech comp. It almost feels like they're going to be pushing into an arc. I feel like this might be the hardest angle to try to come in at. In fact, Shin doesn't seem to really have his army together here, so it's like...
Oh.
You're going to have like almost like 360 degrees of Terran units attacking you here.
Baneling connection on the left side was huge, though. Hit almost every single Cyclone. Those were some value shots, but the reinforcements coming in from GuMiho, I don't know if he actually has enough anti-air.
We're watching the Stutter Step Micro with the Broodlords.
You know, they have that. A lot of people don't like the Broodlord change because they have less power, but they are more mobile, but Shin is actually using that mobility to some pretty good rewards here. Kind of stutter stepping them back. Kind of look like stingrays flying around. I was just at the aquarium.
Well, that attack seemed a little bit clunky, but already Shin has refilled his supply with an army that could attack. And again, Terran knows that there are these exposed bases in the top right, but at the same time can't really get over there and fight them. He's got a small army that's moving out there.
Oh, a lot of the battle mech is on the top right side of the map.
Yeah, that's over there. But here's the problem: is that Shin has bases he can give away. These bases you really can't afford to lose right now. Hydras are going to dive into these Thors. We've got Banelings being made in the back. Banelings coming in from the bottom and connecting onto tanks apparently.
Oh, not finishing him though. He finally goes back, gets those siege tanks. The Thors fall, and Shin, it wasn't the prettiest engagement, but it was a win, absolutely. This third base has just been completely destroyed. GuMiho has very little army left here. It's mostly just Hellions.
Yeah.
He's struggling for gas. I mean, Terran, if they want to really turtle up on 5 bases, it's 5 bases because they need gas number 9 and 10, but GuMiho going mech reset down to 3 bases, 6 geysers, with the main ones very close to getting mined out too. I mean, he can't make much more than, what, Hellbat Thor? But is Hellbat Thor going to survive against this? Roaches and Hydras coming into the natural. Shin is maxed again, still with more bank. Now, I don't know if GuMiho has enough on the ground to stop this.
I mean, I just don't think there's any world where GuMiho can recoup. So many units that take so long to produce are getting crushed here. This third base is completely exposed. No defense, is totally naked. And now these Hydras and Roaches can come down here and crush this. Shin is even expanding into the bottom left. This is going to leave GuMiho on only 2 bases, plus the ghost town that's just south of this, the one lone command center with nothing there.
Yeah, GuMiho all the way down at 35 workers. He's trying to micro these Thors and get every value he can. But Shin's economy is still at 90 drones. I mean, the Remax is going to come in, and I don't know what world GuMiho has to live in to try and defend it, because Shin's economy is just off the rails right now. He has so much, taking that bottom left base. Soon those 90 drones will be fully saturated. Yes, GuMiho did kill the expansions in the top right, but they weren't even being harvested from, I think. The drones, if they were there, they had evacuated. And GuMiho's going to try some kind of counterattack. His standing army, still 77 army supply, but again, it's mostly Hellbats.
I don't think the numbers are there. You know?
It's like a Roach Max per Zerg, you know?
Exactly,
The supply is disingenuous. This army
Look how good this Spine Crawlers are versus just the Hellbats here.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. I mean, this hatchery will go down, but...
By the way, there's already a counterattack here. It's 32 SCVs to the 89. And remember that Zerg is building up that core army. So we've got a whole bunch of command centers re-landed here. But Shin is going for a comp that can kill.
GuMiho, okay, siege tanks are a really good addition in this fight. If Shin takes one bad engagement, he might not actually have the resources to remax and just end this game outright. Okay,
well,
Yoink's coming in on the Thors and the siege tanks.
Yeah, he tries to get one more Yoink in there, but that Viper's shot down. Kills off some tanks. It's important to note what State was saying. Like, the unit compositions are changing slightly for GuMiho, so it's important that Shin is able to also reconfigure the right composition.
Oh, the Hellbat drops on the Hydras.
Oh, that's so sick.
Nice play here from GuMiho. He's still only at 100 supply, but he's taking the best possible fights he can. I just don't think this army has enough firepower, man.
Yeah, sub 100 supply Terran. Another landing.
He does have a lot of orbitals, so he can drop all of these mules, but he is just so broke. And still Shin on 87 drones. He's fully saturated the bottom left base, save the Vespian geysers, but Shin is gas rich right now. This top right base with all those spine crawlers, I don't think the same Hellion run bys are going to get anything done over there. 4 more siege tanks here for GuMiho, but Shin again with all this Vespian gas, he's making 9 broods. He has 3 Vipers on the board. I think we're just slowly watching GuMiho bleed out.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Shin's being extra careful. Like, he realizes, okay, this guy has, like, nothing. I just have to pull it together and close this out. I can't get sloppy. I mean, let's not forget some of the losses that we saw already today where it seemed like GuMiho just 100,000% had the game and then it ended. And so this is kind of him, I think, playing a little bit of a slower but also safer game. Most of this has already been won. He just has to have that kind of finishing blow, not overextend, not be impulsive.
The only units GuMiho has on the ground that shoot up are 2 Thors, and we have 2 Yoinks for him.
Okay, yep. Beautiful game from Shin. I got to say, kind of a, you know, sometimes when GuMiho starts to lose, he's like, I'm just going to make this really, 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 really weird.
Yeah. Well, Shin going to advance to that final match to face off against Stats.
The rematch. Remember how sick those games were?
Those are really good games. We're going to get 2 more of them.
Yeah. Action-packed, too. Fast games. Let's see what happens is they have that rematch here.
Yeah, GuMiho with another good performance here in GSL. Not going to be going into the top 4, but I mean, GuMiho consistently just racks up top 8 after top 8 after top 8, it feels like. This guy has been so consistent here in Korea over the past couple of years. One of the best Terran players in the world, but we'll have to see what Shin can do in the rematch against Stats, guys. We're going to be back after this short break with Group B's final match.
I can't accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up, big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Any up, I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre. I've been the man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why not show you how I'm built? Come a little closer. A lot of heart, been smart. Aura got a glow. We can restart, give head start, still get the same result. I'm about mine. Don't you get it confused? I'ma win again. Yeah, that's all that I do. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up, big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. Any up, I take on anyone. I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me. So what's up? Yeah. So what's up? They don't get it. I'm the type to break through the door, tear down the wall, start up a war. They don't get it, it ain't clear. I know you probably think that you might, but you never seen a bitch like me. I got that dog in me, yeah, turn me up.
The moon is shining, and I am sensing danger. Where the stars align, my mood is slowly changing. Something's haunting me, lurking in the dark. Carefully, it is stalking from afar. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and return. It's like the wolves are talking, whispering to me. Trying to keep my calm by counting down the sheep. Counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. She slowly, they're coming for me. But I don't get what I'm doing wrong. Counting 4, 5, 6, but it is hard. They try to tear me apart. I am done with the misery. Like a thief in the night, you're staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and return. Like a phoenix on It felt like a feather up in the clouds, getting higher and higher, and not coming down. It felt like the birds in sweet harmony, like I'd never heard before. All around me, when I found you. When I found you. I found you. It felt like a breeze that came dancing through. It swept me to places that I never knew. It felt like a river. Yeah, the first step is showing up, now we're here. Yeah, the first step is showing up, hidden jail. Yeah, the first step is showing up, now we're here. We're blowing up, hidden jail.
We got the violins going. That means it's the last match.
That is what it
Get up.
means.
Yes.
It's the final boss.
This is it.
Stats.
This is the last level. We're about to close out the round of 8. And, you know, it's hard to say I don't know who you want to move on, but for me, I don't know. I mean, I would like to have a Zerg in the Final Four. I also would like to not have a Zerg in the Final Four to just really stick it to those Zerg players that have been so dominant in GSL in the past. Stats' style has been both like revived, but also revised. Like he has come in here with a lot of I think, more interesting pokes and timings. He's almost like a Protoss Zerg player. So in that sense, maybe he goes on and the Zergs can be happy about that. But then maybe I also am angry that no matter what, Zerg advance in GSL.
That's a hard sell, Taze. I don't think any Zerg.
Man, I'm getting all worked up just talking about
They're
this.
an angry bunch.
Yeah.
They're an angry bunch. I think I'm happy with either of it. I mean, Shin has been playing great. It would be fantastic to have a Zerg. The only Zerg in the top 8 to make it into the top 4, so we have parity. But, I mean, also, I am fully sold on the story arc of Stats being back. I just want him to win this GSL.
Yeah.
At this point. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm a Stats fan. And let's go into the final match. Stats versus Shin. Winner going on to the top 4 of GSL.
Okay, Stats in the top left, Shin in the bottom right. There's a probe making a beeline directly across the map. But usually this means that you're going to try to basically interfere with the first hatchery being planted.
Yeah, you just want to drop that down at the natural expansion. Don't let the Zerg expand. Time to bring back the Void Rays.
That's right. Get him out of Void Ray jail.
Oh, the
From
hatch
Denmark
went down.
Wait, what?
I'm surprised. I was looking at the signs.
Yeah.
I missed the time.
Your signs messed up our cast.
I'm surprised.
I don't know. Yeah.
That's a tight timing, but.
Well, that's weird because you send the probe out that early and then, like, you don't block the hatchery. It's actually pretty bad.
I think it's 4. I could be wrong. I'm putting myself on the line. I think it's 46 seconds you have to arrive at to block the hatch if it's a 16 hatch, but I wasn't looking at the screen, so maybe it was a little bit late.
Well, if Stats is playing, it's probably 43 seconds to send it out and get it there just in time.
Yeah, I don't know. But
it is funny because, like, when you're trying to be the very best, everything has to happen at an exact moment, not too soon and not too late. Like, you send a probe too soon and you've lost, you know, a resource or two that you could have returned. But then again, when you're trying to play perfectly and everything comes out just slightly too late, it's also really bad. So, you know, it's not the end of the world for Stats, but a little bit of a surprising bad start, considering.
It's not that bad. I mean, even the probe coming out instantly like this, going cross map. Yes, you are losing the mining time, but also you're kind of disrupting the mining time of the Zerg player as well. With this light worker harass that we're seeing, where the probe is stacking up on the double mineral patches and forcing the drones to bounce off of them, it eats away at a little bit of the opportunity cost of that probe mining. It goes down quite a bit. It's one of the reasons why scouting instantly is oftentimes advantageous over scouting kind of like after the gateway. You either want to do it really fast or you want to do it a little bit later. Gateway scout's kind of in the middle. You don't get any of the perks of a late scout, which is greedy, or an early scout where you get more information and you get to disrupt the economy of your opponent a little bit. And Stats just kind of playing this one normally. He's going for a really fast target behind this into Warp Gate with an Adept. And Shin is actually making a lot of lings.
He's still making more lings. By the way, it's kind of funny. It does seem like Shin just does not want to play a normal game versus Stats.
No, he does not. He's making even more lings, and he is hiding them.
So the Adept is out on the map. We're probably not going to see the lings stop for a while now. There's a big gaping hole in that entrance.
I need another gateway to seal that one up. No shield battery, the natural expansion. Of course, there's no reason for there to be a shield battery just yet. A little bit of a supply block there for Shin. Okay, he's going to go back into droning. He's waiting for these Adepts to move cross-map. 5 seconds until speed is done. Gateway's there, but the Adept's not going to be done. There's no probe on the wall, and he's going to get in.
He's going to get in. This is going to be so bad for Stats.
Oh, no. The probe is a second late. It's a second late. Oracle is done. Probes have to stack up here in the mineral line or try to run away if they can. Morlings are coming in. Behind this, by the way, Shin is droning.
Yeah, and this is so many workers killed. I mean, we're already at a dozen dead probes. It's going to end at that number. And now a canceled pylon after he loses more minerals with that.
I love it's like all the lings are done. It's like now we build the pylon and seal the hole.
It's like, no, I got to be efficient. I'm just going to lock myself in my base. I've already lost too much.
Oh, that was a lot of damage. 12 workers in total getting done. Stats needs to find some counter damage cross map.
But it is so interesting that Shin keeps doing cheeses to Stats. Like, it says something. Either he thinks that Stats is a little bit weak early on, or he's actually afraid of the late game and feels like he can't play straight up.
Might be a little bit of both, honestly, against a player like Stats. Oh, he's actually going for this. Shin was really smart, hit the Ling count, so these Adepts are going to find some damage. 3, maybe 4 drone kills, or just the 3.
Yeah, so not even cost efficient. The Oracles will now come in. I think the Lings are actually literally going across the map again.
They're going to cancel the 3rd.
Yeah, yeah. And the Oracles, normally the Oracles are there to protect the 3rd, along with the Adepts.
Oh, Stats actually warped in.
No, he's okay.
Warped in additional Adepts. 3rd Oracle, 2 to protect this. I was worried for a moment those would be the only 2 Adepts on the map, and then the 3rd would get canceled. But instead, these Lings not going to get too much done. In a way that kind of helps Stats a little bit because these Lings aren't drones, but also at the same time, he's kind of forced into making more Adepts than he would honestly like to. Because these Adepts are not going to scale well. Eventually, he's going to have to trade them out along with these, well, not trade out the Oracles, but pair them up with the Oracles and trade the Adepts out to try and find as much economic damage as he can. But thus far, the harassment hasn't really been that efficient here for Protoss. I mean, anytime you lose momentum like that to a ton of Lings getting in your base, killing, what was it, like 12 probes, it's really hard to gain it back.
Well, it's such a loss. You can keep developing somewhat normally, but it is tough. And you can see here, I mean, he's fine trading out a couple more Lings to just kill any Adepts he can get. This kind of forces the Adepts in here, which now will confirm the kills on those Adepts. So accumulation of anything right now is pretty hard here for Stats. He does kill some drones, which is nice, but even after everything that Stats has tried to do, it's still a game of catch-up where he's behind.
Does he not have a Forge in Twilight behind this? I'm just looking at his minerals and gas.
He just started at both of them.
Oh, it's so late. He's floating 600 minerals and 600 gas when he throws this down. I wonder if he was trying to bide his time and wait to decide what to build.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. So the Spire comes into play. Spire is always a good move, I feel like, if the Protoss is really down. Because it forces them into a position where they have to respect this.
Well, Stats has been able to work himself up to worker parity almost. 60 probes to 66 drones. Shin is still pumping more Lings out. Spire and the Roach Warren getting closer and closer to completion and upgrading Roach speed. I'm very concerned for Stats with this blink and +1 timing because I feel like the mutas are going to get cross map. Oh no, these Oracles barely getting out. 11 HP on one of them. But blink and +1 are just so late here for Stats.
So it's going to be that blink style. There's a robo coming along with it. I think this is the only way you probably could play this out from being this behind, is to try to come in there and start going for trades and start playing from a disadvantage, trying to basically overcome. I think it's a little bit like what we see with Hero, only maybe a little bit more forced here because of the way this game went.
He's going to try and do it defensively, I think. And I think Stats believes this is his only way of safely getting up to a 4th Nexus against a Shin that has...
I kind of see what you're saying, actually.
Against a Shin that is, you know, at least 1 tempo ahead of him. It feels really bad. And the thing is, this army from Shin on the ground itself is pretty scary, but we also have a ton of mutas in production. At least 6 could be coming cross-map. These Oracles, if they're not careful, can get sniped. Oh, actually, they might be able to get some drones. That's good because these Oracles are going to lose a lot of value as soon as those mutas find them, although the mutas, I think, are actually keyed in on going for probes. Blink about 80% done. So the mutas come in here to the natural expansion. Oh, there's a photon cannon in the natural?
Yeah, that's going to buy a little bit of time. You know, that's a very kind of defensive Stats move there. It's all about preemption. There's also a cannon making here, but it's not done in time.
He must have seen the Spire, or at least been keyed in on this. That's a pretty good read if that was a read. I mean, that one photon cannon in the natural expansion bought him at least a couple of probes. You should have lost more. Oh god, I'm watching the minimap. Stats, please fix this gas. Okay. Always scary.
Okay, he blinks it again, trying to go for some more of these mutas. Oh, this is actually kind of bad by... Well, yeah, that's probably not worth it.
Got an Oracle.
Well, remember when there was muta tech?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was short-lived.
Well, he was never really going to commit to it. I think he just wanted to make the 6 to try and force some static D and get some probe kills.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you know, the development can't continue on for the Protoss. He had to make those cannons, like you were saying.
Yeah, and Shin is now going into Lurker tech, so Eventually, ground is not going to be the answer here for Stats if Shin decides to go really heavily into the lurkers. As it is right now, with neither player necessarily close to max, this isn't looking too good for Shin just yet. And obviously, he's ahead in terms of workers, he's ahead in terms of tempo. His army's a little bit better here on the ground, but second robo here for Stats. I wonder if he's going to fully commit to ground and try and stop Shin before he gets up to an insurmountable amount of lurkers, because Sky Toss is the answer to lurkers here in this matchup. You don't really beat it on the ground unless you have some kind of advantage or you catch the Zerg sleeping.
Right.
And I think that's why we see now the Fleet Beacon coming in.
Okay.
Stats knows it.
Ooh, pushes him back a little bit.
Luckily for Stats, he still has at least one Oracle alive. Revelation is so good at dealing with these lurkers.
Yeah. Shin is still trying to advance on this. He basically wants to make sure that you can't get more bases than what he's got. Protoss would, I think, would ideally want. Ooh. Would you agree with this? You'd ideally want 5 bases here. Yeah. If you're going to go for carriers, like, you want 5 bases and all the gases.
You want as many as you can get away with, honestly, now, in this matchup.
There's a window of time where you could try to push in here pre-carriers, I think. And that's what we're going to see. The Storms are going to blanket this. There's a lot of lurkers. There's a lot of other reinforcements. And, you know, Stalkers, I think some people might think like they can take lurkers on, but they're not that tough as units. The Immortals coming in here could be handy. Is Shin going to keep trying to push this? I feel like there's going to be a moment he's going to be overextending here.
Yeah, definitely an overextension. I felt like that attack to begin with wasn't looking too good. I mean, there wasn't too much support there for...
It just feels like there was a point where he should have like said, okay, we've come too far.
Oh, he's not going into Sky Toss. He's going into Mothership. He's going to go back to the style he used against Dark in the round of 16, I think. Just a really powerful ground army coupled with double recall. Recall on the Mothership and recall back at home.
You know, it's crazy. I want to remind everybody that this game started out with those Lings killing 12 probes within the first couple minutes of the game. And, like, here we are. Stats is looking very, very strong. Oh!
You cursed him.
Yeah, Shin's like, I remember, Tasteless. Thank you.
Lings go in the base. That's right. Oh, he's going to go for the Fleet Beacon. Oh, I think Stats is kind of feigning that he wants more Sky Toss. He's throwing down a Stargate in the vision of Shin right now. The Lings do see it.
Oh, he's so smart.
He's trying to feign this. Shin
like,
runs
look,
the Lings
I need to
by.
make more carriers. Oh, no. But yeah. I think he shouldn't be tricked because there's just one Stargate not making anything there.
He might think Stats is closer to max, or he might think Stats is supply blocked. I mean, it's not necessarily a tell.
Yeah.
You know? You can't know for sure. And the fact that Shin went back to double check and confirm that it is a Stargate getting planted,
yeah,
Shin might think this is a Sky Toss.
We might have just seen him get tricked in real time. Very cool.
Although there is another Stargate in production, so maybe Stats is doing the double fake.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe he goes for carriers after he does the big push with the Mothership. Maybe that's the case as well.
Oh, we have a base trade situation coming in. There isn't another recall. Wait, where's the Mothership? Is the Mothership with the army, or is it back at home?
I don't see it anywhere. Oh, this Immortal.
Oh, these lurkers are in such a good position. Yeah, I don't see the Mothership. In theory, if it's back at home, Stats could just recall in defense. I don't know where it is.
Now, he could try to come in here and surround these lurkers and then do another attack out. The Mothership is north. Yeah.
Okay, he's recalling with it. There's no detection here for Shin. There's no detection. The lurkers can't see anything on the ground.
He should blink in.
There's not a single Overseer here. It's morphing. It's still out of view. The Stalkers are coming in. This is a huge win for Stats. So many lurkers going down.
And even when it's done, okay, he's going to get some Overseers in over here. He gets a nice burrow. A Storm does blanket that area.
Stats really needed a victory like that one. Still, he's basically on 3 mining bases. His economy not looking that strong, and he doesn't yet have the answer to these lurkers.
And there's carriers coming into play now. I don't think that there's any game, or any situation in this game, I should say, where Stats can run around this army. You can see the lurkers can basically just kind of run in tandem with where the Protoss is going and then settle down and block.
Time Warp and Storm coming down on this, slowing everything down. The Immortals on the left, focus firing down. The lurkers, they are getting clumped up a little bit though, so the ones in the front line do fall, but Stats has done a really good job of resetting the army here for Zerg. Coming in, he's gonna be able to clean all this up without even the carriers. And Stats, he's retaking the 4th base. Shin, still sitting only on 80 drones, has not taken a 5th just yet. Or excuse me, a 6th base. He's just sitting on the 5 hatcheries.
So both sides very low on money. I mean, it's not one of these games where the Zerg fights in and then refills everything. So the next battle is going to be even more important here. We need to see who's going to come out on top. It's been really even trading here. But the carriers are continuing to accumulate. He has 3 making now. I think he has 3 in the game here, so he's going to be up to 6. 6 in StarCraft 2 is a number where it could start to get pretty scary. If you can get that up to 8, it's just like a lot of damage is coming out. If you can really be good at kind of microing the carriers and keeping the weaker ones in the back and focusing on anything that would focus on the carriers themselves, you could do very well for yourself.
And especially with Shin losing so many lurkers in these past couple of engagements, he had to rebuild them. And lurkers are very expensive in terms of gas, which means he's not really getting to build very many Vipers. He only has 1 on the field right now. He's morphing 6 more lurkers, so he's really trying to win the ground game. But what I'm concerned about is the 5 carriers in the air, because if Stats is able to reach a max here on these 4 bases, as it looks like he's trying to gear up for a 5th Nexus over here at the 9 o'clock position. I mean, 4 or 5 bases here for Stats plus a max, and his army is going to be really hard for Shin to beat. We only have, what, 11 Hydras on the map? We do have that the Spire for Corruptors later. There are more Hydras coming in to reinforce. This lucky Roach is going to actually scout this.
Yeah,
so
scouting roaches.
Yeah, Shin should have a very good idea this is coming.
The buildup continues. Shin maxes out. Stats is going to be maxing out a little bit slower because of how slow carriers make. It's going to be the same comps. Now, remember that Stats doesn't have 5 bases where Shin has more than 5 here. So, you know, I think what Shin's trying to do is keep Stats as small as possible.
And that Viper really dangerous. Stats wants to defuse it here. Oh, he gets the Mothership at the same time the feedback comes in, so Mothership instantly gets sniped there. But now the carriers can actually get some work done, especially on these Hydras in the Time Warp. And this is a fight that is pretty cost efficient here for Stats. He is not plus 2 just yet.
Somebody thinks they're winning and they're wrong, okay? The Hydra count is getting low enough. He should be able to, okay, no, actually, apparently.
Well, there aren't enough interceptors left.
There's just not enough interceptors. I was watching that. I was like, I actually thought Protoss takes that, but there's just enough Hydras out there. Now, whenever you force all the interceptors to be remade, that's where it gets scary, because that's where they're weakest. And I saw some Corruptors are being made here, and Shin wants to slam into these carriers in between that and just crush them out.
Yeah, I think Shin took that fight knowing the Hydras wouldn't win, but would thin out the interceptor counts.
Yeah.
Just so that he could remax here on Corruptors. I think he knew he was taking a loss.
This is so smart here from Shin. He's playing a beautiful endgame against basically one of the best endgame players of all time in StarCraft.
Well, that's true. Stats is not out of it just yet. He has 9 carriers, plus 2 air weapons is done. I don't think we have Flyer Carapace here, so the carriers actually can put up a pretty good fight here against the Corruptors. Plus we have the Archons and the Storm.
Yeah, the Archons underneath could actually fuzzy the math of that here. Nice Storms. They instead try to dive in. They are under Archons. Another Storm here on the Lurkers to give ground sustainability.
Oh my god.
Dude, wow.
There just wasn't enough support there for the Corruptors.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny.
There's Zealots in the natural expansion of Shin as well. Stats might have just done this. 108 army supply. Shin doesn't have the minerals to remax, really. He's only making 24 Hydras, but I don't think 24 Hydras beats this. GG, Stats is 1 game away from the top 4.
That was so cool. That was, like, honestly inspirational to see. Like, you saw the Corruptors come in, and I think we all saw the same thing. Like, yeah, this makes sense, right? Now you can take out the centerpiece of the army, which is the carriers. From there, the Lurkers are going to be too strong. The fact that he had the Storms on the moving Corruptors, and when you're coming in with the Corruptors, you're just going to try to right-click past the Storm and then set up and hit him. But the Archons underneath, the splash damage dealt, the final Storm laid on the Lurkers as they burrowed, because Stats already knew he was going to win the air fight. Now he wanted to ensure he closed out the ground fight. Suddenly it was a 100 supply or 101 supply Shin that stood no chance. And let's not forget, look at Shin laughing. It's like he's laughing, but he's not having fun. But he can't believe these games. Shin got in there and killed 12 probes, guys. And then Stats was like, well, I guess I better get to 9 carriers a half hour later and win. And he did.
If you're Shin...
Shin's going to cheese again, man.
If you're Shin and you lose game 1 after getting, like, what, 24 lings into your opponent's nat, nothing's in the wall.
Yeah.
There's no defenses. The Adepts are cross-mapped. There's 1 Oracle and probes. You kill 12 workers, and you lose the game. I don't know what you do from there. Do you go with another cheese? Do you try to close it out even faster? Do you commit harder to the Ling all-in? I mean, we're going to go to Ghost River here in just a second. Shin is on the brink of defeat here. Stats is 1 map win away from the top 4.
All right, guys, Ghost River, let's do this. Can Shin turn this around, or is Stats going to close us out and get that last spot in the round of 4? Okay, Stats in the left, Shin on the right, both players hugging the top of the map. Yeah, I mean, I really want to see kind of from Shin's perspective how he's going to open up. He has basically done something. Hey, thank you so much.
Aww.
We appreciate you and love you. From Romania.
A little hi mom stick figure
Hi,
right
Mom.
there too.
Mom's at home in Romania watching.
She's the real GSL fan.
That's
She sent her son across
Yeah.
the globe to carry on her spirit of loving
Do
GSL.
a dream hack a long time ago in Romania. Great place. So every game, Shin has done something not standard.
I'm
Now,
not
the
sure.
thing is, the more times you do this against somebody, the less it tends to work.
Yeah.
Or eventually you're like, oh, you're that guy that does crazy things at the start. Okay, I am going to just try to think of all the things you could do and make sure they don't happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Shin is going to bring to the table here in this game because so far today, he has lost, I think, every single game against Stats. I don't think he won one. He came very close. You know, in game 1 where he went for that Ling flood early on, the Baneling bust really, with a proxy hatchery. He kills 1 or 2 more probes, he probably wins the game. Instead, Stats barely had enough to get his economy back online. Game number 2 was another game where it felt like Stats was about to be pulled apart on all these different bases. Shin was running around roaches in the main base in the natural, attacking the 4th, killing probes, getting damage done. And Stats again thread the needle, barely survived, and won. Every single game between Stats and Shin has basically followed that same storyline where Stats is defending and defending and defending and almost dying, but not quite. And then finally there's this pivotal moment where he sees the opportunity and he snatches it.
You know, it's funny, too, because when we talk about Stats like defending, and then winning the game, I'm not talking about crazy all-in cheeses that he survives. I was talking about, like, attacks on his 3rd base and he's trying to get a 4th base. And I was talking about those kind of games. So to see the games pan out like this has been wild.
He's the best defensive Protoss player in the world for a reason.
Stargate opener.
A little bit later than usual, I think, too.
And so far, not Ragnarok, Shin, that's going to take me forever to get over. Shin is not doing anything out of the ordinary.
No, he's playing relatively standard.
He's playing an honest game. Wouldn't it be funny if he won in 2 honest games after cheesing all the time?
He's like, I just needed to be a good person.
I had it in me all along.
I just needed to believe in myself and play the game with respect.
This series is a parable. This whole group is a parable about what kind of player you need to be to win. So, yeah, we're going to see the droning continue on. The Oracle's going to come out. Let's see how many Oracles he gets. And look, with Stats, I never really expect anything crazy. I respect, like, very respectful macro games, gentlemen's games.
I think it's just going to be pretty standard. He's taking that 3rd baseway. 2nd gateway is coming in. Adept's just scouting here in the natural expansion. Retreating back home now that speed is complete. And probably 2 or 3 Oracles in total, especially with that Chrono Boost. I would think that we're going to get 3 Oracles in total on the map. And it might just be another standard game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stats throw down a Twilight Council and a Forge in another 30 or 40 seconds, add on some additional gateways, get Blink, and just kind of play the game out by feel from there. I mean, he's shown time and time again how good he is in these defensive setups. And he's been able to navigate the mid-game so well against one of the best mid-game Zerg players in the world. I mean, even these Oracles coming in, finding some good damage. Not the best control there from Stats. Still does get 2 drones.
So, a quiet game for once with these two. Forge Citadel in development.
Oh, no.
Oh, he does take out that Oracle. It's pretty big. This one, he tags
What are
this
we
Oracle
doing?
in. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Oh, jeez. That hurts. Losing Oracles like that's very expensive. Oh, no, these Adepts
Oh
get caught in the middle of the map as
God.
well. This is an awkward time for Shin to have so many lings.
It's dangerous to be shading out to gain ground on the map, because when you use that ability, if you're caught in the middle, you're going to get hit hard like this.
Yeah, now Stat's going to try and find some counter damage here in the main base. We'll be able to get one queen as the other one is just sleeping on the job right here by the main hatchery. And some better
nice.
Control.
Triple kill over there on the in the main. Same over here. Well, hold on. He's got a couple lings over here. I think there's just barely enough to kill this Adept and then probably run back out.
Should be fine. And honestly, all things considered, it doesn't hurt Stats too much losing those Adepts in the middle of the map. Obviously, it's not great, but the whole job of those Adepts is to try and trade them out for drones. And in a way, because Shin made so many early lings and the lings got traded out the Adepts, it kind of serves the same purpose.
Right.
And as a result, both players dead even on worker counts, 58 apiece. 4 more gateways are going down, as well as Blink and +1 ground weapons getting chrono boosted here from Stat. This is around the same setup he's been going for pretty much every single game. Usually with some deviations coming down around the time he's taking a 4th base. That's when we see the fleet picking get thrown down. That's when we see potentially Storm coming into play, as Stats is continuing to develop on the left side of the map. Meanwhile, Shin doing the same thing on his side, throwing down an Infestation Pit, preparing to go up to Hive Tech. Roachborn as well. In terms of upgrades, I don't actually think we have any Evolution Chambers up for Shin just yet, do we? I'm not sure he has any upgrades.
I haven't actually checked.
+1 range
let's see
weapon.
if we notice one here. Okay, so missile attacks being upgraded. So something, yeah, he's going to have an Evo chamber somewhere. Now we're in the phase where the Stalkers are going to come out and try to push as best they can. You know, we had other games where Shin's creep spread wasn't great. I feel like it wasn't that great even in the last game. I don't know what's been going on with that, but
it's a little bit lackluster. And I'm
even in this game, I'm thinking like I think you can have better creep spread than that. I'm not totally sure because this map is. The more I cast a map, the more I see where the creep kind of goes.
I'm a little bit worried about Shin right here. He is macroing up a very big army, but Stats is committing quite heavily to this attack.
This is a really interesting push. This is a push that comes earlier than normal and use the gateway basically as a launching pad for this. Normally, you know you're safe until the Robo comes out, especially against somebody like Stats. So he dives in. He's already sniped 1 Ravager. The Queens are kind of dangling on the outside here, so their overexposure could allow them to be sniped too here. The Stalkers are going to come in. They are a little bit jammed up behind each other. The 4th base is being attacked, although I think Stats is just going to cancel it. I think he wants to commit even further down here.
Yeah, there's no Roach speed yet. These Roaches are slow Roaches, even on creep, and so Stats is able to micro his heart out. There isn't even +1 melee or +1 range. Now the Nexus did not get canceled, so that is a loss here for Stats, but he is so fixated on the aggression here. This is like a build out of Heroes playbook. This is effectively an all-in. 30 Stalkers in total on the map. Oracles are going to try and deal with a situation that's developing here at the 3rd base, and they do it so effectively. Ton of Biles getting spread in kind of a scattered formation. Shin with some nice control, but he's bled out so much army supply because these upgrades are so late. And the Stalkers are getting closer and closer to reaching something of a critical mass right now. I mean, we have more Stalkers potentially than Roaches and Ravagers on the field.
Yeah, the damage is continuing to mount over here. Now, these upgrades are inbound here for the Zerg. So, I mean, there is an out. It is, by the way, for the Zerg, the 4th base, it has no drones mining.
Very low economy game from both players as Shin is just battling for his life right now. And this choke point here with the rocks is so good for Stats to retreat into, especially because there's no creep. I mean, Roach speed is now finally done as his +1 range attack, and Shin's going to try and inch his way forward here onto the Stalkers. Stalkers blinking back, dodging the Biles. Another favorable trade here for Stats. Oh, the Banelings are going to try and come in and bust this down, but Stats, he spots it!
Yeah, he does not actually dodge those Biles perfectly. Oh, the body blocking is real. A champion Stalker just gets in the way. And look at the supplies, suddenly, shockingly even. That's a bad sign for the Zerg. The 4th base is coming back down, and there's no counterattack to try to clean that up. Stats is going to pull back, make sure he has all of his tech, and then continue to attack in.
Shin is mixing in more Lings, but soon we're going to have +1 armor Stalkers against Lings that don't have +1 melee attack just yet. They're only going to tickle these Stalkers. Baneling's coming in too. That is not really the tech. I mean, Shin needs something, but he just doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, again, he's not able to really take advantage of his 4th base because he has to keep making anything that can attack. He's made more Banelings down here. These are far away enough. I don't think that Stats is going to see them unless he has something to spot.
We'll see. Stats it seems like he's on the hunt. He knows there's another attack that's going to be coming, and he's no longer all in. He's getting Storm. He's taking that 4th base. Oh, these Stalkers got to be careful there, Stats. But again, it's really hard for Shin because there is no creep spread, really. It is hard for Shin to defend this. Oh, the Stalker. Oh, a little bit too late. Oh, that Warp in just barely clogs it up. And now with the Stasis Trap here as a bit of a force field, Stats is able to take another favorable engagement in the middle. He's just kiting Shin all the way back to his base. And I'm sure Shin saw those Templar in the 3rd base, knowing there's a 4th Nexus underway, and his heart sank.
Yeah.
Because Stats, he isn't as committed as Shin would have liked for him to be, now that he's deflected the attack.
And it just seems like Stats always has the right number of units there. He's never he never leans too hard with the pressure build. That's how so many good players die, is they're just trying so hard to end it, and you know, oh my God, he's going to spot that too.
His map awareness just all day today has been so on point. He's catching everything, and these Templar are soon going to have, what, 6+ storms? Double Immortal Production's getting online. And Shin has basically locked himself into this composition that isn't that great. Now we have 1/1 Zealots against +1 Ling, so it shouldn't be that bad of a trade here for Stats. He's very close to max anyway, so freeing up this supply in terms of Zealots isn't really that hurtful. He's going to remax instead on Immortals.
And we see that small army down here. It's going to be picked up. What's more important is that this denied the Banelings here. So you have 2 races on even numbers of bases, but it's the Zerg that wants to be further ahead. And now the Zerg that had to pump hard into a Ravager Ling, it has a suboptimal unit composition to the tech that's coming in here late game. We've got carrier tech again, by the way, State.
Might be just for a mothership considering how focused he's been on the ground. Even the Storm right there to add insult to injury on these Lings.
That's such a good tag, by the way, over here.
Stats right now, almost maxed, has more army supply than the Roach Ravager of Shin, which is absurd. He's just saving a little bit of supply, it seems, potentially for that mothership. And again, his army is just exactly where it needs to be. It's the kind of guy that, like, I'd be streaming and I'd fight against, and my chat would just be, oh, this guy's hacking for sure. But Stats is just that good, man. All day today, his army positioning has been so on point. It's like he sees everything. He just has the star sense. And Shin is kind of struggling moving around the map, trying to find some way to cost-efficiently trade out this army because he's going for that lurker transition, but
this Archon's going to catch this army with a baseball glove on. I mean,
there's 4 Immortals waiting here in the natural expansion. This attack's going to come in. Stats' army is almost completely across map, by the way. All right, Shinny's coming in. We don't have a recall here at the natural. Overcharge is going to pop there on that shield battery. Stats is retreating with the main army in the middle.
He does not take the pylon out. He does not opt to come back in. The Stalkers are going to blink in. Oh my God, Shin is getting wrecked so hard.
And this isn't even Stats' full army. He's got this whole force down here in the bottom right now. Luckily for Shin, Stats does not have detection, so he has to retreat from this position, but the 5th base is a prime target for these Stalkers and Archons.
He could just blink right up there. He could blink right over to that spot. I guess he can't because he doesn't have vision, but you get what I'm saying. He could just blink near that, start doing damage. Another great side storm here. Look, he backs away. He's just continuing to feed more and more damage to that. He comes in now. The Lurkers are going to come in just in time. I think the Stalkers can just stay out of Lurker range and kill this. In fact, he's just going to ignore the Lurkers.
Oh, and he's actually going to take this engagement. Another good storm right there on those 4 Lurkers. Oh, doubles the damage, too, because the Hydras walk on top of him.
So now it's Stats ahead in bases against the Zerg. The carriers are coming. That's always, you know, the death sentence long term. But even without that, we're seeing, him basically manage and shut down movement on the map. And I got to say, it's so refreshing to have just proper control play Protoss in a GSL.
Stats is just playing this so well. This is the
so
macro
good
toss we've been missing. All right,
Yeah.
Shin going for a counterattack here in the natural expansion. Ton of Lings and also Lurkers going to try and siege up that position. But Stats is going again for a counterattack. Half of his army is about to hit one of the only mining bases here for Shin. Over at the 3 o'clock position. That hatchery is going down at 3 o'clock. We're not getting a shot of it. Finally, now we are. As the Stalkers are just absolutely destroying it. And it's almost a base trade, but there isn't that much anti-air here. Keep in mind, we do have a recall available. Mothership halfway done in the main base as well.
I think he kills this base and maybe the next, and he recalls home. Yeah, he's going to recall home right now.
Oh, he recalls the army from the 3rd. He's still attacking at 9 o'clock or 3
I'm sorry.
o'clock.
Yeah, I thought that was the attacking army. I think we're moments away from Shin having to tap out.
Stats is just playing this so beautifully. It's incredible.
It's inspiring, honestly. He looks so good at what he's doing.
Oh, and now Shin's going to try and push up this ramp against Storm. He has nothing that can really breach this.
He could just keep tagging this over and over and making every right call on how to hit.
I know a lot of people.
Carrier, but
a lot of people were wondering if Stats advancing to the round of 8 was a fluke, but I think he is showing today
it's destiny.
He is so much better this season that he has.
Dude, he's going to come in here and surround this army now. Look at this.
This positioning is crazy. As the War Prism to reinforce there, too. Right now, Shin is going to be coming on the left side. The army from the Stats is a little bit slow working its way in from the natural. Shin right now is on 3 bases. He is basically all in. 44 drones, 111 army supply. Stats has expanded his way all the way down to the top left. The standing army back at home. It's still powerful. Shin does have a path to victory if he's able to isolate one of these armies and take them out, but his army just isn't that mobile. It's so focused on these lurkers. Now, how many carriers do we have on the field? There are 2 more Stargates in production, 2 more carriers, 3 carriers in total.
Seems like the army in the back for Stats has finally softened up enough that there's actually an escape route here for Shin. The problem is that Stats, has beaten down Shin. He's basically beaten him to a pulp. There's no bases left that are really economically viable. There's not a lot of money coming in for Shin, so he doesn't have a lot of room to try to expand. He has his own sort of roaming deathball army, but the reality is that there will always be an answer from the Protoss.
There's no detection again.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're right. Well, there's an Overseer coming here from the top, but
yeah, Stats just now realizes right before the Overlord or the Overseer comes in. Time Warp on the Lurkers. Stats just picking off the left side of this army so well. Storm on both the Lurkers and the Ravagers and the Hydras. Shin's army supply plummeting right now. We're going to have 2 Protoss in the top 4, Tasteless.
I mean, this has been such a crazy day. What an ending, too. And really, Shin tried everything. He tried the standard macro game. He tried every crazy all-in you could imagine. And, I mean, we're watching Stats just like... that scene in Karate Kid where he realizes wax in, wax off. It's like he's just blocking every little attack that's coming out. And that's it, GG.
Wow.
GG. Stats takes that final game, and he's going to get that final spot in the Final Four. What a hell of an evening.
I mean, Stats played today so well. We're at a 16, first place Group B, defeating Dark, not a fluke. This guy is going to the top 4 of GSL, and he is showing the best play we've seen from Stats since he went to the military service.
Yeah.
It's like he never left.
Well, it looks like he's better than when he left. I mean, he's got such an upgraded, updated style.
And he can roll with the punches so well, too. He's losing bases. He's losing fights. He is at death's door in so many of these games, and he just keeps his cool. He knows exactly what he needs to do to come back.
And, honestly, like, Ragnarok was really good at trying to create opportunities for himself. So the fact that we were able to see Stats shut down that many counterattacks and just play like a really graceful game where the Zerg was burning through cash with his attacks was something else.
I mean, it just felt like every decision Stats made was the right one. And even when he did have errors, I mean, not having a pylon on the wall in here, the Lings get in, 12 probes go down. He played from that position so beautifully, and just being able to roll with the punches, like I said. Every single attack that Shin throws at him here in the mid game basically gets parried. Or if it doesn't get parried, there's a counterattack coming in from Stats that does equal or more damage. He doesn't mind losing the natural expansion.
Not at all.
He will use half of his army to take down your best mining base, your 4th base, full of drones, full of minerals. That expansion goes down. Yeah, he trades out his natural expansion, but you can't get into the main. He has Storm up there. He recalls. He plays positions perfectly. It feels like Stats is using everything in the Protoss arsenal. Let's hear what he has to say. So Stats, after 4 years, you have finally made it back to the top 4. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
전역하고 나서 진짜 뭐
Well, since I was discharged from the military, I haven't been able to show my fans something they can be proud of. This is the first time I've shown the results that I wanted to show for my fans, so I feel so relieved and so happy. Well, a lot of fans are saying that we can see that the Shield of Ire is back. It's exciting. It's inspirational to see the Shield of Ire return. What is your secret? Why are you back to basically prime stats? What clicked for you? And Stat says, well, I really don't know. It might just be practice. Even in a lot of these games, if they were played in practice, I got into positions where I would just tap out. But because I'm here in a tournament, I'm in this mood where I'm just trying to defend and survive as best that I possibly can. And so I was able to win those games. Well, tonight it felt like you got yourself in disadvantageous situations time and time again, but you were able to bounce back. It's just like, yeah, that's right. I was at a disadvantage. I felt like I was winning in positions where I was at an extreme disadvantage. And in pretty much every single game, like for instance against Kier, I felt like in that situation, in those maps, when I got my carriers out, I really thought I was going to win. But that made me drop my guard, so I felt like I played at my best when I had my guard up. Well, you lost pretty much all of your probes. I don't know which game she's talking about because he lost so many different probes all the time. And what were you thinking in Stats as well? I felt like I lost the game. But somehow, after that tumultuous early game, I was able to defend all of the follow-up attacks, one after another. And I was also able to take fights where more of my army survived than I was expecting. And so I slowly got this feeling where I was like, wait, the tables have turned, I can win this. Well, finally, it seems like the Shield of Ire is back. A lot of fans are excited. Especially... Oh, they're asking because of the mind nerf. Is this the beginning of Stats' era? And Stats is saying, well, even though mine's got nerfed, I feel like I've just been able to win regardless of the mines or not. But, you know, even with the mines getting nerfed, I still have a bit of a curse with Terran, so I'm going to just try and open another era here in the semifinals. Well, you know, in the semifinals, you're going up against Hero, one of the most aggressive Protoss players in the world. Hero is arguably the best Protoss player in the world. And after I was discharged from the military, he helped me elevate my play so much. And personally, I think he's a higher tier player than I am right now. So I'm going to prepare the best I possibly can for that match. I know he's really aggressive and I'm really defensive, so I'm just going to try and embrace my role and be ready to deal with whatever he throws at me. So, are you ready to show your fans? Are you ready to show that defensive Protoss can beat aggressive Protoss in a PvP? Well, you have a lot of fans overseas that are cheering for you and excited to see that you're back in form. What words do you have for them? And Stat says, well, even at my lowest, you guys were supporting me. I am so grateful for you. And also, thank you everyone for watching and supporting the GSL. I'm going to do my best for you guys.
Wow. Great night of games. A lot of different types of games, too. We had these kind of beautiful back and forths where you didn't know who was going to win till the end. We had some crazy cheeses. base trades. We had that crazy closer at the very end there with, Stats just kind of playing the ultimate end game. We had GuMiho's crazy weird style that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. We got to cast Cure with the Liberators fighting the Thors. I'm like, well, how do these units interact with each other now? I'm not totally sure. Guys, our Final Four, it's going to be a PvP and a TVT. So no matter what, the finals will be a PvT. Hero versus Stats and Cure versus Maru. The semifinals are the same day as the finals. So if you want to see the finals, you got to come on the day that the semifinals are. I've had a couple people that get confused about that, and they end up missing it. It starts at 5 p.m. If you're going to buy tickets for the finals tomorrow, I'll see if production can confirm this. It's 5:30?
5:30 p.m.
5:30 p.m. They go live 5:30 p.m. KST. If you're not in Korea, use your Google machine or your Chat GPT AI to tell you what time that is in your own time zone.
Make sure you get the tickets early, too. The finals, they will sell out.
They will sell out.
This is a small studio. It's the same studio we have GSL in every single week.
We have mid-sized to light audiences through most of the season, but when the finals come, there's just a lot of GSL fans. Even foreigners in Korea that come down, that just live here, that want to see it.
Information, including the link to buy the tickets on the screen right there. You cannot get the tickets on site at the venue, even on regular days, and you're not going to be able to get them on the finals. They will sell out, so make sure you get those. I think
Don't be that guy. You're going to be in the studio. There's going to be that guy that can't get in. Or that girl that can't get in. You're going to feel sad.
Entry 4 p.m. Show starts at 5 p.m. about an hour and a half earlier than we typically start.
Yeah,
and
it should be a long night.
It might not be.
Maybe not, actually. PvP can be short. TVT can be short.
PvT also can be short, but
yeah.
Let me tell you, if Stats makes it to the finals, it will be a long night.
It will be a long night. Bring a tent. Bring a sleeping bag.
Stats versus Maru. Yeah, bring your sleeping bags, man.
Yeah.
But that's going to be an excellent Final Four. Hero, Stats, Cure, and Maru. If you told me at the start of this season we were going to have 2 Protoss players in the top 4, I would have called you a witch and burned you. I would have not believed it for a moment.
I didn't know you were on Reddit all the time. That's cool.
But, man, really, what an excellent day of games. This was a longer day than usual, but as you were saying, Tasteless, we got a little bit of a taste of everything from GuMiho's crazy antics to really unique situations to Stats. It seems like coming back from cheese after cheese after cheese.
I mean, talk about resilience. The fact that he got wrecked that early and still recovered and then won, the same way he always does.
He even said in practice games, like, yeah, if that was a practice game, I would just tap out. I would quit. Yeah. But it was a tournament, so I played with, like, my life on the line, and he won. I mean, talk about resilience. That was just pretty impeccable play.
And very cool.
Stats looks like maybe the best player in GSL this season.
Well, he's definitely this new iteration of Protoss that we just didn't see. Look, not to take anything away from Hero, but Hero kind of had his own style. But to see Stats kind of bring this robust macro style is very cool. Thank you for joining us, guys. We will see you for the finals again at 5 p.m. KST. Bye-bye. Tickets go on sale 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Get it. Bye.